Yeah. What up? This is Dr. Dre. The party's going on. Thank God it's Friday.
Hey, what's good, everybody? We about to crank this thing all the way up. Let me get a mic check. Hold on a second, though. What am I looking for? Can everybody put a 1 in the chat room if my audio is good? Can y'all put 1s in the chat room if the audio is good? If you asking what happened to my setup, ain't nothing happened to it. I just got my computer in the shop. My computer's in the shop. Getting some upgrades. We got ones though, so I mean, long as y'all can hear me, we about to crank up another dope joint. But give me a minute to set everything up. Y'all know how we do it. Let me open up this Zoom meeting for everybody, and we about to get it in. I bet you can't nobody win a debate on with me about any of these problems that they presenting all over the web. I want to talk to y'all about something today. Do y'all think the older generation failed the younger generation? We talking about people in their 50s, 60s. That generation failed us. You know why? That generation is a very sexual generation. A lot of love, music, let's make a family and all that. But a family ain't an army though. Armies go to war to protect families. Just like the royal families that's in power, they ain't a fucking army. Those royal families got armies, but they ain't doing no fighting. The families is staying here to keep populating our kind, and which leads to another debate. Who is our? See, I think our older generation before us, like Sister Betty, OG Leo, and all them age around the 50s and shit, they were so caught up in the sex that they actually convinced themselves we can fuck ourselves out of this epidemic we in as a people. When I say as a people, I'm not talking about skin tones like me. I'm talking about every single motherfucker on Skid Row right now. That them all skin tones. See, my people are oppressed people around the world, man. Because if it's the power versus the people, then my people are a direct result of those who are powerless. Now, that don't mean we victims. It just means that we warriors and we're trying to, we fighting for power. The people we fighting against already have power. We fighting to get something they got. That don't make you a victim. So what I think is that that generation sat around for a lot of years talking about should we date out, should we date in, versus bullets, ammunition, soldier shit. Survive. They failed us and they still doing it now. If you look back at the recent streams I did on this channel, now I'm a young brother, right? That's got a shot at a very good chance, peculiar situation in my life. The people put me in a good position. And you notice that a lot of older folks in their 50s and all that, with that old washed up, indoctrinated, segregated Uncle Ruckus ass mentality. Y'all, we can't let these folks lead us. Let me tell you something. Your OGs and elders failed your monkey ass. Even your Bible say a child shall lead them. All of your 50-year-old black folks, 50s and 60s, most of them, keep in mind, I'm generalizing, not all, most of them, from Leo and Sister Betty and them generation, most of them are bitter old black people who lived their life at the butt end of the blunt in front of the face of that white man. And they can never talk back against Mr. Johnson. They can never raise their voice and get out of line with that white man. So they took it out on their young children. Put a one in the chat room if you know what I'm talking about. These old motherfuckers will lash out at the youth. You got old ass gate guards standing in the way. These old motherfuckers would compete with the young motherfuckers. The older lady competing with the younger girl and stuff. And the older man competing with the younger black man. And it hurts the younger generation because we think we finna go to this older generation as some sort of elders. And we find out, damn, I gotta fight grandma and granddaddy. Ain't that a bitch? Damn, grandma and granddaddy want that motherfucking smoke with a young nigga. It hurts. So after you get over the hurt, you commence to whooping grandma and granddaddy ass, right? And it had to be that way. And the whole while you whooping their ass, you saying to yourself, man, these motherfuckers old and washed up and indoctrinated. Oh, well, good riddance. Stupidity must be eliminated from amongst our ranks. And it don't matter the age level of the stupidity. You got to understand something. While everybody else was trying to join NATO and they was building Teflon and aluminum foil and they were building modern style Humvees and advanced assault rifles, black folks was sitting around talking about should we date out or not. The young generation today, we don't think with our dicks. The older generation, that's baby booming. All the slow song, let's make a baby. The younger generation that I'm from is more like let's make a dollar. Let's make a militia. Let's make a gang. Let's make an army. Let's make a brotherhood. Let's make a mafia. Let's make a mob. The older generation sat around talking about let's make a family. And I'm going to share some with you. Families don't have no physical force. All of these royal families that run the world sit back in their pretty little castles and they send armies, militias, mafias, and mobs after everybody. So if the people in power can't enforce their power without the boots on the ground, why the fuck would oppressed people have any other conversations besides how to put boots on the ground. You know what happened to black people? We sat around trying to make babies and make families that look like us, but that didn't think like us. So we gave birth to millions and millions of motherfuckers that look like us who are our enemies. Yo, you know why the black man can never go to war with the white man? Because it's millions and millions of people that look just like him that's going to protect and defend this system. So the days are over thinking that we need numbers. You know what's crazy is you got little bitty gangs controlling entire communities. In all the black neighborhoods, the gangs are terrorizing the streets. I was just watching a documentary today. They execution style chasing down 14-year-old boys, shooting them in the head a bunch of times. You can't even have an open casket. You gotta be closed casket. Chicago, New York, LA. This shit is real. Are y'all really? Let me tell you something. You got a bunch of old black folks leading us astray into hell. Because we giving birth to millions and millions of goons on demon time instead of upright, critical thinking people that's going to fight against this system. I can name you several white folks right now that I look up to as revolutionaries, George Carlin being one of them, that I can just go with off back, right? You got entire whole abolitionist movement. I think Nikola Tesla was a revolutionary who lost his life for the people. And I can go on and on. I think Mercator and his family were white people who lost their life for the truth. I can keep going on. Sir William Crook, one of the oldest pirates that they never talk about, was teaching about the same cosmology your ancestors taught about, and he proved the ice wall. A white man. Shout out to him. Like, let me tell y'all some real shit. It's white folks that die every day and be silenced and whistleblowers and all that because they don't like the government. And so my thing is this right here. Black folks are hypocritical if you think that you can accomplish something without integration when most of your fucking movements come as a result of a foreigner. For example, the NOI, right? Fard Muhammad, right? Yeah, black folks got a dumb mentality. You think that if you're anti-integration, you got to be anti-political and anti-economics too. You got to integrate with the white man in order for you to participate with the fiat currency. You got to integrate with the white man in order for you to hold any political position. In fact, you got to take an oath and swear into the white man's system if you holding any position in the city and the legislative and all that stuff. And you got a lot of political talking motherfuckers on YouTube talking about they work for the city, county, all that. And you will see the way they talk to these white folks on their videos and thank them for their military service. And you can see the patriotism kind of coming out. But you know, the thing about it is we got to ask ourselves, did the older generation fail the younger generation? Did they make us focus on things that were not to our benefit and argue? Because the older generation gives us the narrative. They die, and what they hand us with are the arguments, the narratives, the talking points, and all that. If those ain't right, we'll be talking in circles for a whole nother generation and keep failing each other because we ain't talking about what? The right thing. Now, if the truth will set a people free, we got to ask ourselves, how did we fucking fall from glory? How we fell from glory is because of we was outsmarted militaristically. We were outsmarted on a militant level. Now, a lot of black men want to tell you that we fell from power for all these other reasons. But it is literally boiled down to manpower versus manpower. And we lost when it comes to technology and warfare. And we can still see that's what's ruling over us. The black man won't go and do none of that white man because he ain't got no motherfucking powerful airplanes with bombs on them and nukes and all. He ain't got all that. So he gonna pick on somebody his size. He ain't, see what I'm saying? So the black man greatest fear is technology. And you know how I can tell you that, and can't no other black man debate me on that one. Because the only thing in between the people fighting against the power is we ain't got all this technology that can wipe your ass out at the push of a button. So why don't the people start thinking about critical thinking, technology, mechanisms, electromagnetism? You know why they won't think about that? The people have been dick policing for so long. All right. And they've been vagina auditing for so long that we can tell you off the back of our head how many black men fucking how many white women, but we can't tell you how much gunpowder you gotta mix with this powder to make yourself a look explosive. Now the little white boy can do that. See, that little white boy who everybody's scared of, he can tell you what to mix with what to blow your ass up. He can take a doggone gun apart in less than a minute with his trench coat on. See the type of stuff on your enemy's mind while you dick patrolling? I can't stand my people because of that. Because that's what, look, while they dropping bombs on us, we still gonna be honest wee wardens. When I was in the military, I saw a lot of white men with black women, Korean women, and guess what? The other white men and soldiers didn't say shit about it. Hey, Sergeant, how you doing? Hey, that was a good shot at the range the other day. The white man want to know, is your ass gonna be on the battleground tomorrow with your gun loaded, ready to go? Cool, you all right with me? You one of my people then, and you ready to die for this, right? Put your hand up and swear. Take an oath. For real? Cool. You know if you break that, we gonna get rid of you, right? Thank you. That's it. The white man ain't never asked me nothing about my sexual behavior. And the white man turned me to a fucking killer. He didn't want to know who I was fucking or nothing. And I saw that white man turning several brothers into trained killers. And he did it without penis patrolling. He didn't care who you was fucking. He just cared who you was shooting. I got to say that again. He didn't care who we was fucking. He only cared who we was shooting. The older generation have failed us, y'all. They don't care who's shooting who. They care who fucking who, which is why you will see a lot of older people sit around online discussing swirling versus the war in Chirac versus the gang war in Jacksonville versus the epidemic and outbreak of gangs in New York that's been up there for now like about 15 years. You got Crips and Bloods there. You got a whole United Kingdom and London culture blended with motherfucking tri-state American culture, creating a whole fucking drill style that's totally different than what was going on in Chirac. This shit is mutating it. Listen. When you think about all the things that, and I just had to sit back and say, what's the people's problem why we won't rise? We don't know what the problem is. See, a lot of people think it's about sex all the time. That's what I'm talking about, this older generation. You see what I'm saying? Sexual healing, baby. Now, I like sexual healing to my older generation. But goddamn, that just show you how sexed out they were. Your ass need a healing. Heal me. I'm so horny, goddamn it. I need to be healed. Now, I get it. Turn off the lights. But see, while a black man was making all that kind of music, the white man was fucking making bombs and tanks. And it's reflected in his music. You can't find a lot of soft white man music. What you would find is a lot of militaristic, Americanized driven music. I was in the military, and you know what they played? A lot of heavy metal, a lot of rock and roll. I ain't gonna lie, I started liking rock and roll in the military. Man, when they put that American flag up there and the fucking guitars are going, it's like, yeah, let's go fucking drop some bombs already. You know what I'm saying? Can you imagine the black dudes that's in the crowd with they Walkman on and you know, saying to themselves? That's what I'm saying. These guys have a whole theme music and a whole soundtrack of kick ass. See, the white man don't give a fuck about who fucking who within this culture. He want to know who's ready to spaz out, not give a fuck, and put it all on the line for what we agreed we wanted. And the white man's so goddamn brave and ignorant when it come to this war shit. He'll even tell the white man, yeah, fuck as many of them damn women you want when we win this war. When we win this war, if you want to fuck the enemy's woman, yeah, fuck all the enemy's woman that you want. What's that's telling us? Because the old generation said the white man was just throwing his woman at the black man. He wasn't throwing his motherfucking woman at you. First of all, old cats be lying with that. When the laws change and white women wasn't getting their ass fucked up for dating out and black men didn't have to sneak the date out, everybody can come out the closet now. You had a whole Jungle Fever song that came out because of that. I remember they had Wesley Snipes having sex with all the white women. Denzel Washington to be with the white. It was a whole thing where America was coming out of the whole Jim Crow shit. And it ain't like that the white man threw his woman at you. The laws in America change. I don't think the white man think his woman would flock to the black man like that after those laws change. I think he thought that his pimping was just that tight. And that our pimping so solidified We can change them laws now. Our woman ain't going nowhere. Psych. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. What you need to focus on, with all that being said, other men of other races don't look at sex as a revolutionary act. Black men come up in the turn off the lights. Hey, Teddy Pendergrass days. Your mama told you you been our brain, no nothing but a black woman home. We do what mama say, the mama's boy, with the sex culture, and I just want some slow dancing, right? It ain't like that amongst other men and other races. They ain't really what I would call simping for their women like that. They telling their women, you know what? We at war. And when we at war, woman, your job is to support the warrior and let the men do what they do. So my thing is this, though. You look at other races of men, right? Other races of men spend so much time into making what's called child soldiers. And these other cultures of men will start young, 9, 8 years old, 9 years old. They will give that boy a gun and get him into soldierhood. By the time that little boy 20, 30, he's a trained killer, ready to die, ready to go. But by the time a black man 20, 30, he know the best cologne. He know what game to spit to get the women, right? He got his hair gel back like them old school niggas from Farrakhan era. They failed us. The black man became a lover boy, a pretty boy and a lover boy, while all the other men took off to become soldiers. And because of that, the black man will tell you to this day, I can get any race of woman I want, but you can't win a war though. Now the white boy may not can get that many women as you. I'll admit, other races of men, they might can't get the women how we get the women, like how black men kind of got this stigma to them, right? But they run the world. And I'm showing you how it come to be like that. The black man think too much about who fucking who, where everybody dick going. Is too much scrotum scouting going on and pecker peeking and cop captains. Just too much dick detectives. You know? You know? Yeah. Yeah, it's just too much, you know. Yeah, too many genitalia generals. too many genitalia generals out here, man. Yeah, hey, Paul Ball with too many privates. Yeah. Hey, too many privates. You know, yeah. You know, in the military, you're a private, you know, if you like a E1 or E2, that's a private. But you know, that's a private too. That's a good one, Paul Ball. And I like, there's too many privates out there. That's what happened. But yeah, hey, glizzy glares, yeah. hey, Jay Nuisance, you a fool, man. Hey, it's too many glizzy glares out there, man. For real, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, click counts of women. Click counts of women. Yeah. That's what happened to our race. That's what happened to our race. We gave birth to a whole generation of WWWs. What that is, Brother Sanchez? Wee wardens. And the wee wardens been winning. They've been giving citations and kicking niggas out the race. Oh shit. And accusing niggas of traitorism and terrorism. And there's been a couple of wee wardens caught with white women. Oh my God. The hypocrisy. But like I said, the whole creation of the semen seekers, right? Yeah, these privates, let me tell you something about them. When they was created back in 19... Hey, when did they first create the Dick Detective department down there in Washington, y'all? Because it all started from the DDD. That was the original one back in the 1920s. Yeah, the Dick Detective Department. Yeah, they was a small group in the Pentagon, but then they grew on out. You know, made them expendable to the Air Force, all that. So after the DDD, you had the birth of the Pika Peckers. Then you had the shaft sharers come up out the Air Force. Oh, it was 1969 in Tennessee, was it? Yeah, ever since then, man, the black man ain't been no warrior. He been keeping tally on and giving wee reports. Yeah, I think back in the 50s, that's when the DDD was created. Yeah. Boys to Men, ABC, DDD. DDD. Yeah, man, the Dick Detective Department. The government saw early that we needed a group of strong black men to govern the dicks of the rest. But see, that's how they got us, black man, because when they was giving us stuff like that, they was creating Green Beret for themselves and Navy SEAL. See, when they was giving us the shaft sharers and penis patrol departments, they was creating Navy SEAL, Green Beret, and all that for themselves. See, you don't see no black man in the Green Beret and Navy SEALs. Why? Because they all went to be genitalia generals. And the black man been losing the war ever since. Yeah, junk jellers. yeah, do like air. That's where, yeah, junk jellers, man. Yeah. Yeah, dangalang deputies. That's right. That's right. Dang dep. Dang deps. They call them dang deps for short, but that means dangalang deputy. Man, let me tell you something. I was in Delaware one time, and I was riding with a car full of white women. Next thing you know, on the highway, I heard some say, "Whip, whip, whip." I looked in my rearview mirror, and I said, "God damn." White girl, like, "What is it, baby?" That go DD. She like, "What you mean, Delaware?" No, God damn it, no. It's the Dangalang deputies. They worldwide. I said, tell them that you mixed, baby, so they won't say you all a white woman. I don't need a swirling citation in Delaware. God damn it. What was his name? Dang Deputy Taylor. That nigga was mean as fuck, roughed me up and all of that. What you doing with these white bitches? Well, black man, how many nuts have you bust with each one? And he pulled out his notebook, getting ready to write. And I'm like, are you really keeping a nut record? Yes, and I'm not going to ask you again, sir. And we can do a test if you're going to lie about it. It's 3 white women in that car, son. I need to know how many nuts you bust with each one. I said, sir, I'm just giving these fine women a ride back to their room here, sir, in town. And he just wouldn't cut me no slack, man. Rough me up, asked to smell my dick and everything. Never been so humiliated and violated in my life. Yeah, you right about them dang dips. They like the worst ones, especially in Delaware. The Dangalang deputies up in Delaware, boy, they killing niggas. You get caught swirling in Delaware, you want to, nigga. Hey y'all, which one you rather pull you over? The Dag Deps, the Wee Wee Wardens, the Shaft Sheriff, the Peanut Patrolman, or the cop captains? Now, I'm gonna tell you something right now. The cop captains, they pretty cool. They pretty cool. They'll let niggas slide because some of them be on the low swirling. That's what I found out about the cop captains. They've been compromised. You know, they found out one of the chiefs who was head of the cop captains got caught with a white woman. They've been under investigation internally ever since about how many years that's been, chat room? How long the cop captains had that internal investigation going on? Anybody remember how many years that's been going on now? I forgot. Put in the chat room for them. Yeah, I forgot the history, but yeah, they've been investigating the cop captains about 10 years now. Yeah, caught the chief with that white woman. Yeah. Make it so bad, it was the dude on MSNBC that caught his ass. The one that be catching them predators. Yeah, red-handed. Hey, you want to know why the black man can't compete with his enemy? Because the white man's scared of the black man using his mind and creating some technology that can fuck him up. And the white man ain't got nothing to worry about. Every man in the world that's any kind of fucking soldier know that your biggest threat is the nigga with the best technology. Yo, man, the man with the biggest bomb gonna win. But black men been taught that the man with the biggest dick gonna win. See, when all the other men in the world was bragging about how big they nuclear bombs was, black men was bragging about how big they dick was. You got older black men that still rather have wee-wee conversations than technology conversations. If you want to garner up a whole bunch of older black people around you, start talking about swirling. Oh, you'll get them and they feelings. But then bring up sonar technology. They'll be bored as fuck. Can't get a word out of them on the panel. Come cops and big ball bookers. Boy, y'all coming with some good ones now. We need some for the women too. Cause you know, they got a section of female, what we call, we need a V word for vagina veterans, right? Because they retired, but they made a coalition to still swear as a group of black women to if you're a black woman and you dating out, right? They got coochie cops and vagina veterans. But the vagina veterans, they just a non-profit organization that a bunch of retired coochie cops who said, look, when we get out of retirement, we're gonna join the vagina veterans. Yeah. And they go around and do little community outreach and stuff and do little free swirl checks at little checkpoints and shit at the busiest crossroads in your city and stuff, just to make sure everybody dicks and pussies stay within the statistical boundaries that the DDD set up. Yeah. Pretty good work, man. They pay pretty good too. They pay pretty good. I think they start off with an E1 around about their, what was it, y'all, again? A rookie female coochie cop. If she go in at about 19, I think they start y'all about 30,000 a year. So yeah, might want to look into that. It ain't a bad job. Yeah. But now for you brothers, the dick detectives, they took a huge pay cut. You might want to rethink becoming a cop captain, because ever since the cop captain's lieutenant got caught, they budget went hella low. I don't know if it's still any good money in it for the dudes, but a lot of guys still do it just because they like the job. You know, they like to audit, you know, the nuts or whatnot. They do it for the love of it, you know, because they don't make, the dudes don't make that much like the women. They do it for the love, man, for the they do it for the dedication. Oh shit. Hold up. Hold on. Stop. That boy good. That boy good. I ain't gonna do him like that. No. I ain't gonna do him like that. Oh, I ain't gonna tell him how much the dudes make. Oh shit. You gonna realize, yeah, they must really like that job, man. You don't pay a nigga enough. Oh, that's funny right there. They do it for the love. They do it on the muscle and on the strength. Oh shit. Oh man. The Pooh Nanny Police.
What's going on?
Hey, y'all are so sick. My chat room is y'all so silly. Hey, what's good to the panel, man? Yo, that shit is so fun. Shout out to my chat room. And y'all silly enough to go along with me that long and be typing years in there and shit. And he like, no, I think the cop captains came out in 72. Boy, y'all silly than a motherfucker. Going along with me with that shit.
The damn testifying testicles.
Oh, we need a T word for testicle now. What's a T? What testicle teachers? The motherfucking
testifying testicles.
Yeah, some shit like that. Now, what's good to y'all, man? We just, but brothers, let me ask y'all something. I know we joking, but who want to be the first one to chime in at this right here? Do you think I got a good point and narrative here that the older generation failed us? And one of the reasons they failed us is, to me, we was thinking about sets too motherfucking much, while everybody else was like getting technical and strategizing and shit.
That's a good angle, but that wouldn't be the all be all, but that's a good angle. Because if you listen to the older cats, they'll say shit like this. We was more unified than y'all. They'll look at it like we passed the ball and y'all dropped it. They'll look at it like this. Martin Luther King was like 26. Tupac was like 26. Like the younger niggas ain't doing shit. These motherfuckers was not old men on the movement they was following. So once they passed the baton to the internet era, you got us coming in kind of saving the day, but I'm an older nigga. But I know them 25 to 30-year-old motherfuckers is not doing what them old heads was doing back then. But go ahead.
I think that he's right. The old heads put us in this fucked up situation, and I'm not for the sugarcoated at all. I don't give a fuck about no MLK being 26. That motherfucker went to high schools and he brainwashed children. He was a grown-ass man, did the majority of his speeches at fucking high schools, but nobody tended to question that shit, though. Got those kids walking around with the same fucking belief system that he created. So the older individual is still at fault for brainwashing goddamn babies and got them growing up with that mentality. So these old heads, the same way when we dealing with these politicians, these motherfuckers are old, man. These are old people that got us fucked up right now. I don't give a fuck what color they is. Black, white, all the motherfuckers that got us right now fucked up are old farts, my nigga, and they need to move the fuck to the side. Point blank, period. Because when they had their chance and their opportunity, they passed down a baton and covered in shit for us. And now they want to be walking around like they high and mighty. Like we supposed to listen to them. Look what the fuck y'all left us, man. And then on top of that, you still trying to make money off of your ideology, telling us that bullshit. We don't want to hear it. Y'all need to move out the way, let the younger generation do their thing so we can take this bitch back. Because if we try to do it with the help of these people that put us in here, we're going to always stay stagnant and I fall back. Y'all go ahead.
Them motherfucking old ass niggas ain't in these young niggas' way. These young niggas ain't doing shit, period. Whether them old niggas passed the shitty baton or not, they did whatever the fuck they did, indoctrinated the people, all type of bullshit, fucked the whole system up. But did they know better? Probably not. The ones that knew better would be the ones that we know that sold out. But it was also, hold on. It was also a movement behind them sellouts that didn't know they was selling out, that was doing more than these young niggas right now. These young niggas is selling out with this fucking music. These young niggas is selling out for fucking movie roles. And at least our older generation sold out to some type of political thing.
Oh no,
we got a big chain on their neck, bro. All right, cool. Tell me if I'm wrong,
but no, what I'm gonna tell y'all is this. I think you and Dreads is starting off with a classic debate here. You coming with some pushback. I'm gonna save mine, but what I was gonna tell y'all, I'm gonna get the clock up if in a minute though. I don't think we need it right now though. But last time people were saying they liked it, right? But what y'all think in the chat room? That's all I wanted to ask. Clock or no clock in the chat room. The last one was all right though, like 2 minutes apiece and shit. But
I think me and Dreads is both absolutely right. Like I don't think it's really not a debate. It just came off like that. I think he'll get them sellout ass Malcolm X's and all them agenda.
But you know what?
But I also know that these young niggas ain't doing shit. So I think we both right. But
hey, Grand Rising, everybody. Much love, much respect. Sanchez, you already know.
Hey, much love, OG Philly.
Flat motherfucking power. You know, can I say something real quick, brother Sanchez?
Yeah, take your time. Yep.
Yeah, because you know, I consider myself an OG, and I don't consider myself like the normal because I call all that shit out. You know, and I'm with you, brother. The older generation sold us out for sexual desires and all that other shit for financial gains. And that's why I stand the way I do. Flat motherfucking power. Fuck this system. You know what I mean? I'm calling out all of that shit. Hey. So you can't say I'm cooning for the system or trying to hold on to some shit. Because I say we created enough. We can create all this shit over again and take our power back.
Well, look,
you know what I mean? So I you know, I'm for the people and I always will be for the people. And I'm definitely for the next generation because I have a 6-year-old daughter that I'm fighting for.
I want
You know
to.
what I mean? So
I want
I
to.
just want to say,
Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I got you, Zab. I want to ask the OG something and salutes to him. OG, I want to know from you because I respect you. Salutes and OG, you've been around supporting the community for a while. Not just mine. I said the community as a collective. I see you supporting everybody. You know, all the brothers. So let me put that out there. So one thing I want to say though, OG, is that I think that a lot of black men focus more on the black brothers and sisters and all that. There's this whole cut divide to where we're looking at so-called swirlers as traitors. There's this whole war going on. And my thing is a black man that serves in the military and the black people still accept him and he was willing to die for the same system that the black people said harmed them. To me, it's a big hypocrisy that you can be willing to die for the red, white, and blue. And people will say, well, that don't compromise you. But the moment you sleep with a white woman or some shit like that, that does. Get where I'm going?
yes, sir. You know, and basically, you know my stance. You know, I feel like, you know, I really don't care who people swirl with. I just want to empower my people in the next generation. You know, or the melanated people, or the black people, or all. But basically, I feel like my biggest thing is, bro, I don't care who's swirling. We got a generation that don't know who they are, that we need to fight for who we, not allowing people to tell us who we are, but us telling us who we are by doing our genealogy, by asking our grandparents our history. You know what I mean? I know my history. My family was born in Georgia. You know what I mean? But I just say, like, I could care less who a person sleep with, but what we gonna do to empower our people in the next generation? And I'll land right there.
Hey, I think that. Well, look, I'm gonna just fall back and let everybody on the clock go ahead and go. Salutes to OG real quick. Let's go. I see 7030's hand, but Zab had called for the mic a minute ago. Let's start the clock. It's no problem. We got you after Zab 7030. Thanks for joining. Go.
Okay, thanks for having me on the panel. It's my first time on here. So I got a different take on this. I've been noticing that there's a growing movement online to undermine a lot of our black leaders. And my question is, what is the end goal? Like, what is the purpose of doing it?
Okay.
Because when you look at the things that we have accomplished, I mean, there's no questions. We're doing a lot better now than we were in the past. You could check any metric and you could see this. And I also see a movement to, in a sense, undermine the system of America and to undermine our democracy. And if we do that, what are we going to replace it with? You know, I see dudes, they advocating we should go and create our own society. But the last time we did that in Roseville, what happened? You know, the white man, they came and they burned it down. So I think that the solution has to be, we don't put people in power that are racist, that want to destroy us. And anything else is just going towards the system, which is undermining the democracy where they can stay in power. You understand what I'm saying?
I got you. Of how one undermines the teachings of our elders, I think you used that word.
Yes. So when there's a lot of content creators who their content revolves around destroying the legacy of Malcolm X, destroying Marcus Garvey, you know, pretty much any black figure that we have. And I can admit, you know, they're not perfect individuals. They got flaws. And but those are our heroes, you know, like they were men, and at the end of the day, they were trying to better us. And I think that when we go with the narrative, what we're really doing is
that's
we're
2
going with the
minutes, but I'm
narrative
gonna
of
let
white
you.
supremacy.
Yeah, your clock went up, but you know what? Let's go on, man. You go ahead. You can finish out. Go ahead.
No, that's pretty much what I'm trying to say is the solution is we have to use the system in place, and we have to put the people in power that don't want to destroy us. That's the solution, because anything else we're playing into their hands. And I think a lot of us are doing this either knowingly or unknowingly, consciously or subconsciously online. And if this movement continues to grow, we're going to lose from it.
You're saying, like, if someone want to make a video challenging Garveyism or saying, look, let's show you what I think was wrong about Marcus Garvey, or someone saying, look, I suspect Marcus Garvey of being an agent, or I suspect Malcolm X, Dr. King, one of them of being an agent. Like, what do you think? Is that wrong to do? To question these
leaders? It's not wrong to do if that was the extent of it, but a lot of the intent of it is to destroy them. Is to say these people are agents, fuck them, fuck everything they stood for, they are the enemy, and then we're not even replacing it with anything. It's like we're just trying to erase the history, erase our heroes. And my question is, what is the purpose? Whose purpose are we serving if we do that?
Listen, let me show you how I look at this, right? What I see, again, I gotta compare us to other cultures because we competing, right? And what I see is that men, for example, in a lot of other cultures and shit, once the young guys rise up to power, they will straight up build on top of their forefathers. And even society will say, you know what I'm saying, how Elon Musk is like so much more, would be so much smarter than an Einstein or whatever. What I'm saying is, you know, black men compete with our elders. And really how it's supposed to go is like the elders build a foundation. Then the young boys come and build a house on top of that shit. But I think a lot of times when we go try to build a house on top of the elders' foundation, people say, man, you covering up what the elders built. You covering it up, and you got to cover up the foundation. We appreciate the elders for laying the foundation. And now we're going to build a house on top of it. Now the foundation don't get a lot of props. But guess what? That's the sacrifice of everyone else, elders, and it should be the sacrifice of ours. The house get the most props because it's the children that finished those pyramids in Egypt. That's unfortunate. We never forget the ones that laid the foundation, but I'm going to tell you something when we talk foundation. It's cracks in ours. And the young boys coming along saying, look, the elders laid a foundation that's slanted. It's like trying to play pool on a pool table that's leaning. So like we saying, in other words, our elders didn't get it right. You see what I'm saying? So if our elders were imperfect, once we start pointing out the imperfections, you can't call us coons and say that we erasing them and that we're destroying them and stuff like that, right?
Yes, I agree if that were what we were doing, but what we're doing is we're trying to erase them, do away with them, and start from scratch with no real blueprint other than a blueprint of destruction as the starting point. So what can we really build from that starting point is the question.
You can build a flat ground, but it'll let you start over again, because before all construction, there's destruction. Destruction is the first step of construction. So it's all going along by natural design. See, when a young generation rises up and say, look, we've been trying what the elders said for years and it ain't helping us, and in fact shit's getting worse for us, they begin to destroy that philosophy. And they may not know what new philosophy to come with, but what they do know is this one right here ain't getting us nowhere. So the first step is to dismantle this, which is no longer in service. And then when we get free ground to build on top, where we go from there is, hey, the sky's the limit. But at this point, our obstacle is trying something that ain't been working for years. You get what I'm saying?
But I challenge the notion that democracy isn't the best system that we humans have
I don't know
conceived of.
where you going, but I just said some real shit that I don't think you really acknowledge. But go ahead.
No, I do acknowledge. You're trying to say that it may be for the better good to just start from scratch.
Doggone right, man.
But what I'm saying is, when you look at democracy throughout all of human civilization, because I go from the standpoint that we black people been on this planet for 4 million years, and we've been advanced for 4 million years. Because when you look at the oldest bones, they're 4 million years. And in that time, we have perceived that democracy is the best system.
Let me talk to you for a minute. Let me introduce you to just, and I'm gonna give you the mic back. Right, we off the clock. But check this out. Any kind of bones that's over 150 years old is bullshit and a lie. And listen, my black brother, I want to wake you up. Ain't no such thing as 4 million year old bones. The white man lied to us like a motherfucker. Now, let me explain to you something, Zab. The bones that he said that proves that black people are first isn't of black people. It's of black chimpanzee monkey named Lucy, the oldest ones, Australopithecus, the ape woman. So you know what? That's not my ancestors. I'm not claiming that as part of my ancestor just because some pale paleontologist told me I dug it up and this your grandma. Fuck you. I know where my lineage go, and it goes right here to America where my feet is standing, to the Indians on this land. So what I'm saying is, you right there, man, you at a level where we had two different paradigms, right? See, that teaching that you just said about the lucid bones, that come from some of these old black scholars to prove how black people are first. And that's when a brother Sanchez will say, any old black teacher that's saying that we were first because of the lucid bones is an agent, a sellout, and they part of them people.
I could understand that argument, but I would respond to that by saying, all right, we don't got to go back 4 million years. We can go back to the foundation of democracy. And throughout all of what I would call recent human history, we went through different forms of government. We went through the monarchies, we went through dictatorships, every which way variations, tribalism. And out of all of those, democracy was the only one in which people were able to have a better standard of living, and we have been able to achieve what we have achieved. So if we're not replacing democracy with something better, we can't really go backwards. And since we have democracy,
let me ask you a question.
The way that we deal with it is we put people in power that, like I said, don't want to kill us, and that have the merits to be in power.
Brother,
anything else undermines that is just, I can't jive with that.
Brother, you're really in a matrix right now if you believe all of that bull crap that you just spewed. I'm going to show you why. First of all, you don't live in a democracy. I need you to know that right now. If you think that you live in a real democracy, man, it's foolish. You live in a technocracy, a theocracy, and a mobocracy. Let me say something. Did you serve in the military?
No.
I did. Hold on a second. We finna do something. So you didn't serve in the military. I served in the military. I thought I was fighting for democracy. So I saw how many veterans that the government don't even take care of. See, I don't know. See, we think we in this real democracy. This is what I need you to do before I go forward. Explain to me your definition of democracy, because I don't want to be talking over. We may have two different understandings of democracy. I need everybody to like and share the video. Define democracy in your words.
A government where the people elect the leadership.
That, and you think
So
now? Hold on, stop. Now, do you think you live in a government where the people chooses the leadership?
absolutely.
All right, so let me show you this, right? I'm gonna show you you don't. What you live in is a government where you show up to choose between a bunch of motherfuckers that was already pre-picked. You show up to elect and not select. You pride yourself in the power of election, and that ain't no power, Zab. The power is in the people who doing the selections before the elections. They took the S off of it and gave it to you. You're lacking something, Zab. Now, Zab, if I told you I selected 10 of my buddies right here, you get to elect one of them to rule over you. Is that any power that I'm giving you, Zab? I think the man who really exercised the power was the one who made the selections, not the elections. Please tell me you understand what I'm telling you.
I do understand what you're telling me, and I agree with everything that you just said.
But
what I'm saying is, how do you fix that system?
Guess what? You don't. No. I'm gonna answer you. You don't fix it. You blow it up with a fucking hand grenade. You shit on it, piss on it, and dismantle it, and say we don't want it no more. It's a compromise system. Who fixes a compromise system? A system that's designed to be compromised so it can be swayed for those who regulating it.
But again, it's not the system. The designs of the system is without flaw. Now, if you put individuals in power, because if I'm a man and I have knowledge, I choose to vote for this individual that
your vote don't matter. Your vote don't matter though.
The burden is on me.
No, there ain't no burden, bro. Listen, your power to vote for somebody is useless. It ain't no power. What I'm telling you is this. If I got 10 dudes and they all gonna serve my agenda, and I tell you to choose out of them 10 dudes, one of them to serve your agenda, you will never be able to pick the right one. Because all 10 of them at the end of the day work for me and gonna serve my agenda. You got the illusion of inclusion, and that's my fucking people's problem. The illusion of inclusion is stupid. Let me tell you something, man. Can't nobody listen. If these folks really wanted you to have some power, they'll say, okay, choose any American to be your goddamn president. No, you're gonna choose the ones that is all a money thing. Only rich people can run. Why you think Trump won? So the poor people cut out of it right off back. You never have a fucking president that's in a certain tax bracket. And right there, that means you will never have a president that really embody the problems of America. Think about that. And think about if a motherfucker on Skid Row was to become president tomorrow. I know y'all laughing, but I guarantee you that shit'll be equal. Yo, I'm telling you, man, I worked around homeless folks and they don't have shit and they share every little bit they got. You got rich folks that won't give your ass $10. It's homeless folks that'll have $1 and give your ass 50 cents. I've seen it all the time. Check this out, man. If the rich people are the only ones in power, we'll never have a person in power that can relate to the people at the bottom who need to be related to the most.
I agree with everything that you just said, but my question would be, why would we, the people, choose to put the rich people in power or the person in Skid Row in power? Why would we misuse the system that we have, which is what you pretty much just explained is going on?
No, I didn't explain the misuse of a system. I explain how the system is just straight up using your ass. So it ain't that we misusing the system, it's that the system misusing you, brother. And the system convince you that when it misuses you, that the reason you can't manifest your wishes is because you're misusing it. It's like this, Zap. It's a think of a snack machine. You know them snack machines with the gummy bears, honey buns. You pick a number, it fall out. Now, let's say you got a man who own a vending machine. He know that it's broke, and sometime it takes some people money, but it don't give them their snack. Ain't too many people really complaining though. But since it ain't too many people really complaining, he's making an extra $700 a month just because he keeping some of them snacks and people basically putting the money in it, getting nothing. Now, he's not gonna be quick to fix that machine if ain't nobody complaining. He gonna let it be broke. Why? Because that broke machine making him more money. And guess what? He can convince the people by not fixing it that they're actually misusing the machine. And you know how the people think that they're misusing the machine? When they put their money in it and they shit don't come out, they bang on it and beat on it. That's the people marching to the White House. And they think we ain't yelling loud enough. So the man keep on banging on that machine. I ain't beating it hard enough. It's rigged up for your shit not to drop out every 10 purchases. Somebody gonna lose their money. The vendor man did it on purpose. Why would he want to fix the machine when he making more money with a broke machine and people ain't complaining about the machine that much because they think they're misusing the machine, but the machine owner misusing them.
So I like that analogy. So you could look at democracy as that vending machine, and each lever in the vending machine is an individual that we put in power. So each screw, each lever is a different individual that was voted in there. And of course, if they are benefiting from how the vending machine is, they're going to do everything in their power to keep the vending machine in that state. But the solution still is to make sure that you put the right pieces in that vending machine so that it can operate right. Because at the end of the day, the alternative to that is to have one individual, like they do in North Korea, having all the say so. So no matter how you slice it, the solution is to put the individuals in power in each pieces of lever, each tool in that vending machine so that the vending machine could run properly. You don't blow up the vending machine, then build a whole new one. No, you go to the vending machine that you have, you put new parts, you put new tools in place. The same way that I'm advocating.
Stop a minute, brother. Stop a minute, brother. Stop a minute, brother. Stop a minute, brother. You just embarrassed the hell out of yourself. I ain't gonna even cap, bro. I respect you, Zab, and I'm loving this little debate, but I'm gonna be honest, bro. You should have just been like, oh man, I was right on that. Guess you embarrassed yourself. I'm gonna show you why. You keep talking about fix the vending machine when the whole point of my analogy is that the vending machine owner would never fucking fix the machine if he's making more money with a broke machine. That went over your head like a halo. It went over your head like a
no, it didn't go over my head because the designs of the vending machine are still there.
Brother. You missing the whole point. Because you're not saying that. I'm gonna show you why you missing the whole point, brother. Wait a minute. You cutting in too prematurely. You're missing the whole point, and you acting like you not from the streets, bro. Because you're not seeing where the game is being ran on your ass. At that point, I'm ready to beat up the damn vending machine owner. You want to fix the nigga machine for him when he know it's broke and he was cheating your grandma out of money. Once I find that out, fuck him, his machine. I'm flipping the machine over, fucking him up, nigga. And you talking about, no, let's just fix his machine for him.
Owns the vending machine?
Let's see, you still, I just see the royal families do, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, all of them. I'm gonna mute up and let you got any more questions? I want you to ask your questions. Like it's going, the scenario going over your head. It's going over your head like the sun and the moon. Going over your head.
Get it. I get it. I get what you're saying.
It's going over your head.
What you're saying
like
is
the crown shop.
The people who own America, the bankers, the whatever you want to call it, reptilians, aliens.
I ain't say none of that. Let me tell you what I said though. I said you missed that analogy. I don't know where you going, but I need to let some more people who understand my vending machine analogy talk. Because we don't think you understand it. I don't think you understand it, Zab. So we're going to break it down some more for you real quick.
No, I do understand.
No. You can't tell me you do. It's my, it's my analogy, and I know you don't. It went over your head like the crown chakra. Go ahead, Bobby.
No,
hold on, brother.
Zab, you got to listen to what he's saying.
Hey, you ain't question everything. I want to know who understand it, and because he don't see the game that's being ran on him. But
basically,
and maybe I'm talking too.
Simplest way. Go ahead, Sanchez. Simplest way you can put this was Sanchez is saying, brother, if I own a machine and I profit more off of not fixing the machine, why would I ever fix it? Just deal with that question.
I understand that, but my question is just for clarity.
You can't answer no question with a question. Answer that question.
Hold on, Bobby. Let him say it because I want to respond to it.
Yeah, just listen to what I'm saying, Zab. Hold on, Zab. You ain't gonna argue. Zab, I own the machine.
The answer is in the question, brother.
Wait, I'm saying, I just want to make sure I'm saying the same question so you don't use no extra words. I own the machine. I make more money not fixing the machine than fixing it. So why would I ever fix it? Can you answer that?
You wouldn't fix it if you're the owner. I agree with that.
Okay, so this is what we stand about America and the voting system. Why would you disagree?
Because I would have to ask the question, who owns America? And if the system of the vending machine is broken,
the banking system owns America.
You could either build a new vending machine with the same.
Don't deal with that. I want to answer your first question. The banking system owns America, so let's deal from that point.
You would have to prove to me that the banking system owns America, because I disagree with that.
So who you think owns America? Let me ask you again. Fuck the banking system. Let's go from your understanding. Wait, stop, Zab. Let's just go from your.
The fact is nobody owns America.
Zab, you talking? Zab, let's say people run America. Whoever in charge of the voting system, they fucking it up. That's what we saying. So
nobody is in charge of the voting system. Nobody owns America.
Man.
Hey, I'm done with dude, man.
Yo, bro, you telling me that the corporations don't own America? Go ahead, question everything. You got it. Question everything.
I'm good. We be giving too much energy to niggas like this that can't understand like simple analogies and being this.
They just, you know what it be, Bobby?
Disingenuous with the research.
You know what it be? A lot of our men don't want to admit when they just wrong. And he said,
I just said that, Sanchez. I just said that in the chat. Like, why we can't just be genuine with the research? Why you just can't say, Sanchez, that's a good point. I'm gonna have to do some research into seeing who owns America. You steadily arguing the point, but you come with your own point to make sense.
I do understand the analogy, so that's disingenuous. I just disagree with the conclusion.
Okay, wait, Zab. You can't disagree with a conclusion in a scenario and analogy. What I'm telling you is this. If the vending machine owner And it don't matter who that is. You do know that you asking me who that is gonna let us know you don't get the analogy. Cause ain't nobody in a right mind gonna be concerned with who. They're gonna the first shit on their mind gonna be why. Why the fuck did this nigga didn't fix it if he knew it was broke? And they gonna answer that and they gonna say, cause he trying to get over on us. Now we can find out the who so we can fuck him up, not fix his machine that he knew was broke, that he was getting over on with us in the first place. So whenever you go to talking like that, we know you'll get ganged up in the hood, bro. You wet behind the ears. Some niggas will run some shit on you real quick and have everything you got, man. You don't see the game being ran.
Niggas be like, hey, come over here, check it out. Dude, stop. No, well, what I would do is in the hood, I'm gonna find out
check it out, cuz, right around.
you already know. I wanna talk to your boss. That's how I do it. I wanna see who's in charge. So I gotta identify who these individuals are.
You wanna talk to the boss? Come check it out, cuz.
That's what I wanna do. I'm the boss. I know the boss better up.
I know the boss, cuz. Come on, come check him out with me. I'm right around here. He right back there. Come check it out, cuz. Come check it out. I'm finna show him to you right now.
Right.
Meet every boss in existence.
So I mean, when it comes to this government and the system that's ran on the people, everybody that's saying we can fix it some kind of way is, to me, the problem. I ain't gonna, and I know this sound wrong what I'm about to say. To me, those people are in the way of our children winning, man. Cause I'm gonna tell you why, bro. Everybody know that the system of America is built against the fucking 95% and built to uphold the 5% elite. We know that. We know that the system,
I agree with that.
Yeah, the system we in ain't never meant to benefit a motherfucker in the hood on Skid Row or nothing like that. We think the system is broken when it's literally designed to keep you at the bottom. And you think you gotta fix it, man, because that's the reason I'm at the bottom. These white people don't know that their system is broken right there, white man, but yet they got Boeing airplanes, rockets, nano cells, but you don't think they know that this shit broke. The white man, the white man got a CERN Hadron Collider. The white man said he can fix the goddamn sky, but you don't think he know this system broke and need to be fixed. Hey, white man, did you forget it's fixed right here and it ain't helping me out? Oh yeah, you right, it is all broken. Maybe your child will be the one to fix it while he keep building planes and rockets and all that. You play into that lie you want to. He know that shit broke, could have been fixed it. And it's people like you why they don't fix it, because we keep acting like they don't know it need to be fixed. We need to start saying, look, we know y'all broke that shit on purpose. Instead of saying, well, hold up, I think with a little bit of cement glue and a little bit of Elmer's glue, we can fix this thing back up. And we can, man, that's what's in the way. That ain't nothing to play with.
So my question is, if we blow up this system, what do we replace it with?
You know what I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you what he asking me. Now picture all these slaves in a cornfield, right? And brother Sanchez telling them, "Look, y'all, we outnumber Massa. All we got to do is go up there and blow the fucking house up while Massa and his family in there, and we'll own this motherfucking plantation." Now, guess what all them slaves gonna come around me and say? Boy, don't you never say nothing like that again. If you blow up Massa, who gonna feed us? If you blow up Massa's house, how we gonna survive? If you blow up Massa's house, who's gonna give us good cooking? Boy, don't you ever say nothing out your mouth about Massa. Who gonna replace Massa? No. I got to get my Beyonce on, because we know that Massa irreplaceable, according to you. Irreplaceable. You know Master is irreplaceable. Irreplaceable. You know, Master is my everything. He gave me a wedding ring, nothing at all but you. I'ma keep picking on this cotton field, and if we get rid of fucking Master out of here, yeah. Master irreplaceable. Who gonna replace? If you get rid of this system, boy, who gonna enslave us? Who gonna put cuffs on your wrist then? Who gonna put that knee on your back if you get rid of Master? Boy, you better not get rid of Master. Who gonna oppress you without Master? Who else gonna do it? Who gonna keep you down? Man, you better, hey, let me pass the mic. This is crazy.
Sanchez, the democracy communism debate has been going on for the past, maybe 200 years, 100 years, and at the end of the day, right, we could look and we could see what happens because these things have happened before. There's countries where they got rid of Massa and they said we the people, we gonna control our own fate.
Wow.
We can look and identify these places, right? And I'm saying is, no, whenever you do that,
we need Massa, right?
No, we need to put the people in power that don't want to kill us.
Hey, please stop. Okay, all right, I can't hold it. I can't hold it, bro. Stop with the we need to put people in power. G, you a grown ass man. You got your own family and your own household
and your own power.
Stop having a nigga lead you like he need to put a leash around your goddamn neck.
Shout out everybody.
I'm finna give everybody peace and love. Look, we gonna get the mic off, the time clock up, because I want to hear from everybody. This shit's getting good. Let me say something real quick before I get y'all on the mic, though. See, the brother tripping, man, because the brother, and I'm gonna be brief, I ain't gonna even take 2 minutes, right? He just said, and I'm losing my fucking train of thought. This brother just said, God damn it, in countries where they got rid of Massa, basically shit went, we see what happened there, but he didn't name none. Now he said, I asked him, I said, so we need Massa. He said, no, we need people in power. Well, a master is a person in power over you. He just gave you another synonym. He should have just been like, yeah, man, we need Massa. He ain't like the word massa. So he said, no, we just need people in power over us. And a person talking like that, I'm going to tell you something. A person talking like that is your motherfucking enemy. I'm going to tell you why a person talking like that is your enemy. Because if you don't want nobody in power over you and you got sheep telling you we need a shepherd, if you got a motherfucker that's in the same situation you in telling the powers that be, we need y'all. That's why the people still got them, man. Ain't enough of us saying, no, we don't need these snakes ruling over us, taking the wealth out of our fucking children, and usurping us from our lands and native tongues and all that. When you needed that. Y'all go ahead.
Well, I will identify the countries: Russia, North Korea, Venezuela. And I'm not saying that we are powerless in this system, because we do have a power. We have a power to elect people that will.
Okay, could you stop saying that? Could you stop saying that?
That's the power we have. So if you want to elect a motherfucker that's going to rob you with a different argument. If you want to elect a person that's going to rob you, that's on you.
I think, y'all. I think at this point, phone them ain't getting it, so we just
ain't getting it, y'all. Quality. I want to ask
we just need to let bro ass have this and just move on to something else.
Yeah, let him have it, but I want him to have it. Hey, Zach.
Hey, bro. Yeah,
now you choose. I got you. I just want to ask this. Go ahead. I'm gonna ask.
I got the clock ready, y'all. 2 minutes apiece for the next person on the mic. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to ask a quick question. Can you choose your person who you want to elect? Like, instead of us having to select, like when I get a Mortal Kombat game, right? I can only play with the characters that they already pre-selected. I can't choose like to play with Superman, right? But I want Superman. Why then in this system do I have to choose between Biden and Trump? Why can't I say, look, I want Zab to be the president?
You can actually.
Well,
That's
to
where the
answer your
write-in comes
question,
in. Actually,
no,
if
no,
you
no,
go back
to
to
answer your question in
2016.
the most simple way, you
Hold on,
can't.
hold on.
You could vote for me. There's no law or rule against it. That's to answer your question.
Hey, if you know that much, then you should know that the government that you're saying that we need a leader for is actually set up to govern us until we can govern ourselves. And the reason the technocracy is shitting themselves is because we are well beyond the ability to govern ourselves. So
Called a minority system.
Yeah, like I said,
really, we
not you
need
white
people.
boys
Hold on,
the
hold on. We
vested
need people
interest
for
in the
president.
destruction of the system. So
No. See, you go off
because
on
you
your
like
own.
you
At this time, we got to mandate the clock with no exceptions.
like
So
kicking niggas out of their democracy.
hold up, Zab. I got you, Zab. Zab, at this time, trust me, it's finna get good. Now every man gonna get 2 minutes apiece. Alik and Zab got a one-on-one going. Between you and Alik, who want the 2 minutes first?
I'll let him get it. Go ahead, Malik.
All right. You got it, Alik.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So basically, like I said, if you know that much about the government to know that you can do a write-in, that like if you go back to 2016, it's the only time you'll ever know that I was made national news because I was the only person who wrote in the guy Ron Paul. So whenever it went in and said, and one write-in, Ron Paul out of Idaho, that was me. Okay. So you can write in someone who's not on the president-elect list. But the problem is you got to have like a fight club going on, like where you don't talk about fight club type thing going on. That way everybody knows who they're going to vote for when that time comes and they're going to write that person in. Otherwise, the system's flawed and set up to distract you from getting that one person.
Hey, Amici, if we
And it's rich that you chose to. It's rich that you chose to write in an individual whose whole philosophy revolves around dismantling and destroying the government. The libertarian philosophy is no different than anarchy, where there is no government and we just pretty much do whatever the hell we want. And as long as I uphold my individual liberty, so be it. So no, the solution isn't destroying the system. The solution is you elect individuals, like I said, that don't want to kill you, have the nerve to do the job properly. Anything else is you're serving the purpose of.
I gotta ask you that.
I got you.
Do you know that the United States government is set up to govern you until you can govern yourself? You keep going on.
Hold on. Let me ask him something.
so just ask them about the
hold up, y'all. Respect the one-on-one system. I'm just interjecting as to clock. I don't want it to get too chaotic. I gotta ask him something that's important, man. I don't want it to get away. He said, put somebody in power that don't want to kill you. I don't know if he noticed, but that's nobody, bro. That would be nobody, sir. Every fucking body that's in power that you're gonna be elected in power today, all have the New World Order agenda in mind, which is depopulation. He act like he don't know about the depopulation agenda that the government admitted to, that we need to get rid of the useless eaters, depopulate. So, brother, you're gonna be part of that number that they said they need to get rid of. Why are you vouching for this shit? Like, you're not in the club of the. You're gonna be depopulated with the rest of us, bro. Like, that's why I don't get that. You tell me, I put somebody in power that don't want to kill you.
New World Order is my question.
Huh? Yeah, we get.
Why would you vote for an individual that's part of the New World Order that wants to be popular?
Let me tell you
That's my
something.
question.
Everybody,
Hey, listen, bro. Hey,
let
listen,
me
bro.
answer.
Hey, listen,
I'm
bro.
gonna answer. I
It's
can
not
answer.
saying vote for anybody, bro. You're the only one saying to implicate somebody else in power, and we got enough power to run this shit ourselves. I don't get why you ain't getting this.
Hold on, one. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the clock.
I'm gonna say this. That power lies in our democracy. That's where the power comes from.
The power don't come from no fucking democracy. Even the fucking democracy told you the power come from the people. This why the people don't got no power. Dumb ass talk like that is why the people don't got no power. That's stupid damn talk. Man, you're fucking dude. I hate to say it, But your way of thinking is a threat, so much a threat that I hope is not a lot of people out there thinking like this. Unfortunately, it is. I ain't gonna lie, man. This shit's sad. This man don't know that he got the power.
There is a lot of people that think like that, man. And unfortunately, that's the sad part on a great level, because this is generationally so. This is like not only the people who set us up for failure prior generation ahead, but if he think like that, he's just like one in however many thousands of people is in his general area versus million, You know how ratios and stuff
right on.
So man, it just adds up, man. And
here go the problem, though, Elite. And I gotta get back to the clock, man. The problem is we don't know. Power has always come from the people. Governments don't create power, because guess what? You can't fucking create power. Any fucking child that studies science know that shit. Zab. Can't create no damn power. Power is you. Power is me. Power has always been in the people, man. Zab. So let me show you what a government is, Zab. A government is a system to govern the power that the people already possess. The government ain't create no power. These just a group of people that say, hey, if you hire us, we can manage y'all power. The government said, look, we got a system that'll manage y'all power perfectly. Leave us to the managerial services, government, managing the mind of humans so that they can feel free to just fuck off and don't have to use their mind. Literally what it is. Everything we rely on a government to do is shit that man don't want to do, right? Dig ditching systems, plan motherfucking battle strategies, massive agriculture. The average black man don't want to dig no piping systems and build a highway system throughout the whole country. Nigga just want to get fly, look good every day, and leave that shit up to the government, man, and them big old machines. So the less man wanted to do, the more man gave those responsibilities to government and technology and machines. And now look what's ruling over us: robots, computers, and evil ass governments. And Zab can't see that. And it's a tragedy. But I'm gonna keep it moving.
Here's my question.
He don't know. Wait a minute, Zach. Earlier, right before you said that Ron Paul was a libertarian. He's not. He left the Republican Party because he got tired of the neocons who were corrupting the Republican name for the big businesses and the corporations. So if you take this, if you have time, you read this book right here. It tells you how we need to operate. Basically, it tells us how to have a revolution through love, because we've evolved. And we don't need to march. All we have to do is sit down. That's it.
Yeah, who made that? I want to get that book.
Ron Paul is a libertarian.
He's not. No, he's not. That right there shows you're uninformed. That right there shows you're not informed enough to have.
Let me ask you a question. Yeah, just answer this simple question. Yep. Yeah. Now I'll let you do that. But let me ask you a simple question. If you eliminate our ability to elect our leaders, what are we left with?
Ourselves, man. We elect the people for power. The people.
Ourselves. What the fuck, Zab? It's called a collective consciousness at that point. Listen, the government's only to govern.
Hey, you put people for president on that motherfucking list, and you see how many people don't vote for the people for president. Mm-hmm.
Right, bro.
All right, so we understand human nature, right?
Let's like, come on, man. It's gonna be 50 years from now. Like, why are we talking about the president?
Let's say we can go to a parallel universe.
Stop with the parallel universe shit. Let me hold up. Wait. No. We finna get the clock going, and we ain't got to go to a parallel universe. Anytime a nigga got the with a real topic like this, you're losing. Now, Zab, unmute, and let's talk about we understanding human behavior. I think you cut yourself off. Start there. Fuck the parallel universe. I like that where you was going, Zab, about the human nature. Go ahead, Zab. What you was gonna say out there? You cut yourself. Yeah, do that.
Where I'm going with, when you understand human nature, we know that there's people out there that will do wrong, that will take advantage of people, that will bully people. So if we have a system where there is no government, we're all governing ourselves, what's to stop me, who's bigger and stronger, going in your shit and taking everything you got? Then leaving. Like how a period of like how a period of human history was. What's to stop me from doing that? If there's
the majority is what stops you, Zab. The majority is what stops you, Zab. Slow down. Slow down.
Individuals,
slow down. Is it in the United States? Are there more people walking around free or more people in jail?
Well, that's a stupid question, bro.
Yeah, but see, I ain't called none of those stupid the whole night.
How many people are in jail?
It don't matter. I'm asking you a specific number. No, I'm not asking you a specific number, and you can't do that. All I'm asking is more people free or locked up.
If you is mentally you think that you're a president, then you have the right to
hey, Sanchez, I'll let him. Tell him to answer the question.
Watch this. Let me moderate this. Right? Listen. First off, Bobby and Zab gonna have a spar. What's the brother? Common Cool, you'll be next, and then we're gonna go to the hands, right? But look, we need we need the clock going. But in order to get the clock going, you gotta answer his question real quick first, Zab.
Now I don't know the exact number of how many people that's incarcerated.
The exact number don't matter. Using your common sense knowledge. Do you believe that the majority of America is locked up or free?
Well, I'm free. I'm mentally free.
Oh my God!
See, that's what I was hoping to say. Yeah, Bobby, I got you, Bob. I had to mute him real quick. You can unmute Zab. At this time, this is what we're gonna do. Bobby, I'm gonna give you the 2 minutes to start it off because he gonna play with your question, bro. So just go on, go with your.
Okay, let's do this. In America, anybody with common sense knows that the majority of Americans are free, not locked up. If you add up all the prisoners in America, it's not a bigger number than the amount of people that's walking around free. So you know what that's telling me? The average person is making a conscious decision not to be a criminal and some fucked up person that'll go take your shit. So if the average person can make a conscious decision not to do nothing fucked up, and a minority is the people that's doing fucked up shit, and we even in jail, we know that everybody in jail ain't motherfucking guilty. Even them niggas got a division of themselves that's innocent. Then we could say that if you want to be the big strong nigga that's coming to people's house, the majority of people have disagreed with that way of life. So we all gonna get together and jump your big ass to prevent niggas like you from coming in niggas' houses.
That part right there, the piggyback on what you're saying, Bobby, is called collective consciousness. And when you get that in a fucking group, then you can govern it from that perspective, bro.
Thank you.
That's what you're trying to answer to your question.
But guess what? The collective consciousness has already been proven here because the majority of people not locked up. If we were some type of crazy, fucked up criminals, it'd be way more jail because way more people will be making the decision, well, fuck it, I could just go bash motherfucking Sanchez head over politicking with him because, nigga, I just want his shit. So fuck us building get our bash his shit over because it don't make sense.
Facts.
So why okay, well that works for if you're dealing with an individual. Now how do you deal with a larger entity like a corporation that is robbing you? Can you bash the corporation over the head and stop it collectively?
Yeah. No, it's called doing what they do right now. They sit down, these different big.
Hold on a second.
I got him Common Cool because he's talking to me.
Yeah, hold on a
second.
Common Cool. I'm gonna give Bobby. Hold on. This is what we're gonna do because I see how they debate. Common Cool. We're gonna give Bobby and Zab an extra 2 minutes to go back and forth, and then after that, Common Cool, you can get your own 2 minutes on the clock so they can go on conclude.
Hey, roger that.
Okay, yeah, so they can go and conclude. Go ahead, y'all.
Yes, sir. And I'm real quick. How do you bash the corporation over the head if the corporation is oppressing you as a collective? That's a paradox in itself, because you will have to be engaged with the corporation in order for them to have any type of authority over you to do the bash. So the minute that you disengage from the corporation, meaning don't accept their contracts or nothing, we collectively with ourselves, because the farming industry is a corporation. But if me and Alicia agree to grow fruit in our backyard, we could trade our motherfucking fruits and vegetables with each other. And we don't give a fuck what the big corporation doing, bashing on fruits and vegetables, because we done already came to an agreement. We'll deal with each other. We ain't got to deal with the big corporation. That's how you kill that small business. Ain't that what Walmart did? Killed all the moms and pops. You got to go back to the micro level. You got to go back to Sanchez make shovels and I make water hoses, and stop letting the motherfucking corporation pull all your shit under one umbrella and subjugate you.
Zab,
I get it. So just to summarize what you said, you want to deconstruct the system. I get it. But here's I don't think that you understand all of the intricacies that goes into society and governance. You're trying to simplify it. No, but it's very complex. Each and every fabric of our system is held together by the rule of law. And in order to have a rule of law, you need a governing body to enact and enforce the laws. And in order for it to work, you need to people need to be in that position to where they are able to enforce the laws. Now the question is, if you take away the ability to vote for the individuals that enforce the laws, then what are we left with? Now, I can understand if you want to live in a system where we're all living on our own island, we all govern ourselves, yeah, that'll be fine, but that isn't reality. And I live in reality. So since I live in reality, I'm going to go with the best system. And the best system is I want to have the ability to elect the people that is going to be enforcing the system in place.
Your point, you beat off the head.
I promise you, I gave y'all the 2 minutes. Listen, I'm finna let Common Cool get you now. He said but let me just deal with the reality line and I'll give Common Cool the floor. This ain't gonna take long. He said he deal with reality. And he really think another man ruling over him is some real shit. My bad. Go ahead, Common Cool. This is sad. Go ahead.
Don't frame it in that
way. Brother. No, that ain't reality, bro. That's slavery. Go ahead, Common Cool. To a real man, that's slavery. Right there. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Reality is that this game right here that you talking about, trying to elect something different, it ain't gonna never work for us anyway. This IE is called this whole Black Power shit or Black Lives Matter. That ain't went nowhere. It ain't done nothing, and it's gonna do nothing because it's a political game that they created for it to be like this, bro. So it's either way you put it, regardless of reality or not. The only way it's gonna happen is through a collective consciousness, and as far as self-government, like again, government is to govern the mindset. And that's the only reason why they feel like they're imperative. It's people like you who give them that power to think that. But it's all a cloak. And once you get that shit out your head and understand that you got enough power to generate a universe for yourself, when you get that and enough other people to come around, the shit that you're talking about becomes irrelevant. Like the fact that somebody gonna come around and bully your shit or take your shit or what you're supposed to do because you don't have a policeman or you don't have this or you don't have that. Bro, shit like that wouldn't happen when you got a collective conscience floating around you consistently. You got to take into equation whether you think you live in reality or not. That is, we live in vibrations and frequencies. And if a vibration and frequency does or doesn't match compared on what you emulate, and then it ain't going to work that way, bro. Like you got to. I'm talking about science reality. You're talking about this fathomed reality. I'm talking two different realities, G.
So if you want to get rocked to sleep by the white supremacists who want to kill you and get you to dismantle the protection that you have, then go for it. If you want to destroy the government so they can go and kill you, then it's not going to work.
You can't say the word white supremacists if you don't understand that white supremacy is a broken system that you can't fix, but you want to try to fix it. You sound hypocritical. You can't even use terms like white supremacy if you don't know that the system you in is a system that's based on a couple of elite folks being supreme over you. And if you think that because these few people are so supreme over you is a flaw in the system, you shouldn't even call it white supremacy. You should call it broken system supremacy. And that once we fix this broken system, won't nobody be supreme no more. All people will be equal. But if once you say white supremacy, you agreeing it ain't broken. This shit is rigged by racism. Which one is it, bro?
Now again, if you want to get rocked to sleep and let them tell you that it doesn't exist and allow the fox in a hen house, no matter of fact, to destroy the hen house and then let the fox in, then I don't know what to tell you. But I see what's going on. I understand the dynamics of it. I understand they want to destroy the system because they want to come in and pull another Rosewood, but it's not going to happen. You're not going to destroy nothing.
It's not going to happen. You're not destroying no system, bro. You ain't hearing me, dog. You're not destroying the system, bro. Ain't no re-electing nobody you think is better. It ain't no destroying it. It ain't no turning. You're not getting it, bro. You're not getting it. I really don't understand why you don't see that, man.
Over his head, over his head, like the crowd soccer.
Are ruling over us. We are the hen house. The fox you are protecting, sir. The foxes are just slowly just selecting the hens to kill off, and the hens are voting for the foxes. Does that analogy work?
Anybody in the chat talking about they would zab on any points you and
if you voted for the fox, then shame on you.
Zab is talking about listen, Zab whole argument is about fixing the system. If you going with that shit, you lost already, because that's saying you're naive and you're in the South we call it you're a fucking guppy. And them the niggas who can be gamed by women. Conniving niggas can game you up real quick because you think you can fix a hoe. The hoe ain't lying to you and cheating on you because she need to be fixed. That's part of her thing. And that's the same dude that think I can fix this system. It keep failing me. It got me at the bottom. It's doing all this fuck shit to me, but I know it with a little bit more glue. Give me that.
Somebody ask him what the electoral college has.
No, I don't think I could fix the whole. I don't think I could fix people, but I know I could choose what
brother. If you don't think you can, if you listen, hold on, wait. Why would you? But hold on, bro. But hold on.
You coming from the point of view that's your vote.
A Common, Cool, and Bobby, I gave y'all 2 minutes each. I'm just interjecting with them a little before I go to the next thing, right? So hold on a second. What I need to let him know is this right here. When I call this system a hoe, even the Bible said it, Babylon the great whore, because this system that American using come from Egypt, fiat government, which is why the pyramid on your dollar. If the peasants in Egypt thought that they can fix their situation and ever become rich like a pharaoh, it was always hope for the rich people. Because the peasants felt like, you know what, the reason we at the bottom, because Pharaoh don't know that these things are wrong with his system. I got a whole list that I'm going to run by Pharaoh tomorrow. And I'm like, that's hilarious. Like the peasants would have been fixed their fucking system. When the peasants found out what I found out, the whole shit failed and crumbled apart. And you know what? When nobody's saying, if we tear this shit up, what's going to happen? When Greece went on a revolution and uproar with their government and the people became sovereign, yeah, they had to show these folks, we don't give a fuck. We see what you're doing. That's what happened to all these great kingdoms like Egypt, Rome, Babylon, inflation. The people saw the fiat government, the scams of the fiat and rose up on them. And it was always some among those people that was saying, you know what, just let them goddamn keep fucking us over, man. It's okay. I'd rather let them rule over us and fuck us over than us have to rule over ourselves. That's sad. I'd rather them rule over us and fuck us over than us to have to rule over ourselves. Let's go to the next 70-30. Your hand been raised a while. You ready for the mic or not? You got it. 2 minutes. I got the clock. Right?
I'm ready. I'm ready for it. So you said that the OGs and the elders, right? You said they was making love, like the black men. They were love making men. Yeah. Am I correct on that?
Another term they use is baby booming. Baby booming.
Okay, bam. And then you said the other races of men, they were making their men into soldiers.
You got damn right, and I got proof on that coming from the military as an infantryman.
Okay, so my ancestors and my OGs, but I would say my ancestors was love makers, and I'm an ascendant of those ancestors. And I take it quite offensive or disrespectful, but I could be wrong. I always stand to be corrected. So, so my question is to you, right? Should we be making children that is making weapons and bombs to kill each other, or should we be making children that's making love and making babies with each other?
Let me answer your question. We should be making children that's making weapons and bombs to protect their children.
Okay, so now this, right? I already know on this planet, you feel me? It's righteous people and it's evil people. You know what I'm saying? It's always a dynamic, like even like people who eat animals and people who don't, right? So now, when we deal with morals, right, we already know on this planet, we're going to have individuals who's going to do fucked up shit, right?
Yeah.
But we also going to have individuals on the planet that's not. And I think that the people who, the baby boomers who were showing love, they was putting the imprint in the universe as a way
fuck
of
all
how
that.
it's really supposed to be.
Fuck all that. I'm going to tell you why I say fuck all that kumbaya shit. Because it ain't got us nowhere. And if you look at what it's lean to, is lean the young niggas on demon time that's losing love now because they ain't got resources. It's called balance. You want to make love in the projects. You want to raise families in Skid Row project hood infested conditions. And so in these congested environments, there's gang warfare. Yeah, ain't no lack of love. Niggas got more love than every other race. But the paradox is we got more hate too. For who? The same people we got the love for, ourselves. We don't understand this paradox that's being used against us. When I talk about love will make you crazy. How you think these boys get on demon time? The love they didn't get from their parents, guess where they got the love from? The gang. We all seeking love. That's the foundation of happiness, which what we're in pursuit of. So my thing is this. It's a fine line between love and hate, a thin line. Because the brutalities and gang violence we see in the communities ain't just results of hate. It's results of love. That gang killed one of my homeboys who I love. And since I love my homeboy, I hate them. And I'm going to forever hate them. You know why? Because I'm going to forever love my homeboy. And so the more of my homies they kill and the more of they homies we kill, there's this love-hate dynamic that got black folks in a perpetual phase of self-destruction. And we can't see that as a collective, thinking emotionally and traditionally.
Okay, now when you had brought up the love, it was, I took it as love making, like making children, right?
Yeah. See, hold up. It's a fine line between making children and making demons. But go ahead.
Okay. So when we deal with reincarnation, because on your last panel you was like, man, I don't want to fucking come back to this planet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So say like people who did heinous crimes or whatever, right? But they don't want to come back to this planet. But shouldn't that be like a punishment for those individuals, right? Who you are calling demons, right? Shouldn't their punishment be reincarnation in the people who didn't participate in those demon activities? Because I don't like demons.
Okay, so
I don't want to make a bomb and blow somebody up, and I want to go to war. I want to be on this planet to make love and then extend to somewhere else.
Let me explain something to you. What I'm finding out on this earth, 50% of what we do on this earth is what we want to do. And the other 50% is what we have to do. Some people ain't got it that good. 75% is what they have to do. Only 25% what they want to do. Some people got it even worse. 100% of everything they doing in life is shit they got to do every day for survival. They ain't got time to do shit they just want to do. Their whole decision is grind based. Man, I got to do this.
Okay, then my last thing is this, right? We all go to work. We go to war. We teachers, we doctors, we lawyers, at the end of the day. But when everybody go home, right, and lay down in that bed, that, that hormone signal kicks in, right? So like when we say something like making babies, right? Haven't we been doing that since the beginning of time? And then my last question is this: is it a decline on baby making?
Let me tell you something. There's a decline on baby making, but it ain't a decline on human making. Let me explain that to you. We still creating babies and fucking and making other human beings, but the quality of the human beings we creating is so diluted that even when these human beings manifest into themselves, they say we on demon time. We have noticed as black people, each generation get more and more corrupted. When Crips and Blood first started in LA, everybody thought it couldn't get no worse. Now you got demon time and the young boys today where they fucking rapping about smoking on the people they killed. It's getting more and more evil and wicked every generation. Even the niggas who we grew up thinking was the best gangsters and evil niggas wouldn't even rap about the dead that they killed. These little niggas so wicked today, y'all, it's a whole nother level of evil. Can you imagine it getting more evil than them?
Oh, I'm done with my 2 minutes panel. Thanks for that answering them questions, bro, Sanchez.
Let me pass this thing around. I appreciate the whole panel. I'm gonna give everybody some more time on the clock and all that, man. I appreciate y'all being patient. I'll be having a lot of people on. That's all. Mendel, you got it, Mendel. Raise your hand if you want to get in queue. If not, I'll just randomly call on you guys as I saw you join.
Hey, peace to the panel, family. But I have a question for all y'all about economics and moral economics.
I'll hold your clock then, since you got a question.
Sure do. My question is, what is moral when we put a price on something, or what is moral when you want to trade something? You know what I'm trying to say? Because what was our ancestors' economic system? I'm pretty sure they didn't have money, but I don't know if they even traded either. So what is the best way to move forward in terms of having monetary value? Because I know good and well capitalism isn't it, and I know socialism isn't it. So what economic system is best for the human?
It's a natural economic system based on natural laws. The value of a grape ain't never changed, but the value of a dollar change, which make the price of a grape inflates. The value of an apple ain't never changed, man, since the apple was created, but the value of the dollar have. So these things in nature that we really rely on have set values. And with set values, you can never have inflation in the natural economic. So the people that's creating inflation so that they can create this huge generational wealth gap is doing it on purpose by having a monetary system that don't got a set value to it. When the dollar was backed by gold, it had a set value because the value of gold is set. It's set. Since money is more valuable than gold now because it's backed by the people's beliefs, gold don't even back money no more. And whenever people believe less in money, the value of the dollar drop. And whenever people have high beliefs in this money, that's when we doing good. So it's a religious system now. It's a theocracy, a belief system. Y'all don't see that?
You're correct. It is a very religious type system because they decide. Well, pretty much since people in high places they see themselves as God, so they really determine our monetary system based on them and our belief, which is pretty much why these gas prices are going up. And every time they find a new resource or more of it, the price of it goes up and not down.
Hey, one thing that don't go up and down is your wages, right? When the food and the gas prices and all that go up, if you're not up for your review, your wages at your job stay the same. So they able to regulate how much wealth you can actually obtain by just controlling the prices of the market. But y'all go ahead. I ain't mean to butt in without a hand, but y'all go ahead.
Hey, Zab, I see you in the chat. Come back on. Did you leave off? You got to explain how Google is pushing channels that serve to destroy democracy when Google is a democratic leftist-based organization. But yeah, let me go ahead with the next hand. Certified Seiki, you got it. Certified. All right, let's keep it on going, man. Who want the Ali? You got the 2 minutes. My bad. I see your hand.
No worries. Let's see if I can remember. I didn't write notes down. Let's see. Back to what that one cat was saying about how to make the corporations and stop and all that. Basically, you got to read that book, The Revolution by Ron Paul. It's really short. It's really fast. And in short, it tells you that we just all need to sit down. Everybody's got a boss. We know that. We've all hung out and partied with our bosses and level up. So if everybody just sat down and didn't, I hate to say it, but not even turn on the internet, don't turn on the radio, don't turn on anything that generates dollars, don't drive, don't buy any damn thing, don't go to work. If everybody did that all at the same time, do you know what would happen to the corporation monsters that you said, how do we make a change? All right, I'll end.
All right.
Hey, that's big facts, bro.
All right. So look, at this time, I got a couple of people on the panel that I saw join: Humbling, Eric Deep, Q Bryant, Mr. C, Tonio Johnson. Some people that joined who haven't spoke yet. Do any one of you guys want the mic at this time?
Hey, salutes to everybody in the chat.
You know what? Let's do this real quick, Q.
I really got nothing to say for real. I should have wrote some stuff down, but what I could say is, dealing with the symbols and stuff like that, like how do we go about, creating a new system for our children, especially with these symbols that Walt Disney and all these Freemasons corrupted And like, how do we go about reversing those symbols to teach our children, you know, to be leaders and stuff like that?
Drop it like it's hot.
Hey, look, you don't reverse these symbols. The spiritual warfare is about us destroying our enemy, which is the spirit. The warfare is these symbols. Like, for example, I wouldn't try to fix the symbol of the Baphomet. And if I rule the world, I would delete that shit from history. It'll be like it never existed. And that's what they do. That's the spiritual warfare game they playing. See, when they don't like a motherfucker, they don't try to fix them. They don't try to do none of that. They try to exterminate you. Nigga, not only kill you, but after that, make sure nobody never remember your ass existed. See, but when we got a beef with them, we say, well, maybe we can fix it or something. Maybe we can fix this or fit. No, extermination is what they thinking.
I agree with that. I agree.
Yeah. Anybody want? Yeah, this is a good bill, by the way, Sister Humbling us. Let's go with the. She's the only sister on the panel, so let's hear from the ladies.
Hey, Bro Sanchez. Greetings, everyone. I'm just enjoying everybody's perspective and input. And once I feel the need, I definitely will. I'm getting some things, but just at this point, I'm enjoying listening.
That's what's up.
I tell you what, Bro Sanchez. Some of the information, I would say, more so, it kind of triggered me that so many people were not in the know. And I really want to format what I'm kind of like what a sister, like I want to put it together so it don't come off as offensive. Because for a minute, I used to think, well, damn, Bro Sanchez don't know this, and it might be some shit you don't know. But now I'm starting to realize, you just realize that everybody's not ready for the truth. So you have to have a certain way that you feed it to them. So, I'm just going to, put together what I need to say and how I want to say it. And once I have it together in my mind, I raise my hand or chime in.
Well, the thing is this: people don't gotta know everything to free themselves. They only got to know the shit that got them enslaved. That's it. If a person know how they enslaved, why they enslaved, and how to get out of that enslavement, can be straight the fuck up, butt ass, ignorant and stupid about everything else and still be free though.
And that's a fact. And what's crazy is every time you have a great point, they come with, oh, well, what about Malcolm X? What about Martin Luther King? And you done told these people 1,000 times, these are all people who were put there. They implement it. It's the Messiah complex. And it's like it's either they know and they don't want to accept it, or they just, they want to just stay blind. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, man, right.
They want to stay blind. You just said it, though. That's gonna be the thing. Yeah, they want to stay blind, bro. Hey, you want to know why they want to stay blind, though?
Why?
Man, when you take that blindfold off and that light hit your eyes, that shit hurt like a bitch.
Like a motherfucker.
Truth hurts. But guess what? When you keep that shit off a minute, you adjust and don't everything be fine after a while though.
Yes, it does. In fact, it actually looks better and it's more relieving than anything. Knowing that you freed your mind. But it's like a lot of people want to, well, what about Malcolm X? Well, what about Martin Luther King? They got whole videos showing you that how the CIA implemented all these people, how the CIA controlled the media, where the word Alexa come from and everything. It's like, okay, well, damn. It's getting to a point now where it's like, well, look, this ship finna crash and burn. I done gave everybody a parachute, but they want to stay buckled up. But I'm finna get, the ones who want to be free, we're gonna have to jump off that motherfucker and just let the ship crash and burn, because it's getting ridiculous at this point. And I digress.
Let me ask you a question right quick, or any one of y'all. All right, say Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, all these puppets, right? Say if they wasn't puppets, would they have been able to infiltrate the same structure and change the system from within inside? Because here's what I'm saying, here's my point. If we can't infiltrate and change the system, and we can't protect our own system that we put together, then what the hell is we supposed to do?
Hey, Drop. Guess
Hey,
what?
man,
See,
I got a suggestion.
Can I intervene on that?
hold on a minute. They both got caught up because they both realized that they was pawns, and about the time they both started preaching the truth.
That's what I'm saying. Elite, fall back a minute though, real quick. Oh, I got you, Drop. Hey, Drop. I'm finna say this real quick, and I'm finna end all of the system talk. Now, people ain't gonna like this, but guess what? What I'm gonna tell y'all: systems, period, is what got the world fucked up. Nature didn't create no other system but the natural order, and that ain't no system. That's a divine contract between the creation and the creator. Any kind of system talk and systematic procedures and those system. When you hear the word system, think matrix. Fuck any kind of system. I'm going to tell y'all why I say that though. A world without systems is what we scared of, y'all. We scared of a wild earth. And you know why? Humans used to be wild humans. Humans that weren't governed by systems. They were wild humans. Think of a dog. A dog that live in your house is governed by rules, regulations, and systems. And that's what make that dog in your house different than that wild dingo outside, that wild wolf, what it used to be. Only difference is one governed by systems, one just wild, free to roam in nature. Long as it's under the natural order. What I'm telling you.
So they gotta.
Hold
on, bro.
Wow, we scattered wild. We scattered wild, man.
Bro.
We want systems because we don't want to be wild
so
no more.
Basically, they basically domesticated us. You know how if you set a zoo animal off in the wild, it can't survive no more because it's been domesticated so long. They done pampered us so long, we scared to go into the wild. If that's what you were saying, bro. But go ahead, dude. You know I don't be long. Y'all got it.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, instead of living in reality, they got our people living in mythology, and we don't want to accept reality because they're stuck in mythology. Y'all got it.
Yeah, just think if removal didn't happen back when removal happened, how many people of our people would still be in Alabama, Mississippi area? That's a nation. I'll step back.
Hey, my bad for cutting you off, bro. You can grab the mic. That was my bad, man. I was supposed to train that shit. You got it, dude, that I had cut off and shit.
Shout out to all
right,
y'all,
well,
man.
cool. Now that we shut down the system, right? And we not that we shut it down. How do we branch off from the system? Because now we getting somewhere. So even if we tried our own system, that wouldn't be the right thing. So we got to say fuck any system. But how do you break the matrix? That's the question I want to pose.
You got to take advantage of the loopholes in the matrix in which they step forward. And so there are some.
That's what I was getting ready to say, bro.
There are some.
I get that one time. My bad, man.
Yeah, I'll step back because I talk, so you step on.
Alright, bro. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I was just going to say what my man was just touching on, bro. The only way to really, it's no way to really beat the system or break the system. It's too well designed to be infiltrated, if you ask me. And coming from a standpoint of the bottom of the motherfucking pyramid, if there was somebody in the middle or the top of the pyramid that wanted to infiltrate, it could be a little bit easier because they got more power. But nevertheless, for us to be able to modify the system at the least, because that's really all we can do, is take the system in our own hands to make it benefit for us.
Can I explain something to you?
Just saying, find those loopholes
can I explain something coming cool?
and capitalize off of.
I guess I can't.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what I was gonna say was, how can you modify a system that's bent on pins and needles to modify your motherfucking ass through CRISPR, GMO, terraforming, and all that? Like, how do you modify the modifier? That's like saying to me, how do I program and hack Bill Gates shit?
It's reprogramming.
First, we need our own communication hold.
I'm talking to him,
like
Elite.
CNN and all
Elite.
that shit.
I'm talking to him, bro. You got to stop doing that. I'm talking to that man. Just for order, though. For order. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Now, I was saying it would be reprogramming. Just how they have programmed the system, designed it the way it is, we have that power individually to reprogram our own minds. And so I think that's where it starts.
Yeah, I ain't arguing against that. No, what I was saying was, I don't think there's no way we can use their system at all to benefit us to a level that'll put us above them with their own system.
So okay, so I see your point, but I'm gonna ask you this. Say that you start with the TV show, and now you got numerous companies up under you based off this one show. Now you created your umbrella or
let me explain something to you. Everything you doing is vulnerable to the decisions of the people in power. You had black people in Black Wall Street that did everything you saying. Look how that went for them. You had an entire movement of small businesses in America that started to thrive like a motherfucker, so much so that these small businesses started to branch more small businesses beneath them and create whole nother micro economies separate of the corporate structure. But guess how they got rid of that? The C word, the Corona bill. So anything you do within their system, whenever you think you getting too smart because it's their system, they can pass regulations to make you start all over again and set you back. And that's how this generational wealth gap got this big, brother. Us thinking that we can compete with some people within a system that they regulate.
Okay, I see. So what about exile? What if you exile yourself and then build? Like on one of these properties or land masses in the world that doesn't have their stamp on it, I guess you should say.
No, I think what black people got to do, what to fuck this system up, black people got to learn to be whores. How did Babylon rise to power? Being a whore. Guess what being a whore is? Integration. That mean I work with everybody that'll work with me, man. But they teaching you to be a separatist and to be segregated because they know what I'm saying is right. They want every skin tone divided and all that. But if you look at how they win it, they can't do it without integrated systems. And I'm using their words. They call it integrated systems.
That's right. That's the part of the polygamy and monogamy paradigm. I know they want you to just think about the individual. You know, and I know we always say polygamy is something to do with sex, and I agree with that, but I'm just trying to look at it a little bit deeper, like why do they only want us in these single, in this single mind state, everything mono, it's all about you, it ain't about the collective.
Hey, look, you know what's crazy, yo? My bad, bro, Sanchez. What's crazy is coming from a single aspect, I'm a single male. And the singles in this world, they hardly get anything. You don't get no health insurance you don't get no help from the government, bro. But they, like you said, they also want you to keep that single monetary aspect of only fend for yourself or only fend for your race or only fend for your culture type shit. So yeah, you right.
Look, this is why I say what I said. They want blacks in America only dependent on a broken system. That's it. My only hope is a broken system. What if blacks in America started to be system whores then? What if we start to get dual citizenships in Ukraine, Poland, Egypt, And now we've given America an ultimatum as a people. We saying America, we ain't just, let me speak a minute. We saying America, we ain't just loyal to you and your broker system. You know, we got people over here, over here, over here. We just whores. We everywhere until the greatest man speak up. I'm just saying, if we're born into a situation of pimping and whoring, and we the hoes, the only power that the hoe got is the power of bargaining and ultimatum. Let the best man choose. But so that's called hoe power. God damn it. That means, look, a pimp, no, don't get too comfortable, because that other pimp over there might take me from your ass if he coming with a better system of pimping and more money for my slave labor and my abuse, because it is an abusive relationship with all these systems. So I'm getting the whole mentality. Like, hey, the less abuse for the most outcome, goddamn it, since we're slaves. Let's be realistic about this pimping and whoring. I didn't mean to do that to y'all. I'm sorry. Some of us didn't know it was some pimping and whoring. I'm sorry. My bad, y'all.
No, you ain't going through
Hell yeah. I'm on that same wave. Keep moving.
Because guess what, Sanchez? If you need a record deal, you literally got to sign up to be a hoe. That's what you were saying the other day. So it's the same thing. But you looking for the best whole outcome. Like, shit, I know I'm signed up to be a hoe, but let me see what I can get out of this deal, because I know you gonna fuck.
Hey, Bobby, these hoes ain't loyal. So why y'all Americans patriotic?
Why we tell them that? Why we loyal to America if the hoes ain't? Y'all telling us we hoes for good. Hey, I'm going to give me a Canadian motherfucking citizenship tomorrow, nigga. You just put it in me, Sanchez.
Hey, real quick, fam. I think the best way to destroy your system is you got to stop believing in it. When we stop believing in this system and participating in it, that can help destroy it. Y'all got it.
Now look,
hey,
guess what? Guess what? A person, the best way you can convince me that you ain't just believing in America like that is to have dual citizenships everywhere. Other than that, I'm gonna say, man, you very patriotic, like you're a countryman. You just, now all I need is America. I don't need to see nothing else in the world. I'm a countryside boy. I'm saying though, you see what I'm saying, Leo? Like,
no, what you're saying is right. Because guess what? An example would be Kyrie Irving. As much as he talked down on the system and like he's in the NBA, but he with the flat earth and he's not taking no motherfucking jabs or none of that shit, right? And a person could say, well, shit, if you feel like that, why are you in America? And guess what he said? Bitch, I got dual citizenship. I'm Australian too, nigga. I can, at any given time, y'all get to play a funky, I'm just go to Australia and accept that citizenship. So he operating like that. I feel you, said.
And real quick, Brother Sanchez, much respect to Sister Bethy. I think we should create our own tribes and build within ourselves. That's a way of breaking the system. Y'all got it.
Now look, show me, now look, Leo, go into some ways how tribe building can break the system. I think that'll be a good bill. Like some of the things, like that the Wire tribe is you know what I'm saying? I wish we gotta get Sister Betty on here now. But yeah, let's talk about it. Because that's back.
Yeah, hey, Bro Sanchez, that's one way I think that we could, say if we can get 10 million people that didn't want to, participate in the system and wanted to, create our own system, our own constitution, our own laws, and basically, defend our shit. I see that's the only way,
Hey, that's actually the path I'm on, man.
You know what I mean?
Hey, look,
y'all got it, bro.
My bad, Brother Leo. But I was gonna say, man, my only question to that is, it's like this. Like, if you just say I don't want to do this no more and drop everything, you can't really like plug out without needing some source to sustain your energy levels. Like, basically, if we can't, replace what the government gives us as far as technocracy and convenience. Because some of this shit, though it makes us lazy, some of it's convenient depending on like the type of shit that we do. I.e., you know, us talking through this phone line is something that's convenient, even though it's a technology, it's something that can terraform our minds, whatever. But nevertheless, it's like in order to plug, you gotta have something to substitute for that. What do we substitute for what we use on a daily? To you know, other than nature. I mean, as far as foods go, we'd be great. We can eat off of nature, you know, but everything else, you know, life sustainability, period. When we say we dropping out, say fuck it, we unplugging, and we just tomorrow, nobody buys gas, nobody drives cars, nobody else is paying taxes, no more using lights. I mean, everything complete. Step one, premonition. You know what I mean? Back to the beginning type shit. How do you utilize life in normality from that point on when you completely unplug? Because it's tearing down the system like that. It is. But wouldn't that tear us down?
Back to being able to empower yourself, literal power. Once you know the science of the flat earth and how to generate power, because that's what we're talking about. You can unplug from a system, because what we're afraid of is this: unplugging from the system and losing all the information. But if I could generate power and find a way to divert this energy into this energy I'd created, I can unplug from the system without fearing that I'm gonna lose power. Because this, what you're saying is right. If we unplug, where do I plug back up at? But if I'm saying, if we can generate our power, it'll be easy to unplug, because it's like, I know my TV still won't go off, so to speak. That's on a micro level, like a petty physical level, you know, materialistic. But like you say, certain things do empower us. So if I'm unplugging everything else, you got to have another energy source that I can keep in power. I'm with you there.
Right. Bro, Sanchez, you can enlighten for me, man. Tell me what you think.
I think Sanchez be saying the same thing that we be saying. Like, in order to literally empower yourself, you got to understand the science of the flat earth and how to generate power. That's what you're saying, brother. So it's like we can go live off the natural land, because one thing about me, I don't believe that if we go back anciently, we just go find motherfuckers without electricity and just operating like they had lights, they had motherfuckers, all this wireless technology and all this new shit that we think we coming up with. They had this shit too. They just knew how to empower themselves on a micro level, meaning at least you ain't got to go to the store and buy batteries. Nigga, I know how to make batteries. I know how to make generators. You see what I'm saying? Like, I know how to literally empower myself.
Yeah. That's the shit I'm on right there too, Bobby. That's what I'm on. And that's what we got to come to as a community. You come to a bunch of self-reliant people. You build a utopia, basically, where everyone has a gift. We all have something special to offer each other that no one else has. And we need each other. That's what a community does. A collective community of consciousness applies that on the upper level of mind ascension. You know, we're moving for something higher in the way we think. So by trying to say, what do we do if we crush the system that's based on capitalists and greed, and what about me? Well, you have no other choice but to depend on each other. So you either got to do it in a good way, or you do it like a savage. You got two choices.
There's no that system not stopping. You can run from that system or detach, but that system not stopping, never, ever. It's a machine. It's not people running the system. It's a system running itself. It's out of their control. Even if they wanted to stop the system and said, let's do the right thing, people, it's out of their control. It's a deity running that now. That's the Lord of the earth, the fucking devil, that fucking spirit. That spirit of evil is controlling. Now, you can detach, great. If everybody try to detach, how we gonna do that? Now, that's the only question I'm boggled by, because I love to detach. But how can I detach these motherfuckers with these little ass babies?
Or these motherfuckers with these old ass moms, or these motherfuckers that's old as fuck they self. And I'm like, let's just go out into the wilderness. Right now, it's easier said than done.
Guess what,
You
Drop?
got people on Bennett. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying right here, brother. We're talking about literal empowerment, Sir Drop.
Hold up, can y'all hear me?
Oh, we got Bro Sanchez.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put the clock up. I thought we can just go with who first buzz in type thing. Hold on. Check this out real quick, Drop. You going off into the wilderness don't mean you running away from your fight. It means I want to fight in a position of sovereignty. I'd rather have my fort, my headquarters on land that I own, that's mine. Because as long as I'm under the jurisdiction of the people I'm trying to fight, I can never win. So what I'm saying is some of the things I can plan and plot on a private land of my own, I would go to jail trying to do on the jurisdiction of the people land who you saying oppressing you. I'm thinking militant. You know, I was in the military and shit. You can't fight your enemy from inside of his regulation and systems and shit. You under his, like, only nations can go to war with nations. Nations go to war with nations. You literally your own fucking sovereign land when you going off grid. And don't nobody know what the fuck you doing, what you do. And I ain't saying I'm plotting against government systems or no shit like that. What I'm saying is it's called capitalism. We're competing with people in power. And the people in power, your privacy don't exist in the lands that they control. There's cameras on every block. I would like to walk outside on my own land and talk about some of this big boy anti-government shit without cameras all around me, police. Look, right now, right? That's what I'm saying. You're thinking independent. And you can't fight under the wing ass nigga. Like, in other words, Memphis Bleak trying to go to war with 50 Cent. No, let your boss do that. Let Jay-Z do that. You can't fight under the wing. You're under the wing ass nigga. It's like that's what we're trying to do, being Americans with social security cards, paying taxes and all that shit, talking shit, complaining, but you don't even want to separate yourself from the damn system that you complaining about. That would be the first step of fucking fighting it, right?
That's why I say it's easier said than done. Because hell yeah, everybody
ain't that
just
easy.
lay this thing down.
Ain't that easy. Guess what? Most of the shit that I'm gonna tell you we gotta do to win, it ain't gonna be a easy task. I never told y'all that.
Oh, then I concur with everything. Because one thing we do need to do is get away from the rules we don't agree with. If we're playing a game and the rules is you can tackle me, but I can't tackle you, I don't want to play the game. But instead, we still play the game and we're not allowed to tackle back. And I think that's the mentality of blacks or anybody that's getting that's getting starved out. It ain't just blacks, but you know, blacks been getting starved out longer than anybody else in America. But now they starving everybody out. So we got a lot of help now. So all you pro-blackity black people, let me say this last thing. Here's what y'all remind me of. You push in your car, a white guy get out to say, you want me to help you, buddy? And you say, no, you're white. If you don't add these motherfuckers that want to help into this push and watch out for the infiltrators, then ain't shit gonna work. But go ahead, my bad.
Drop, watch this.
Yeah, you
I'm gonna get a mic to Bobby, right? But let me respond to Sue Jones. Sue said, I agree, Sanchez, but we don't need anarchy either. Look, if you agree with me, just stop right there. Don't say nothing after that. Because let me talk to her for a minute, y'all. You think the opposite of not being a slave is anarchy. And that's sad than a motherfucker. You think the opposite of not being a slave is anarchy, lack of protection. Guess what, Sue Jones? You're so wrong. You're backwards thinking. You don't got no protection. Police don't show up to after your child have been shot the fuck up. Where your protection at? They show up to get the body up. The police there to write tickets and all that. They ain't there to protect your ass from violence. Sue Jones, if somebody wants you dead right now, they can do it, and you better protect yourself, because if you think your police gonna stop a nigga from getting to you, you wrong. What America you think you live in? We think without government it'll be anarchy, but because government is anarchy. Without government, I would have never signed up in the military and been willing to kill women and children. You think nature would have made me join the military? Government did that, Sue. Anarchy is the damn normalcy in the world because of government. Anarchy is a world that's out of control. And if you think that the world you live in is in control and that the people in power is in control, when there's kids all over the world starving in Africa, rib cages out, pollution everywhere, wars breaking out everywhere, the medical system is working against the people. If you look at this world, it's I would take anarchy opposed to this shit. Whatever anarchy is, let's do that opposed to this. People think they got it so good, but they're going to see what the rest of the world is experiencing when America collapsed. We too comfortable right now, that's all. We just too comfortable right now. I'm going to tell you something right now. Anarchy exists in the world because of government. Anarchy is just chaos. Men dropping bombs on each other. Rich men sending poor children to war. Rich getting richer, poor getting poorer. Vaccines, chemtrails, poison water, GMO food, nanotechnology, CERN machine, terraformation. You think you live in a fucking Sue. This is a result of government, what I'm saying. Sue said if we had no government at all, the weak would be slaughtered, when the government is really a system that marches the sheep to the fucking slaughterhouse. I mean, the government is literally the shepherd, which marches the sheep to the slaughterhouse. And you saying that the weak would be slaughtered without government? Oh, you must have forgot about the Inquisitions and the Crusades. That was governments of the world slaughtering the weak. We got a backwards way of thinking. A backwards way of thinking. A backwards way of thinking.
Yes, sir.
You say that the weak won't be slaughtered. The weak will be slaughtered if governments went away. When every government in the world is picking on a country that's weaker than them. We got a backwards way of thinking. A backwards way of thinking.
Sanchez, ain't that what the pimp tell the whore? If you don't let me pimp you and be your pimp, somebody go come and rob you and whoop you upside your head and take all your money. So I got to be the one to safeguard you. The pimp in essence is create.
You was just muted, bro.
Some coochie or do what you want to do now. Somebody go whoop you upside your head and take it from you and take all your money. So it'd be better for you to let me be in control and govern over you and govern over your mind and control the money, because you literally a mind.
Let's salutes to the panel, man. Hey, y'all got the mic. I'm falling back, letting everybody grab the mic. I know I've been talking a minute, so trying to fall back a little bit.
I was just going to share someone was talking about the whole like unplugging thing. Well, I teach yoga workshops. I'm doing a couple out throughout this year. It's to unplug to plug in. And I teach people how to permaculture. Start where you're at. You know, not everybody can just jump up and go buy land. However, in thinking of what people were talking about here recently, man, y'all got it. Y'all got PayPal. There's people who's already done it. You just chip in together and buy you a patch of land somewhere in the United States where you can unplug, like the Navajo Reservation or like I did the Choctaw Nation. You see what I'm saying? So you just got to find places where you're not actually in the U.S. territory where you can get by. And then from there, you can get your passport as a whatever citizen of wherever you're at. May not be a tribal member, but you can still get
citizenship. I got a question for you. I got a question. So you're saying that I can go to another country and get citizenship? Like Canada is considered another country.
Yeah, but you gotta buy your way into Canada. That ain't cheap. You're gonna.
No, that ain't what he's saying, brother. I got you, Alicia.
Okay.
What he's saying is that you could create. Once you come into your proper status, you're not creating a country. You're just going back and accepting ancient territories that were already created. See, all these borders are man-made. So once you say I'm a part of the Choctaw Nation, that land has already been established. It's a map for it. It's literally a place. It's not made up. So once you go back and you become tribal, back into nature, they can't deny that the old Choctaw Nation exists.
Yeah, and almost all of us Negroes got ties to the Indians of the East. All of us, almost all of us. If you do your genealogy back far enough, you're gonna find at least one, and all you need is one.
And you know what? And you know what? What was crazy too? Like, my thing. Let's talk about the Aboriginal movement a minute, guys, because I see a lot of hypocrisies in the Aboriginal movement. A lot of Aboriginal people are what I call pan-Aboriginals. They want to teach just like the white man taught us we was from Africa, that we from America. And yes, I think I'm indigenous to America, but that ain't it for me. I think I'm indigenous to the earth, me personally. I always thought that everywhere you can find a step pyramid on this earth, that's the tracks of my people been there.
Hey, bro, if you're 100% debt free, you have no debt, you can actually file with the government to be an American sovereign. That's not a citizen. That means you're not taxed anymore. And that's what you're talking about. You can basically travel the United States like a delegate, but you got to be debt free. So. Yeah.
So I'm indigenous to the earth, man. You know what I'm saying? Anybody else want to speak to this whole pan-Aboriginal thing, or you see where I'm going at? But Seth Fibonacci, welcome back, man. Welcome back to the joint.
Yeah, they separate us from Africa, but they also indoctrinate us into another pan-American paradigm by saying all the black people didn't come from Africa. All of them came from America. So it's like substituting one paradigm for another. I'm with you.
And I want to interject with another idea as well. Like, I'm gonna go back in history, like with the Moors, they didn't identify with just one land. They identified with Africa, Europe, Asia, all over the world. And that's where I'm getting to with the identity as well. Like,
you're right.
We gotta create a status, like an occupation for ourselves.
Remember what I said last night, QB, the Moors were occupation.
That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, there you go. So they came together under it's kind of like, it don't matter if I'm from LA and Alicia could be from Idaho, Sanchez from Alabama. Once we become provinces and part of the provincial union, that's kind of like a nation within itself. We got like a similarity. We got to find that we can agree on when it comes to this proprietary thing, that we got to sit down and come to some type of bylaws on how we go run this proprietary.
Right, and this is where I agree with the structure. That's the way we can restructure our system and connect with, like countries like India, because they got the same, tradition as the Moors. and we can get back to that custom and idea and identity. And I think that'll be really powerful if we was to, put that, into our system and say, fuck the gangsters. We something else. We identifying with the spiritual ideology.
Man, you only need 150 people to start a town.
But my thing is, I get what you saying, Elite, but a township, I think, man, a township is something that's going to come anyway once you establish private grounds, private land, sovereign grounds. A lot of people think they own land, but they renting it. They renting land. That's what I'm saying. Like, to me, it starts there, man. But anyway, let's shift the conversation. I'm tired of talking about land with niggas. I'm so tired of talking about land with niggas.
Yeah. If you, it's not, I wish on you. It's easy. It depends if you want to do that kind of work or not. Some people would rather go work and earn a paycheck and then pay someone to do the work for them. But being self-reliant is being able to do everything. You know what I mean? So that's what I unplugged completely. I did it in Hawaii, and then I moved over here and did it here. So
I got some smoke that's gonna bring some smoke
can
to
you
the
tell
show.
us what it was like doing that in Hawaii, and what would probably be one of the best places for unplugging and doing that shit from your experience?
Well, hold on.
I'm still. Oh wait, sorry, bro. He's talking, man. Just let bro talk.
Yeah, I had a good idea to crank the show up, but I'm gonna let you I'm gonna let you answer that. Go ahead and don't be too long, man. Go ahead, Elite.
Man, there are a few places that you can do this, but like bro says, it's always about government, and you always are under a system of control. So you can go out to Hawaii and you can do that, but it's going to be expensive to get land to start unless you go to, like, so say the Big Island. And then that's going to be challenging in its own right. It's got a lot of challenges that it's got its own challenges.
Yeah, man. I mean, bro, but check this out, man.
It's stupid to buy land.
Hey, Q Brian, you don't care that I say I'm tired of talking about land with niggas right now? I wasn't joking. I was dead ass. I got another way I'm trying to go right now. And by the way, Hawaii is a part of America, so you ain't really going nowhere. But I don't know how long I want to, spend on my show. I know this too. We do spend a lot of time talking about land. And that's one of them things, if your money right and you can afford it, you gonna get it. And if you don't, when your money right, you was just wasting our time and talking on that panel. So we'll see who about that life when we get our land type money up, right? And then we'll go live from the land like, look, man, look at all these acres. And this what I'm about to do on it. But I think, I don't want to spend too much time with the land talk, Because, every time you show up on the panel and we get deep and shit, niggas say, see what we need, man. We need some land. We need some land. Yeah, we know we need land, man. It's starting to sound.
And bro, I feed into that, man. My bad too, man. Every time they start that, I'll be like, yeah, man, this is what I did. So my bad, bro.
And don't put this out there. I'm not saying I don't own land because my people own land. We never sold our shit. So I'm not one of those people who sold our shit for the benefit of money. So I'm gonna put that out there.
Yeah, hey, but look, what I want to say is this right here. I know the controversial smoke to put on the table, and I want this shit to crank up now. Y'all make me think y'all going to sleep. Check this shit out. There's a lot of people in the community. Like I said this the other day. It's the rise of the community activist ass niggas. and I gotta put this on record, man. The black man gets no prop for community work. Now, I know I'm sounding like Uncle Ruckus. I'm sounding like a coon. I'm sounding like, I know what I'm sounding like, but it's for real. Just hear me out, right? The black man shouldn't get props for community work. You know why? The black man, the one fucked up his own community and turned it to a slums. And hey, the white man didn't spray that graffiti on the wall and trap up out them houses and got them shut down and shit. Listen what I'm telling you. My thing is this. Once the black man decide to clean up some shit that he tore down, he say, look what I did. Give me a pat on the back. No, even a child. Hey, listen, when a child make a boo-boo and the child clean it up, right? Let me show you how the black man got a child mentality. When a child spills some shit and the child clean it up and you congratulate the child, guess what'll happen? The child will keep spilling shit to get congratulated. It'll waste it on purpose just to clean it up so you can clap. That's when you gotta tell the child, no, don't do that shit again. It was cute the first time, but now it's you clean some shit up that you messed up, and you really don't get claps for that, but to the first time. And after that, goddamn it, no, hey. You see what I'm saying? But see what happens is with the black man, he messed up so much shit in his community, and people started clapping when he was cleaning it up instead of saying, "About time, bitch. About time, you sorry motherfucker. Thought you wasn't gonna never do it." What we should have been saying. See what I'm saying, y'all? Because look, once you go to clapping for that baby, I told you, he gonna see the black man wanna get. You got niggas going live, picking up trash and shit, and I get it, but you put it down there. You see, only black men do little stupid stuff like, and I'm just saying, man, y'all. I know I'm being harsh, but we got to be. And the bunch of niggas who will tell you how they demonize the communities coming up, terrorize them motherfuckers, and they want props for giving out turkeys today. We ought to say, you know what, nigga? You glad we still allowing your ass in this community to give them turkeys out. You thank us that you giving them turkeys out, that we're allowing you to undo your karma. We don't got to do that. You want to know what happened in other races and communities? When you go to selling dope to your people and doing all this shit, like in China, the law way different. They killing motherfuckers, chopping hands off. Look, gangsters over here got 5013Cs, man. Come on, I'm poking now. I'm poking. Where the smoke at? Who see? Yeah, but that's real shit though. Niggas shouldn't get credit.
Just now seeing the church, they just got all this free food out of nowhere. All this free food out of nowhere. Where was that for 20 years? The pandemic, it does now expose all these free food drives, all this free stuff, all parades, the drive-by parades, got all these Jeeps and stuff. What are they trying to promote?
Yeah. Hey, niggas will walk by trash on their street every day, right? And be like, yeah.
The dirt bikes, bro.
And guess what they'll be like? They'll walk past all this filth in their community. And they'll film it on a rap video and be like, see what I'm from, man? Look at here, man. And all they got to do is pick it up, though. But if they pick it up, it won't make the video that fire. Let me tell you some real shit, though, because y'all think I'm just being funny. When we used to shoot rap videos in the hood, we used to want to go to the dirtiest, nastiest place. We wanted that trash on the ground. We didn't want no clean shit. We wanted and that's what we wanted for our music video background. Hey, if you clean that up, you gonna prove us wrong. We trying to tell the world that we come from dirty ass, filthy ass environments, and if you clean that up, you gonna make us a lie. So nigga, leave that trash on the ground.
Gee, nigga, you so funny with the practicality of what you saying. G, stop.
Right, that chip bag on the ground making you tougher, nigga, because you had to see all this filth and stuff. Yeah.
Folks like walking around like, yeah, we seeing syringes and shit, all kind of dope pipes. G, stop.
Yeah, don't clean that up.
A year, you just pick it up.
That's what made you a man, seeing all that from the slums.
Hey, do y'all see how they tearing down all the projects and shit in all the slums, right? This is the new terraforming. That's what Katrina had to do with and everything. Now, reason why they doing this shit and tearing the project down and rebuilding them with nice little houses and shit. They renting them out, but they gonna tear them down too. They about to get all you niggas out these hoods, and they want their shit back. The reason how we got the hood, because they ass went to war. So our peoples grabbed the little spots and shit, right? Reason why they want the hood is they got the sewer systems. Them shits out there where they stay at ain't got no goddamn sewers and shit like that. They got a septic tanks in their yard, shit like that. They want this system back, and then they want to rebuild it. Watch how cheap big ass houses out there be in 5 to 6, 7 years. Niggas gonna be like, yeah, I got me a nice little house for this, that. They gonna move all you niggas out there. Then they gonna retransform it, and then the hood gonna be the suburbs, and out there gonna be the hood, and you gonna see how they did it right in front of your face. But go ahead.
Hey, Drop, you making perfect sense though, bro. My bad, y'all. I just wanted to say you making perfect sense. Go ahead, Deacon, bro. My bad.
No, thank you, my brother. Hey, peace to the panel, peace to the chat. Hey, mama son, you already know. Hey, Drop, you ain't lying, my brother, because they're doing that over here in London. So yeah, you're not lying, my brother.
Hey, can y'all imagine a drill video and in the background is beautiful playgrounds, no graffiti on the wall, people using crosswalks and all. Hey, that shit'll look weird, I want it.
Somebody need to do that now just because you said it. It'll look out of place, but it'd be funny as shit.
Man, I wish they'd just quit promoting that shit, man. Because like now you don't even have to be talented. All you do is gotta push the narrative. And if you push it on the best jingle, they'll flood your whole bank account and everything, long as you can brainwash the kids. And it used to be about niggas not even dope, man. They can't even read and write, so they freestyle. And they be like, yeah, I like that. You might say nothing. And them the motherfuckers that make it, because long as they making a stupid person cool.
Hearing me too.
Cool. Long as the dummy is the cool guy, they good with it, bro.
Like I don't
the smart.
It's crazy to have lived during experience of that shift of like when shit became cool to just be garbage as opposed to, because I'm like, a lot of y'all niggas is older than me, but just like in a sense of the generation I'm from is kind of in the middle, because we come from the generation that when we was young, motherfuckers actually had to come with something and couldn't just say stupid shit. But now it's like we grown in our 30s and shit. Now it's just like this shit is acceptable to these younger niggas. It's like it's kind of confusing. It's like, where did we go wrong? And how did the shift just fall the fuck off?
Shit, we ain't go wrong. That's what the government started promoting and pushing. Like,
but I'm saying, you know, back in the day, Drop, a motherfucker just couldn't go in the booth, say some dumb shit, and then nigga not be like, yo, that shit trash.
Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying, Quality. Them people still exist. It's just not getting punked. So you really gotta dig to find somebody that's dope as Nas or dope as Pop. It ain't gonna be right there in front of you no more. So you gotta crawl through your archives and be like, oh yeah, he nice. Or sometimes it be local rappers in your neighborhood where you gotta find it. You know what I mean? Like Bro Sanchez music. Prime example. That shit ain't on no mainstream or nothing, but you can find it. Black Thought.
K Reno. It's like people
Exactly,
you can
nah,
dig into and get that shit, but they not going. They pumping that dumb shit to everybody. So our 12-year-olds hear it. Our 12-year-olds don't hear K Reno. They hear that dumb shit, and that's the part that the government is doing. So now, if everybody that's on this team eating and everybody on this team eating, but it don't look like it, the person that's not eating gonna go for the magic trick. Because these local motherfuckers, these K Renos and all them, they making good money because it's their money. Everything come to them. So that whole 10% they was gonna get off a record deal, they getting a whole 100%. So when they sell 100,000 copies, that's like selling 500,000 under a label. So they getting all the money and they own their fucking rights to their shit, but they have no pain behind it. So the person don't want to take that route that's starting out. They want to take the route where, oh, I want big chains, big cars, big names, big. And they take the route of the devil and end up selling their soul. They catch them when they like 18, 19. And just make them sell their whole soul. Their mom be a dope thing. They don't know their goddamn dad, and they was in the middle of the projects, and they was about to go to jail if they didn't take the deal. Look at AR App when he ain't take the deal with Baby or Manny or whatever. When he ain't take that deal with Cash Money, they get that motherfucker 41 fucking years, allegedly. I'm just telling you how the team ain't work, but y'all
I'm gonna tell y'all something right now. Anybody know what's going on in Africa? It's been going on for like 60, 70 years, civil war, apartheid between like Rwanda and all of these different groups over there. But see, what happened is like you had these big governments come in and fund different tribes in Africa to fight against each other. You know what I'm saying? What happened was they would give certain tribes that's already got tension weapons, and those tribes would rise up against they ops and kind of overpower them. Then they'll start funding the ops with greater weapons and make them go back. And it's a staggered effect of funding and making them basically like how when we say niggas in the hood so broke, right? But everybody got guns out the ass. Think about this. Everybody broke in the hood, but I bet you if you add up the amount of guns in the hood and weight and nigga, that's what, look, you would say, how do these, I swear to God, back where I'm home, where I'm from, people may think I'm making this up. They think a nigga be lying when I say, if a nigga ain't got nothing else, he got a burner and some bullets. He might not have a dime in his pocket. And this is true. It's easier to get your hands on a gun and some bullets than it is a job, money, and a lot of that in a lot of cases for a lot of these dudes. So check this out, right? That's kind of like them funding a civil war in the hood. And guess who's funding it so that the government don't have to do it directly? These young rappers. You ever wondered why they would give these young boys millions of dollars and shit like that? And you ever wonder why the music industry only signing gang members? Because they're silently funding a civil war among black men, and we don't look at it like that. They did the same thing in Africa. See what I'm saying? Look, you got gangs that's been beefing like a motherfucker. And then when one nigga from that gang get a record deal, the ops start falling like flies. And guess what? One of the op niggas will get a record deal from some other white label. Now they ops falling. And it's like these labels funding the fucking wars. Anybody am I reaching on that?
Hell no, you ain't reaching on that. And a lot of niggas in Chicago, like, it's channels that talk about that shit specifically. Like, shout out to CSP. That nigga be saying, like, it be like the label execs, the motherfuckers that work at the front desk, like the Miss Lisa's and all of them. It'll be Miss Lisa telling their ass, oh yeah, motherfuckers ain't really like that. Slide on them or diss him in this track or say he ain't this or talk about his dead homies. Like, they keep that shit going and they do fund it. because they be looking at it more so as the money aspect and the sales and the rating instead of the fact that these niggas is at real life war.
All right, explain this, man. Why so many people died on the Empire? I'm in my conspiracy bag on the Empire record label. How many people died on that label again? I think it's like 3 or 4 or 5 people died like in the last like 5 years or some shit like that. Y'all know what I'm talking about? That Empire record label that Bob was on.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Now the irony of it is they had the series Empire and all that. So with my conspiracy,
hold on. What disclaimer real quick. Golden Spark, I never claimed it ain't a race war. But yeah, go ahead, y'all. You gotta drop my bad.
It's cool. I'm saying, hey, do you think the labels is actually setting up war between the people, or do you think envious of people getting money on the same label is fighting against each other, or do you think all that shit fake?
The fucking hold on. Let me say something real quick. Drop the beef that's going on in these streets. I gotta keep it real. It ain't no rap shit. It is real gang, street related hood shit that will be going on if rap went away tomorrow. This is gang violence. Now, what the fucking rap industry is doing, instead of them signing the young black man that's intelligent, the fucking Lupe Fiasco, the goddamn even a Kanye West, even a fucking Common Sense, one of my favorite rappers, man, from Chicago. But you know what? You're not getting that from Chicago no more. You're getting motherfucking gang. And it's like once you sign one of these gang members, what you think they gonna say on their record? Fuck the other gang. And so guess what that's gonna lead to? Free publicity for their ops. So now you got a whole nother white man out there with a marketing opportunity. Guess what he gonna say? Oh, I'm gonna go sign their enemies. Now one white man got this dude over here that's saying fuck that gang. This white man signing that group saying fuck that gang. It makes for a real interesting beef like Tupac and Biggie, because this is like reality TV. We're now in a Truman Show situation to where the labels are now showcasing real street gang beef as artwork, and it wasn't art at first. Like this is real life shit. Folks dying, gang shit, man. Motherfuckers chasing little niggas down at 14-year-old and airing them out whole clip in the head, like that type shit. When did that become art? So when that becomes an art form, the art form used to be talking against that. That's what I'm telling you, what the difference between drill rap and even gangster rap. Because I come from gangster rap era. And guess what? Even the gangsters that rapped about killing each other would say, man, I wish there was a better way. I wish there was a way out. These young boys ain't hoping that there's no fucking better way. They love this shit. They really on some demon shit. They ain't on no fucking, man, they, how the old gangster rap shit was.
Not to cut you off, Sanchez, but you're right, because even King Von said in his last interview when Gilly and them asked his ass, well, shit, do y'all think this shit in Chicago going back and forth for shit have an end with this beef shit? And he was like, nah, this game ain't gonna end until everybody either dead or in jail.
Yeah,
he said anybody alive just get
look, Q. Back in our days, remember all the truces and shit? All them truces, Farrakhan.
Exactly.
You ain't getting none of that
together and shit.
Yeah, you ain't finna get none of that out of Dirk them and what's these other ones out there with it? Yeah, the BDs and GDs up there. And
Young
shit.
boy and none of these niggas. Somebody gotta die. Ain't no time. And the difference between that is because back in the day, the older generation to us, they respected they OGs to the point where somebody could mediate the beef. Nowadays, they don't give a fuck about what you got to say if you're older than them, nigga.
Hey, yo, I want to. It's crazy y'all talking about that. Y'all. I don't know if y'all are familiar with Young Boy and Fredo Bang, like that little beef and stuff. Fredo Bang, he just had an interview and he told him officer out there in their city was trying to get him and Youngboy to end the beef, but the government ain't let it happen. Like he just said this like 2-3 days ago in the interview. He said the government ain't let it happen. They wanted to continue the beef.
Hey, let me show y'all some real shit, right? Up in New York, you got the Crips and the GDs beefing. You know that's a big beef in New York, man. Like your Brooklyn Crips. Well, I don't know if it's by city, but I just know, you got your Bobby Schmurder Crips, Fivio Foreign. You got your Crip sets and all them in New York going against your GDs, like 22 G's
that
and
shit
all.
crazy.
Now check how deep this is. NYPD put up into the GD's turf playing a song from the Crips that was dissing them. The name of the song that the Crips made was "Folk in My Trunk," talking about
I seen exactly what you're talking about. They put up in the Blicky hood
and was playing. And so guess what that tell us? That if it ain't enough shooting and violence going on, then the police gotta go instigate some shit so they can get something going on. You know what I'm saying? That they probably was saying, you know what, we need some shit going. These gangs too much friend. Let's play this. This will get them. Hey, look, when the police was playing that shit, the GDs was responding almost like, okay, we gotta do something now. And I'm like, yo, they falling for the instigating.
I mean, they was damn near like, you see what they trying to do? They was like, y'all see them trying to promote this beef between us and shit?
That's what they were saying.
Walking up to the car.
Yeah, but it was still almost like, but you know what? I'm gonna tell you. Do you think that it has an instigating effect? Them GDs is like, man, fuck them. You can't instigate this shit because we already.
It's you gonna have parts and parts. Some of them feel like, I see that y'all trying to get us to take this bait. Other niggas is like, regardless of y'all trying to get us to take this bait or not, these niggas did make this song.
Yeah, man.
Hey, that's a good point, Q. That is a very good point. I just want to add to the fact as well, right? I kind of had that similar experience with a friend of mine. He was a local UK rapper. One day, me and him was out doing our thing. He went to the barber shop to get a haircut, right? As he finished his haircut, we got into the car and these police pulled us over and they approached us and they started talking to him in a way, but they was mentioning gang members from the other side of the town, right? And I could see my friend, he was about to make it escalate to something else, but I told him, look, just be humble, be cool. And we got out of there real quick. But like I said, he's a local rapper, but he don't rap anymore because he's in jail. And I think the police was trying to like push him to say something stupid or to get him to do something stupid. But if I wasn't
you
there,
right, bro. Like they do that shit. And I'm just like, I wonder from your perspective, G, since you stay out there in the UK, how the fuck did drill hit out there like that? Because as being a nigga from Chicago, I'm like, how did drill hit the UK so hard?
To be honest with you, bro, it's like, what's his name? Fabio and all them guys, right? They're linking up with guys from the UK. But the guys that they're linking up with the UK from, they're also children. It's not like they're grown men. They're linking up with children out here. You understand? And the children are already corrupted. So, I mean, from the outside.
Culture, man. It's culture. That culture spread.
Hey, just so you know, too, like when it comes to like a lot of, like, if you ask motherfuckers from Chicago, they don't even consider New York drill music, G. Because it's like, by definition, y'all not, like, motherfuckers ain't doing the same shit or saying the same shit in their rhymes. Like, what makes drill music is disrespecting the dead in your shit or whatever and talk about some shit y'all actively doing and telling on yourself. Now, that's not a good thing at all. But I'm saying that's what it is. And then when motherfuckers try to, like, bite the wave and it's some whole other shit that they got nothing to do with that. Like, to me, Pop Smoke and them niggas ain't drill. Like, they're good musicians. They can call it something else, but it's by definition of a genre that don't fit into that category.
Yeah, like real drill music. If they say they walked up and shot you in the face, I walked up and shot Tommy in the face. Tommy really got shot in the face in real life.
Yeah, and all Tommy homies is sitting over there like, all right, this nigga just made a track, now I gotta retaliate, and we finna drop another track this week talking about the niggas who killed Tommies and try to slide on them. It's you know what I mean? Like it's a different type of thing.
It's real.
They be out there dancing and shit with they drill music. Like our drill music wasn't nothing to dance to, like talking about we doing the woo and shit and all of that type of shit. It's like I respect the New York niggas for what they do, but to call it drill is off. It's like you wouldn't call something R&B that's not R&B.
Man, I'm from Chicago. As soon as my cousins hit me with that drill shit, I'm like, y'all ignorant as hell for listening to that, bro. Y'all ignorant as hell for listening to that. And you know what's crazy?
Know what?
Even unconsciously.
You know what? Let me say something real quick. I was saying that earlier that NY drill is a different monster than Chicago drill, but that's because NY drill is come from UK drill.
Yeah, nah, you're right 100%. But like bro was just saying, that's from Chicago too. It's like, it ain't like we think, okay, motherfuckers who listen to drill ain't ignorant. But the thing is, you gotta have a healthy balance. If you're the type of motherfucker that listen to drill music, but you can't listen to no music with no real lyricism or a good point, then you lost.
And that's the only reason why I listen to drill, because the shit be going and it's good music as far as music though.
And there's certain ones that we would like skip on the playlist because like out of certain shit you will feel like yourself is too disrespectful to even be like, all right, I ain't even really trying to hear y'all diss all these niggas like that. Cause some of these niggas when you're from around here, like you can match faces to these goddamn names. You feel what I'm saying?
Shit, I'm from Maywood. I'm from Maywood, and you know what killed me and my pops. You know, like them niggas, my father and my uncle and them, they really with the folk on the hustler shit, bro. For real. Like really with the shit. Like the shit. If y'all know them, you know, you with the shit too. But it killed me because we was watching what's the fucking movie with that nigga that was killing everybody from the Matrix? Man, how the fuck I forget the name? Well, Keanu Reeves. The fuck?
You talking about John Wick?
Yeah, I was watching John Wick 2, right? And Common was on that shit, Common Sense. And my pops was like, he was a folk on the hustler too. But you see, like in the past, like niggas who was with the Gang Bang Boogie had like character and honor and fucking you know what I mean? And
it's like just like niggas didn't know Kanye was GD and on that type of shit until like or affiliated. You feel what I'm saying? Until just now when he said the shit when Drake hit. But it's like if you've been following Kanye since the beginning, look at who was around. Ryan Fest and all them niggas and this and that. Look at where he from. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, and then look at how much, you know, niggas been with Lil Larry and whoever else, GLC. It's like, that shit don't come as a surprise to you when you know.
Exactly, but and another thing too is they had character, bro. The whole gang shit wasn't just no fucking drug dealing at first, and it wasn't just no violent shit, bro. So they trying to turn it into something that is not. See,
because once upon a time it was really about getting money. Now it's just about like getting clout off killing. How many bodies y'all got? Like, we used to ask how much money.
Gangs was always and will always forever be about exploiting the children. I'm from the west side of Chicago, nigga, grew up in the Henry Hornets and Rockville. That shit ain't never been about this unity shit, how niggas kill.
Nah, bro, you a little off because my uncle Luthalo, right, he was with the Black Panthers. He knew Fred Hampton personally.
Hey, but listen though, bro.
That shit came from something
I grew up right around the corner from Fred Hampton. This is what I hate when niggas do. Stop associating what the Black Panthers did with what the gangs did. Black Panthers had actual Salvation Army food drives. They actually fed the children. If you from Chicago,
I call it. I feel you, Bobby. I call up
from the crib, though, right? Hold on, brother. You done had a free lunch before, right?
Hell yeah.
And you done had free breakfast before, right?
Shit, what you mean though? Come on.
I'm saying the Black Panthers started that, not no gangs.
All right. Yeah, I fuck with you. But
and this is what I'm saying. Once the Black Panthers left, ain't no more free lunches. Ain't no gang, ain't no folk corner hustlers, travelers, DDs, GDs, Breeds, whatever the Latin Kings, none of them niggas out there. They giving them a pack and telling them to go feed the gang. That's what the fuck.
No. Gangs always been about protecting their hood, bro. That's what gangs always been about. And
they came out the
block. Hold on, bro. Listen,
gangs ain't never been about protecting the community.
Hold on, bro. It always been about that.
It's been about protecting the interests of the gang.
Man, listen, then, cool. Listen, cool. Tie your hands up. Listen. What I'm saying is, it start from these are blocks, these are people who gonna protect this. Anything that go down. You can pop somebody in somebody's hood that's not even a gang member, and that hood gonna ride for that motherfucker that got popped in his hood. Now what happens is the hood start feuding. Now that's the problem.
Now they had agents that
always started from. We from the hill, we from the valley, we from the north, we from the east, we from the west, we from over here. We went to this school, we went to that school. I played for this team. It always been that.
And it wasn't no ignorant, absent-minded shit.
This is what I'm trying to get you to understand, though, brother.
Shit.
Hold on, Fibonacci. This is what I want Drop to understand. I don't know how gangs work in LA, so I would never try to come from a base view of understanding what y'all did. I'm saying in Chicago, gangs is based off of the gang mentality that Al Capone set. Al Capone left a structure where it was a motherfucking commission and you had to sit around the heads of the family. Al Capone said, fuck that. I'm the leader. I'm going to Chicago, create my own shit where I'm the top of the food chain and everything under me. And that's how all gangs work. That's why you got regents, chiefs. They use all the same motherfucking terminology in Chicago. I ain't talking about motherfucking LA. But in Chicago, they go by chiefs, regents, generals, soldiers. They break that shit down all the way from the top to the bottom.
Hey, Box Stopin, you're right. Music has potential to be dangerous. We should filter music the same way we do with the TV and eating meat. I would double down and say we should filter music even more. I'm with you on that.
Hey, listen, like Fibonacci, right? You said your daddy was a four corner hustler, right?
Shit, my cousins and my uncle.
Okay, so listen, but you grew up in Maywood, right?
Yeah.
Now listen, I can damn near 9 times out of 10 guarantee your daddy not from Maywood, right?
No, he wasn't born there, but shit.
Now y'all tell me where your daddy from.
Shit, fuck, he from another state. I forgot already. I ain't even gonna front you.
Okay, so that means when your daddy left his other state, which he probably was in the hood there, when he came to Chicago, he put you in a position to live a better life because you know Maywood ain't shit like the city. That's the suburbs of Chicago.
Yeah, it ain't shit. Bobby. But shit, I've been on the west side too by my
I ain't saying, I know, I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is that the gang mentality, right? If your pops really felt that about the gang, he'd say, I'm finna put my son and my children exactly where the gang's at. That's
yeah. He got shot twice. And both of the bullets still inside of his body. The nigga paralyzed, not from a shot. But he stopped gang banging when he was like my age, like 24, 25. Especially after he had his kid. That nigga a real hustler. He ain't no drug dealer, he a hustler, bro.
Hey, let me ask Bobby something real quick.
Hold on, I think one of the biggest points that Bobby trying to make
Sanchez get it.
Okay.
Hey, Bobby, hey, look, we already know we got Chi-Town brothers on here. I didn't know how intricate the Chi-Town BD GD shit was, right? Let me explain something to you. This is embarrassing to admit. I just thought BDs is BDs, GDs is GDs. But I ain't think like these are just big ass umbrellas for all these little bitty like.
Bro, it's like it's clicks within that, but you got to remember they started as the same. Well,
it started as a BGD,
and there's always some esoteric.
It was
shit.
BGDs, then the BDs and the GDs. I'm saying it break down. Sanchez, the same way you could see how Al Capone ran this. Gangs didn't come into existence in Chicago until Al Capone came and brought that mentality. That's where the gangster mentality in Chicago come from.
And he right about that. But what my point was, when the niggas started it, they was probably some Masons or some shit to the fact that they was educated and they knew what they was doing when they
No, brother, listen to me, brother. I'm telling you, the gangs came from niggas growing up around Italians and watching how the mafia operated. Then we supplemented that into our own structure because the mafia is very structured.
and
bro, no ignorant nigga gonna call himself vice lord. No ignorant nigga gonna call himself a traveler or disciple, bro.
And let me ask Bobby this. So what do the GDs feel about dudes saying growth and development? Is they going back against that, or is they really trying to challenge?
Growth and development came after Larry got locked up, and he gangster disciple the growth and development. That's why I be pushing back on niggas don't know the real. When Larry got locked up, and Larry was trying to get out, the lawyers was telling Larry, listen, every time we go in front of this judge, they keep hitting you with time because this GD gangster disciple, the gangster. So guess what he did? He started the growth and development project from jail. Now listen, let me ask y'all this. Growth and development. It started as gangster disciple, black gangster disciple, BGD. Since we talking gang history in Chicago and we got some Chi-Town brothers on, I want to do something different, right? A lot of us know a lot about the GDs because the GDs are like the most popular, famous gang in Chicago. Even Rick Ross repping, and they spread it first and stuff. Larry Hoover is a household name. What we don't know a lot about the history of is the BDs and the Vice Lords. Let me put you on Vice Lords then. Yeah, Vice Lords are the first gangs in Chicago, right? Before GDs and all that, it was Vice Lords. And this is the trick of the Vice Lords. The Vice Lords were incorporated. The Vice Lords are corporations, CBL. The Vice Lords had daycares. The Vice Lords had motherfucking libraries. You could go back and look at the history. The Vice Lords had all storefronts where you see big CBL.
But you making my point.
But why would they call themselves Vice Lords and do good? I'm finna tell you why. I'm finna tell you why, bro Sanchez. Because just like the mafia figured out how to incorporate themselves into political society, that's what the gangs was doing. And when they made the CBL, they also started making gang members aldermen. They started running for political positions. They started buying politics. They made their organization into a non-profit so they could start getting 501c3 funds from the real.
So let's get to the core of it then. So the shit ain't really the gangs, it's the people within it, and we gotta grow and expand them. Now sometimes the catalyst to that might be some goofy shit. You feel me? But
if me and you start a gang, right, and it's created in our vision.
I started a gang already. Shit, we we throw
follow me, brother. Follow me, brother. If the CVLs is created off the same structure that Al Capone created his gang structure, meaning there's somebody at the top and it break down like a pyramid, right? That structure, if it was righteous, it wouldn't have led us into the path that is leading us into now. That's what it was. It was meant, just like the pyramid scheme, for the niggas at the top to eat and the motherfuckers at the bottom to be regular low-level gang bangers, killing and stealing and filtering our money back up to the top.
That sound like my job, nigga.
That's the point that we making. That's the point that I'm making, Fibonacci.
We not making different points. I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? Like,
no, we is making different points because I'm saying the inception of the gang was to exploit black people. Black people that was smart enough to understand esoteric science, and I'm agreeing with you, created this thing. Just like the mafia understood esoteric science and how to say, I'm the godfather, you the consigliere, you this, you that. And guess what? If you just a regular street thug in the mafia, who you got to pay your money to? Let me ask you. Let me ask y'all
in the mafia. I want you to be like common sense.
That's the majority of the mafia. Let me ask y'all, Fibonacci. That's the majority of the mafia. Just like the majority of the gang is regular street level thug niggas. I got a question on some history shit about the gangs in the Chi. You know how to name Larry Hoover. We know it's the founder of the GDs. Can you give me?
Hey, before you continue, first they was called the Satan's disciples, and then the SDs. No, the SDs, and what's the other ones?
Breeds. And
no. What's the one that Larry came up with? Because it was no. That was Jeff Ford.
Larry Hoover was with Jeff Ford. Y'all better go.
No, right. He was with Jeff
Ford put Larry Hoover on.
Right. He was with Jeff Ford first until he broke out.
So what was Larry Hoover to begin with? An L. Rookin and a Moore. All the niggas Kansas.
No cap.
Hey,
no
look,
cap.
Let me ask you.
What was the thing when what's his name created the Sage Disciples? Supreme Gangsters. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
With Supreme Gangsters.
Yeah, I heard of that. Yeah. Hey, look, hey,
SGs.
Supreme Gangsters. I heard of that. You show, yeah. Hey, check this out, right? Larry Hoover started the Supreme Gangsters, which later became what we know today, the Gangster Disciples. But who are the two forefounders for the BD? Who started the BDs and who started the Vice Lords? What's they founding father?
Lawrence Science Temple.
That's a short story.
Temple. Now, if we go get into the Moors created the gangs and all the gangs come out of the motherfucking the fraternity system and the mafia system in Chicago, because that's really what it's based off of, fraternal orders and mafia orders. That's what they got. That's how they understood how to create gangs. Gangs been in Chicago since the 50s.
Chat room said David Barksdale started the BDs, and
David Barksdale broke off from the he the ones that when Larry had it was BGDs. That's what Larry. What Dave did is say we don't want to go with the GD doctrine, so we taking the BD out of the BGDs, and I'm coming with the BDs. It's the same gang. They got the fucking structure, the same literature. They follow the same laws,
the same star, right?
Same star, same colors,
and that's why it's like when you look at the older generation, they not a part of this shit going on with this BD versus GD shit now. They think
you want to know why? I'm finna fuck you up, Sanchez. Lil Durk is a BD. His daddy is the head GD.
Yep.
Yeah, it's crazy because
And they say
you know what they said.
You know a lot about this shit, bro.
But look, I was hearing
I'm
how
listening to you, so I can learn from you, Bobby.
Yo, I was hearing how.
But they got the respect too, though. Like none of Dirk's niggas is finna drop the rakes in front of his father, G.
But look, and I heard about that too. Cute that they wouldn't do that too. That he say he don't drop rakes and all that. Look, I was hearing how like it's a fine line. It can get confusing because you'll have like connections between. You don't know what they call it. IGD is when you have a group of GDs and BDs together. Is IGD or some shit? What they were saying? Because they saying it's confusing because GDs and BDs mix all the time, but yet they beef with each other, like how you were saying.
Yeah, see how it works now is like now motherfuckers could be in cliques that got multiple gangs in it. So it could be a clique full of niggas that got BDs, GDs, Vice Lords, Stones, Mickey Cobras, all kind of shit.
Insane. That's called insane gang banging. That's when
insane.
We don't go fuck what you is, nigga. We insane, nigga. We killing everything.
Yeah, that's what I was.
They call that
EBK.
You know what?
Real Chicago nigga in the Naga in the building, Southside Inglewood. I had to jump in, Jack. I hear what y'all talking. I just got on live, and man, was salutes to my Chicagoans, Bobby, all y'all, man. Salute.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So man, what's the conversation based around?
The history of gangs in Chicago. This what I'm trying to educate them on. They saying that the gangs was created as a community development in order to help the community.
That's not what I said.
And listen, I'm saying that no, because look where the gangs led us. I'm saying the gangs was started. The niggas at the top to eat. And the niggas at the bottom feed the niggas at the top, meaning it's still the exploitation of children. Because what the gang say, get them while they young. Get that nigga while he's 7, 8 years old, nigga.
They know they can't go to jail.
I'm from the west side of Chicago. I grew up around Angelo in real life. I knew Angelo Roberts in real life. He was 17.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Listen to what I'm saying. When Angelo was 17, I couldn't have been no more than 6 or 7. And you want to know what them niggas used to call me? Them the shorty foes. Them the shorties that's going to and be the 4-corner hustlers. All the shorty foes in the hood, nigga. Shorty foes.
Yeah.
One thing we can say for sure about gang culture, because I'm from the UK, one thing we can say for sure is that gang culture is, I think, simply a byproduct of the lower section of society, or what they call the lower section of society. It's simply just that. That's why we got gangs here smoking on dead ops. That's why you lot got gangs there smoking on dead ops. That's why they got gangs in New York smoking on dead ops, in Brazil, in every country you can think of. Australia, there's drill music from everywhere. And all it is simply is just a byproduct of the lower section of society. Is how
you're right, Glitch Soul, but them niggas at the beginning was always more smarter than the niggas nowadays. Always.
That's a fact. Everybody was smarter. Everybody was smarter.
So watch this. You want to know why? I don't know about the UK, but I'm saying because in America, the niggas who started the gang was the smart niggas from the hood that went to college and brought that fraternity gang mentality back. Or the niggas dealing with this Chicago only, or the niggas who were dealing with the Italian mafia, right? And then they figured they like, let's go back to the 50s and the 40s. When niggas was dealing with the Italian mafia, seeing how Al Capone ran this system, then you start getting the early gangs from fucking Dragons and like gang ministers. Old head niggas calling themselves. Go look at motherfucking Cooley High when that nigga said Cobras. And the other nigga said, motherfucking Dragons.
But you know what it is? It was always the niggas back in the day. You have to remember, it was always the niggas. The only niggas that got in with the Italians and the mobsters and all of that. The only niggas that got in with them niggas was the niggas with charisma. The niggas that was almost like chameleon, like they could get.
And them the only niggas who started gangs and led gangs.
Yeah, they're the charisma.
Larry got charisma. Jeff Fort got charisma. Big Dirt got charisma. Angelo got charisma. Them the niggas who become the leaders. King David got charisma. Motherfucking the niggas who started
Walter Weed
got charisma. Walter Weed. If you meet these niggas, they the cleanest, soft, slick talkingest niggas. This where Don Magic Wild from. We got that pimp culture. We know if a shorty or a bitch to do what we want them to do.
That's a fact. It takes a nigga with charisma to start a gang. You can't have a nigga without no charisma starting no gang. Ain't no
nigga with charisma to get people to follow him. Barack got
exactly.
It don't matter what the fuck it is. LeBron got charisma. When you talking about leadership and following the motherfucker, they always gonna put a nigga at the top that got charisma and that smile and know how to talk. Man, I met Angelo. Angelo was a swole ass, light skinned, pretty boy ass nigga that could whoop on niggas, talk to anybody.
Martial artist.
Huh?
And he was a martial artist, yeah.
Listen, bro. Angelo could whoop 4, 5 niggas at once in real life. I'm trying to tell you. But the
design police, then fuck the police up.
He was killing the police, yeah, but that's my point. I knew Angelo. For as good as bad as he was, I'm telling you, when I was a shorty, Angelo couldn't have been no more than 17, 18, but we looking at that as grown men, right? Because when you 6 and 7, a nigga that age is a grown man. And them all the little kids that was in the motherfucking Henry Hornets and Rockwells, y'all the shorty foes. Y'all the little BDs. Y'all the shorty breeds.
Nah.
That's what we start the gangs right there.
Now, when you think of the story of Yummy Sandifer, as he spoke about the babies, Yummy Sandifer was 11 years old. He was from the hundreds. And the wild hundreds is what we call it in the city. I grew up in the section called the Inglewood, Auburn, Gresham area. Now, in between those areas where the GDs or the BGDs as the original structure started, David Barksdale, yes, is the founder. Larry, yes, he was once an ambassador for Jeff Fort. Jeff Fort was not completely the L. Rookins or the Black P. Stone altogether. He started whereas he went to multiple other gangs.
He was a Moor, bro. He was a Moor, right or wrong. Was he a Moor? Weren't they Moors?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Jeff Fort, Larry Hoover, one all them Moors to begin with.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because they went to the Moor Science Temple.
Moor Science Temple, there you.
Yeah. So what they did was, and now that you say that, let me speak on the fact that he had the fort right down, a place called the Fort right down on 39th Street. Whereas because he knew his universal commercial codes and had learned them, he knew that they could not raid into a religious place, which is one of the reasons why they had had the fort built. The walls were so thick and he had big steel doors that when they had parties, so everything that the drugs and all type of illegal activity as society is say, went on, it would be different that organizations that would be partying along with the L. Rookins just the same. just the same. But going back to speaking about Yummy Sandifer and how, like you said, these babies is who it's become a real epidemic, or always has been an epidemic in our city. Because again, I spoke on this a few streams back. You could be a neutron in the city. You could be a neutron, but if your cousin or brother or just the fact you grew up in the neighborhood, the guys in the neighborhood, the older guys in the neighborhood, and or the police will consider you to be guilty by association.
Damn.
No matter what you do, no matter what it is, because this is the most corrupt, the most segregated city in the nation. I'm talking about it's so deep rooted that it's ridiculous.
I know the line of where the white people started at in Oak Park, bro. I used to go to work. I literally, bro, I could literally go from Central Augusta and see the line, bro, exactly where it started being Mexican town and exactly where it started being white folk town. You feel me? I almost said my real name, so I almost doxed myself. Sir Fibonacci don't support no gang activity, bro. And so my father was a good ass man, and he was gang banging when he was younger.
We're not taking away the morality of your father.
No, it's not about my father.
No.
Remember my first point, though.
No, you said that the gangs was to help the community, right?
No, that's not what, Bobby, that's not what I said. I said it was niggas in the gang that's intelligent, and I want to go into the gang and
but listen to what I'm Fibonacci.
Intelligent.
Fibonacci. Intelligence is not a marker for morality.
And moral, and all that good shit.
But they want moral, because guess what?
No, I'm not saying that's what they was, Bobby. I'm trying to say that I want them to change to be more like that. I'm trying to reach them in a way where it's helping them in that direction. Because
the gang was set up. The gang was set up to exploit children. That's what I'm saying. It's set up to feed the man at the top. The whole system. This is what we're saying about the system. I understand what you're saying. They're intelligent, but guess what else is intelligent? An evil genius. If I want to set up a fucking system to exploit people, I need to be an evil, calculated genius motherfucker, and that's intelligent.
Your point valid, and you going in the right direction. So I'm gonna let you cook.
Right. That's what I'm saying about these niggas. They not going into this gang culture saying, I want to help the shorties. They going into it saying, get that shorty while he young. Maserati, my man Phil, he from the south side, I'm from the west side. We got the same story. What gang you in right now? So, what gang you ever represented?
I grew up a BGD.
BGDs. Now check this out. Did you hear what he said? That's like ROTC training. Hold on, Phil. That ROTC training.
Yes, sir.
The same thing they do. They come into the school and get the shorty while young, and you already in the army at 13. This is what we saying about the gangs. They not grooming Nick. They ain't tell Phil, go to school, bro. You can draw good. You good with your hands. You can be a mechanic, nigga. You can go be a carpenter. They told that nigga at a young age, nigga, when you grow up, nigga, you gonna be a top BD, nigga. You gonna be a shorty, and we bitch, nigga. I love that Angelo was telling me, nigga, I'm a shorty. Oh, nigga.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I go,
gonna lie, yo,
I'm a whip on police and shit, niggas.
Yo, Bobby, I ain't gonna lie. They never told every youth that. Like, there was guys that used to say that around me when I was in school, but it wasn't every youth that got told that. It was certain youths that had a certain type of energy that they could see and that they could relate to. They never went to the.
I'm saying that might be how it work in the UK, but I'm telling you, over here in America, when you grow up in the hood, and county niggas can attest. It don't matter what the fuck you want to be. When you grow up in this hood and it's a blood hood or a BD hood, nigga, that's what you is.
That's what it is.
They're walking up to the little nut. They're walking up.
It don't give it a nut or a BD. You don't give a nigga. If you in this hood, you a BD, nigga.
Yeah.
That's because you in the book.
Or else you can't be here.
Hey, Bobby.
Bobby. It is different. It is different out here because we don't have the segregation.
That's Sanchez, y'all. Sanchez trying to butt in. Come on.
Oh, shit. Sorry, bro.
Hey, but look, no, real quick. You and Q don't have to answer this because I know this can be kind of a risky question to answer. But what part of what gang area do you guys live in Chicago? Because I know it's like different little ones. I know Dirk. I heard it's from Lemon or some shit.
I'm born on the west side of Chicago, Ashton and Lake, the Henry Hornet Projects and Rockwell Gardens.
But yo, Bobby, Sanchez ain't finished yet, bro.
I'm sorry, I thought he was. My fault.
But no, I'm just.
I was born in Melrose Park.
Oh, Sanchez ain't done, bro. My fault. I put it in. He wasn't done, Fibonacci.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
No, what I was saying was because the reason I'm asking y'all this ain't to promote gang banging and no shit, right? I be watching a lot of gang documentaries, and they show these maps with the sections of each gang and shit, and it's just so many fucking boxes and areas, man. And I be like, sometime when I be talking to y'all niggas, I be like, I wonder what area my nigga Bobby from or my nigga Q from and shit. But you don't have to answer that though. That's just like curiosity and shit. But I know
give you some insights.
Yeah.
And I'm finna give you some insight into that box theory, right?
Yeah.
My body feel from the south side. I'm from the west side. This how deep this go. If you grew up on, let's say, 63rd or 65th or 73rd, wherever you grew up, Inglewood,
73rd.
If you grew up on 73rd, guess what? That nigga might not know nothing about downtown, the west side, or even 2 blocks over until he damn near in his 40s.
Exactly.
He's staying in that box. I'm from the west side. I'm from Henry Hornets and Rockwell. Bro, do you know how long it took for me before I even start exploring the south side or downtown and all? We was where the gang was at. We travelers, and this what ain't this what the older folks told us? If you leave outside this box, you ain't got no protection, nigga. You go to a GD hood or a vice lord, you're getting tore apart. You better stay here.
Hey, you know what? That's how it is.
Niggas went where they wanted to. Shit.
That's how the civil wars are in Africa.
Say it again.
No, and this the last thing I'm gonna say. The way y'all niggas grow up in Chicago and LA and how it's like with the sections and shit, that's literally how it is as a child growing up in like Rwanda or some shit. You know, if you go over here, you know what I'm saying? You know what? I think every nigga living in these areas should get free PTSD motherfucking money and shit. No, go ahead, y'all. I'm gonna fall back.
My whole city just got PTSD. I tell any and everybody, like, man, people don't know, boy. Like, yeah, we know that the news got a lot of it's mostly propaganda. It's a lot of, things that you have to take as a grain of salt. But I can tell you this: one thing's for sure and 2 things for certain. When they speak on Chicago, you better know it's all true, homie. And that's to speak on the murders that's not even making the news.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. It's like the whole world right now.
Go outside and have a great summer, and play like in the front yards from the north side to the west side to the south side, east side.
It's humbling. It's humbling.
Went to bed to no motherfucking police sirens. Y'all ain't never went to bed to no police
right by you.
I'm not talking about y'all. Y'all from Chicago. Y'all already know.
I'm gonna tell you this, and I ain't afraid. I'm gonna let my nuts hang. Excuse my language.
Yeah, bro.
I'm fighting the entire Fed case. The entire Fed case. Me and my brother, boy, at the same time, the entire family, they watching shootouts and all types of things where we could have lost our life and they didn't do a thing. Roll right past. That's
kind of like niggas tried to tip me on the motherfucking dub piece, bro. Niggas live right under me, try to tip me on the motherfucking.
Let's not make it, Fibonacci master. Let's not make it too personal. But
look, but I got another one. Niggas tried to tip me on a dub piece, bro, right under me. These niggas selling rocks to the whole community, bro. These niggas busting shots damn near every other week. My nigga, my cousin come over on Goofy with my auntie yelling this shit, yelling at the top of their lungs about how these niggas jipped me and how I'm a pussy. So now I gotta walk out on the street and look at these niggas in they gang patrolling the block with all these crackheads lined up, getting turned around 3 times and shit. And now I gotta go be a man in front of them.
Listen, let me say this real quick. Let me say this. This was shit.
Let's jump in real quick, y'all.
Hey, Maserati was saying something about how niggas ain't scared of the police. Damn, Glitch Soul almost made me forget. How niggas ain't scared of the police and shit. And I want just everybody to think about this real quick if you ain't familiar with Chicago history. The Chicago was the first time I ever heard the words rooftop sniper. And the rumor was that in Chicago, you had motherfuckers that'll be on top of the
That's a fact, Sanchez. Top of the project roof, shooting at the
Top of
police.
the block buildings that you hear all the rappers sing.
Hey, now let me touch on that, Maserati. Check this out.
They said the
police.
Yo, bro Sanchez ain't finished speaking, man.
I'm sorry.
No, I was saying they said the police didn't know how to police these areas, man. That these gangs had the higher military advantage. And when they say that on the news and shit back in the day, bro, that is major. that's crazy.
Sanchez, let me explain how the projects work, right? So I'm from Henry Hornet, Rockwell. This is literally like 20 blocks of 13 floor buildings, right? For 20 blocks straight. So imagine, right? If I'm in Rob, the building where I'm from, 2245, it's 13 floors. So let's say 200-300 people in this building, and you got access to the roof. Once I run in the building now, if you the police, you don't know where I'm at. And I got the advantage of the sniper advantage, which is real because it wasn't just the police they was shooting at. Any foreign car, anybody they didn't know, if you came in that motherfucking courtyard, you get shot at from the roof. This a real thing. Cabrini Green was like that. The Robert Taylors was like that. The Henry Hornets, all the projects
Facts, no bullshit.
outside that I ever knew was like that.
Like that, yes, sir.
Right. You like one like I grew up knowing like
nigga Chief Keef was like shooters on the roof from side of
shooters on the roof, right? Because that's a real thing, and this how real it is. Phil, I guarantee you got family from the west side, just like I got family from
yes, sir. Yeah,
I did not even connect with it until I got older because didn't even fuck with each other because we in gangs and the shorties don't knowing each other. None of that shit.
Yeah, that's the
Hey,
truth.
Bob. Hey,
That's
Bobby.
real.
Go ahead, Sister Hamlin.
You know, it's funny because this was like back in the 80s. I had a cousin, well, my uncle, he got a job, I think, at IBM out in Chicago. And my cousins, whenever they
And the fiber optic wire.
Yeah, so exactly. I'm not sure exactly because you know those terms as a kid. You know how you just hear the adults talking. But what I thought was interesting was my cousins would always say, "Yeah, we from the west side of Chicago." And of course, back in the 70s and 80s, you didn't know what that meant. You know, if you weren't from there. But come to find out, they were actually from Naperville. And I'm just like, I don't think that has anything to do with Chicago.
Naperville ain't nothing. Naperville is literally like
Let me
outside
tell
of
you,
Chicago.
This
Okay,
ties back into the rapper shit. This ties back into the rapper shit because my nigga, my people went anywhere. That's how you feel me. But my mama and my auntie, hold on. My mama and my aunties and they all moved us out to the suburbs. You feel me?
It's the part where I want to touch on Fibonacci.
Okay, I got you in a sec. In Naperville, you get niggas that want to be folk corner hustlers. They was shorty foes, but now they ain't got nobody really to you feel me? They can't really just claim that, or they just do. And
no, that ain't it, Fibonacci.
And they
it's exactly what you said.
And they go on Instagram and Facebook with the shit.
No, that ain't
really
it, Fibonacci.
With the hustler shit. They not really with the gang bang, and that's how it is out in the suburbs. These
no,
niggas
it ain't
violent
Fibonacci.
and they claiming shit. And then when they go back to the city, that's when they learn the real shit. But then you got rappers claiming shit that they don't even know nothing about. They claiming shit they don't know nothing about, right? And then they
wait a minute, Fibonacci.
Shit they don't know nothing about.
That's not real, Fibonacci. And I'm finna tell you,
that's my life.
No, it's not because you literally said, "How did you know about the gangs? Did you know about the gangs through TV first or through your father first?"
My father.
Okay, stop right there. This is what I'm saying. Back in the day, I'm from '82, bro. In '82, Naperville and Maywood and all that shit was the suburbs. Once niggas a better way.
No, bro, you talking about?
Wait, you ain't let me finish, Fibonacci.
Closer to the city than Naperville.
Let me talk, Fibonacci. I'm out there in Fibonacci. I'm from a different era than you. I ain't trying to stun on you, but I'm saying I'm really from this era. What happened was the same way how Milwaukee got gangs and all these other places. Niggas like your daddy, like my daddy, like Maserati uncles or some shit, they wanted to get a way of life. And they went to Maywood, Naperville, Hoffman Estates, all these different fucking places, right? Dalton, all these different fucking places. But guess what they didn't abandon? The gang. So they brought that mentality out there to the fucking suburbs. And right now, if you go to Naperville, you can get
bro, that's not Naperville.
You go to
that's
wait a minute.
Juliet, bro.
Nothing. You can get your brain.
It's not
You're not letting me finish, Phil, but not what I'm saying is, let me finish. That's what I'm saying, Phil.
She talking about the suburbs. She not talking about no.
Phil, you're not letting me finish, Phil, Bonacci. Phil, me and Phil, what year was you born, Phil?
86.
I'm born in 82. So, all right, listen. This is what I'm saying, Phil, and you could probably agree with me on this.
Yeah,
I'm born in time in the 90s. Maywood was a beautiful neighborhood.
Yes, it was.
Maywood is where you wanted to be.
Dalton was beautiful.
Dalton was beautiful. What's for Harvey? All that. Guess what it is now? Guess what it is now?
Oh shit!
So motherfucking brains blown up in them
Naperville
places.
is beautiful. Naperville, Bolingbrook,
Hey, listen,
that sound like Compton right there.
right now.
Compton was beautiful.
Every hood is beautiful before it becomes the hood.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Every hood is beautiful.
They terraforming them areas right now. They terraforming. They terraforming. Bolingbrook, Dalton, all that shit becoming a hood.
Naperville got a beautiful downtown area. Don't nothing but rich white people live over there.
That ain't you missing my point, brother.
Hey, Bobby. At the same time, Bobby, listen, we have to be honest about this shit. You see how beautiful an area looks doesn't make a difference as to whether it's
Thank you. And this way, and that's the point that he missing about Naperville. And Phil finna agree with this. Every suburb don't get populated by black gangs. Naperville is Mexicans, nigga. I used to be in Naperville.
Because
thank you. That's all Mexicans.
They have the highest population rate is in Aurora. It's all due to that.
Thank you. Now, Phil, if you go to Aurora or you go to Naperville, you're not bumping into GDs and BDs, but you know what you're bumping into? Latin kings, the Mexican motherfuckers that's gonna blow your motherfucking shit out.
You talking about
Let me ask y'all something.
Negro GD.
You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You see the gangsterism. You see gangsterism. Gangsterism is a virus, and it will spread everywhere. And you know where it spreads most? In the places where you would never expect it. In the most beautiful places.
No, we expect it. Let me Hey, Glitch, let me ask you this. Let's say it's gonna spread in the places where we see the most poverty and the less opportunities at, and the gangs is basically rogue groups that's saying we're gonna make an opportunity.
Yeah, that's a fact. They see opportunity. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. But no, you got it. I was just saying what
if that's the case, then we can easily do something about that shit.
Nah, listen.
Answer that. We can have a solution to that problem easily. Because that shit that's popping in Naperville and Bolingbrook ain't shit right now.
I want to know this, right?
Listen, I don't know
that they said in Chicago.
UK. I don't know.
They say in Chicago prisons, and I don't know if this is all the way true. Well, I think this is pretty much true. It's the not Chicago prisons, all of them prisons up there where the BDs, GDs, all of them gangs up Midwest and shit. In the prisons, it's divided up between the folk nation and people nation, right?
That's true.
That's true. So let me ask you this, right? Because with the people nation, you got the Latin Kings and the BDs, if I'm not mistaken, or no? What's the people?
No, the BDs with the folks. BDs with the Stones and the Vice Lord.
The Stones,
Vice Lords, Mickey Cobras, all them niggas under the five.
Everybody under the five and stuff.
All under the 5-point star, as you know, all of the folks. The BDs.
Hey, but don't let motherfuckers think you. Don't let motherfuckers fool you into thinking in certain suburbs out here in the South, it don't get busy, G.
See, that's what I was
saying.
I'm already knowing, but that shit.
I ain't from the suburbs, but what I know is, from coming up and being around universities, I be in these streets everywhere. I see that all the OGs and all gangs that didn't get caught up, they reside in all these deep ass suburbs. And all the shorties they got in tune with them.
They're getting away from the problem.
That's what I'm saying, G.
My uncle is a traveler, bro. When he made his money, he went out to the suburbs and went low, bro. That's what that is.
See, that's what I see.
Nah, but listen what I'm saying, G. Listen what I'm saying.
That's why I don't look at all suburbs. You can't say the suburbs. They're like,
yeah, bro, because that's what I'm saying.
Really, you got the suburbs. Because before that,
I didn't say the suburbs.
The second wave. You had to pick the people in the projects. Once the project buildings went down, they went to the suburbs.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell motherfuckers.
Oh, y'all probably all old enough who from Chicago to remember when we was promised to get the Olympics, and that was a complete lie. That was a part of the whole.
I remember that. We were supposed to do that when Barack Obama got elected, bro.
Exactly.
Hey, guess what?
Old enough. We in our 40s.
Yes,
Hey, let me say.
I'm
gonna be brief.
Like, I'm from 69th and Peoria, 75th from Dorchester. You know what I'm saying? 47 Prairie. I be on Chicago Avenue and Rockwell. You see what I'm saying? Like Ridgeland. I'm West Side, East Side, South Side. I'm from where all the originators was at. You see what I'm saying?
Let me say something.
Hey, my man Alcorn, I'm from Rockwell, bro.
I gotta say this.
My man right there.
That's fresh fatty.
Hey, look, let me say something on some real shit though. What I found, what this was like this everywhere I went in life. Is most Chi-Town motherfuckers than everybody. Like when I was in the army, in my little group in Oklahoma, it was Chi-Town is just deep, like every fucking where. Just like on this panel, it's most Chi-Town motherfuckers than anywhere. Now they said that most blacks are concentrated in the South, but I'm gonna tell you something, man. Midwest, I don't know, man. Like it's a hell of a big concentration of blacks in the Midwest area, all that shit, man. It might be equal though, but look,
Chicago is a majority black city. Chicago is a majority black city.
But let Sir Fibonacci say something real quick. Sir Fibonacci already knew niggas from Chicago wasn't gonna give him no credit from being from Chicago, bro. And honestly, honestly, fuck Chicago, nigga. Fuck. I'd rather be out here in Vegas, to be honest. But shit, that's what I'm going with. I'm gonna say I'm from Chicago. That's what I'm doing. So shit,
I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna tell you like this about Chicago. I love my city, but ain't no love in my city.
Ain't no. And he put it in one of the greatest ways, homie.
That's why they call it. That's why they call it No Love.
My people out there.
That's why they call it No Love City, G.
Anyone who's
and that's all 57. That's in Inglewood. That's the name of a GD area.
Yeah, you can connect to Peoria, where it's all originated from.
Anybody, listen, yo.
Anybody saying 71st to Emerald, that's the borderline for the BDs and the GDs, where all that shit originated from. You see what I'm saying? Then you got
regardless of where.
That's a location of where BGDs, when King David and Larry came together, which was from the Devil's Disciples to the Supreme Gangsters coming together.
Yo, regardless to where any of the history comes from, anyone who's growing up, who grew up in the hood and is still in the hood, we're supposed to have a love-hate relationship with it. We ain't supposed to love this shit all the way. We ain't supposed to praise it. Yeah, we're supposed to hate it in a certain way, but at the same time, we're supposed to love it because it's what made us and it's what brought us to this point that we're at right now, trying to elevate from it. You get what I'm trying to say? So none of us should be trying to praise it. You get what I'm trying to say? But at the same time, elevate from it. You feel what I'm saying?
But I would say this is going to be oxymoron. But how can you hate something that created you? Our city is very, very systematically designed and deep rooted in nothing but blood and pain and tears, like for real.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't like walking down the street and seeing people homeless sleeping on mattresses in the street in the rain and shit like that. I don't like seeing. I hate that shit about the hood, but. There's other things that I love. I love the love that I get when I walk around and all the shopkeepers, they know me and this, that, and the other. But there's other things that I see that I hate.
Listen, ain't nobody from the hood sleeping on no mattresses. They make do. It be them weirdos that be having to do at one of them goddamn skid roads.
I'm talking about the homeless niggas that's out there on the mattresses in the subway tunnels and all that kind of shit. I'm talking about them. I'm saying,
in the subway. That's not in the hood.
It's in my hood. I'm saying no. Where I come from, I'm saying in my
that
hood.
nigga in the UK, folks.
Terrain is different. I've been to New York. I've been to the Bronx and all that, but the terrain is different out here. Like you know what I'm saying, there's a lot.
What up,
though? There's no segregation the way that it is out there. It's not really segregated.
Not at all. It doesn't compare. It doesn't compare, sir. I'm gonna tell you that. I apologize With all due respect,
let's get into
that though, Phil. What you trying to say? Phil, what you trying to say though?
No, bro, no. You can't say it don't compare. You can't tell me that. Don't tell me that because you're gonna get me mad. That you can't tell me it don't compare.
Here's what I'm gonna say about the UK. Hold on. One thing I want to ask all of y'all real quick, so we can get clarity here. To my understanding, you got gang violence and all that in the UK, just like over here, but not a lot of shooting violence because of their gun laws and shit like that. But I don't know if that's true or not.
Hey, bro, Sanchez, let's get
to
let's go. Because what these niggas essentially doing, what these niggas is doing is they comparing two rapes to each other and acting like it's not still a rape. That's what I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going on.
Hold on,
one thing I'm going to tell you right now is that, one thing is you guys in the UK, in the USA are never going to hear about the actual amount of gun violence that's actually going on in the UK.
Okay.
And even in the newspapers in the UK, you don't hear about the actual amount. They only put out
the
what they
UK hide it better.
You know what I'm trying to say? So there is a lot more gun violence. There's a lot more guns than you.
But I'm gonna tell you something though, brother.
You're not here.
But look, but hold up, Glitch, slow down, man.
So
slow down. Let me ask you one
thing. You know how it feels to be driving on the expressway and have anxiety because you got to watch your back looking around for somebody just shooting randomly?
Come on.
Have you ever felt? Do you know what that feels like?
Look, that's
nigga, I don't do that.
If you don't know what that feels like, you don't know what this
I do know what that feels like.
Hold up, I need Fibonacci. Hold on. I need to hear from Popcornologist, Glitch Soul, Maserati. Because guess what? A lot of what you saying, Fibonacci, is you're personalizing what you doing and stuff. We speaking in general what goes on in these communities. So my thing is, look, I'm gonna fall back after this and Popcornologist. Hold on, because here's what I'm trying to get the bill to. There is violence in the UK with gangs and violence in America. I don't like to compare violence. I get what you're saying, Fibonacci, but I do want to do it here, and I want to see the levels of violence in each one. This is called statistics and data. And what I'm saying is, I just don't think it's at that level yet in the UK, because even if he's saying they ain't reporting it, shit, in America, they can't help but report it. And even the rappers talking about smoking on op packs and stuff. And when you look at UK drill, they drill rappers ain't even talking about smoking on op packs and stuff. They ain't got on that demon time yet. It's a different devil over here. That's what I'm saying. And I don't know.
No, wait, hold on. He was talking to me. There is a whole bunch of young drill rappers and all of that, older drill rappers talking about dead ups and smoking on dead ups.
Okay, well then there we go.
I'm talking about we got babies dying for no reason.
Listen. Bro, listen.
Do y'all have
lower your volume.
Hold on. This gonna be a good debate, but listen, the chat room said they can't hear y'all like that. So look, even though it's gonna be a hot one, let Glitch say what he's saying, and then y'all go back and forth, Maserati and Popcornologist. And Glitch Soul, don't be long. Let them share the mic with them. Go ahead and respond. Go ahead, y'all. Can unmute.
Yeah, I ain't trying to be long. At no point was I trying to make a comparison and say that London is worse or this place is worse. I'm saying that this drilling shit is happening everywhere. There's people smoking on dead ups everywhere. There's people that's grieving because their friend died. There's 15-year-olds everywhere around where I live that are grieving because their friend died, and there's people that have made songs about it getting all types of views. That's going on everywhere. It's not just an American thing. It's not just a Chicago thing. It's something that's spread around like a virus, and that's all I'm going to say.
Okay, and that wasn't to take away from what's happening where you are. I was just simply saying, if you don't know what it feels like to jump on an expressway, driving with anxiety because you don't know when the next gunshot is coming, just random. I got friends, girlfriends, nurses that have been shot just driving random. If you don't know what that feels like, then you ain't ready for Chicago.
Sister, I do know what that feels like. It's the thing. It depends on. Wait, Fibonacci, hold on, bro, hold on. This is a UK USA thing. I do know what that feels like, but you see in the UK. Hold on. You see in the UK. Yo, hold on, bro. Hold on, quickly.
Bro, they just started shooting on the expressway 5 years ago. You talking about? That's new.
What would determine that pull up the death rate in UK? What's the amount of deaths happen in a year that would tell you the amount of violence out there?
Yeah, there's been times where
I get it, but see, the thing is, in Chicago, they're not reporting these incidents. A lot of this stuff y'all don't even hear about.
I'll hear about this.
But this is what I'm saying, sister. You said, if you don't know what it feels like to be driving down the expressway and be shot at and all of that stuff is here too. I do know what that feels like.
It just started in Chicago 5 years ago. So y'all been doing that before Chicago? Hell no, we ain't never heard about that shit.
Listen. I'm 33 years old, bro. Yeah, people have been drilling where I'm from since I was 14 years old. It's different out here. There's not as much guns, so people are running people down and stabbing people up. 14 people stabbing up one person on the floor. That's the kind of shit that goes on out here. That's just
do you know what kind of fucking psychotic that
in my head,
yes,
I know, but in my head, that's more traumatic than being shot from a car.
It is because it takes so much fucking emotion to fucking stab somebody. You have to be psychologically fucking dedicated all the way through it. You gotta want to feel the blood on your fucking hands. You gotta be fucking psychological.
And this is why I don't like to This is why I don't like to compare between the UK and the USA because it's different. We've got a different type of energy.
From the United States, we have terraforming this domestic terrorism going on. We need to,
hey, we gotta actually.
Yo, we got all of that too. You acting like we
hold on, G. Hey, here we got a pandemic in Black Death over here, bro. Like it's niggas over here. Hold on. Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying, bro. It's niggas over here down like they actually in Iraq. It was more niggas that died in Chicago than Iraq at the time, bro. That's
how much do you know about the UK, bro? How much do you know about the UK? How much research have you actually done about what's going on?
Hey, we ain't gotta know about the UK. All we know is the UK is the United States. That's all we know. Y'all get y'all gangster stuff from hip hop, which is done in the United States.
And right now,
that's not true. That's not true. There was gangsterism.
You gotta generalizing way too. Overgeneralizing.
Yeah, because you're generalizing because you don't know what you're talking about. There was gangsterism in the UK way before black people even ever came over here or was ever seen over here. There was white gangsters, bank robbers, train robbers, and all type of stuff going on over here way before black people and gangsterism ever even existed. So I don't know what. Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, but it's like you don't know what you're talking about.
That's what we was talking about. We getting back to it.
Okay, let's get there then. Let's get there. I haven't heard that. Let's get there then.
Shit, I don't got no pride in fucking gang culture.
Hell no.
Neither do I. But if we're going to talk about the UK, and obviously I'm not speaking against the sister, but the sister was saying if you don't know about this and you don't know about that, drive-by shootings, and then I said, yeah, I do know about that. And then it's like nobody really knows what's going on in the UK and the US. You guys don't really do your research on what's going on in the UK, and I get it because there's a lot going on where you are right now. I can understand why the UK would just, go, under the rug because we're all the way over here. Do you get what I'm trying to say? You lot don't really do your research. That's what I'm saying. So when you're speaking on it,
mafia, Italian mafia is running our gang.
Yes, there is. We got different.
You just said it wasn't no Italian or Russian mafia in the UK.
Ran through Chicago should tell you enough about our city. 80%. This is the world's greatest and biggest. Not greatest. I don't want to praise him, but the fact that he's the biggest and the largest ever.
You guys have got the most.
Had a stronghold on the drug trade that the U.S. definitely profits off of, which is another.
You guys
but there's 80% of his drug trade came through here.
You guys have got the most flamboyant gangsterism in the world. I'll give you like that. I'll give you like that.
Tell you enough, dog. That's documented, and it's probably 100%.
I hear you.
You can't speak on that.
I hear you.
Your city. Hey, listen. My city right now is crying real life blood.
Man.
All of ours is
literal blood tears,
over here. So what? You trying to take away from the pain over here?
Being in the third world country.
Bro, Bro, listen,
I swear to God, we're a third world country. Chicago is a third world country.
We are dealing with domestic terrorism in our city. Our government has us segregated right now.
You're right, but you're gonna meet resistance every single time you try to compare
all
that
of
shit.
the different things that have taken place that are considered evil has started in the University of Chicago. John D. Rockefeller.
Listen, I feel you, but you're gonna meet resistance every time you try to compare pain. Don't compare pain.
Hold on. The Bilderberg Group, when they started the projects, all of these many different experiments, all of the reclassifications, all of these things started. The Hellenistic Council, if I'm saying it, I ain't gonna lie, I don't give a fuck, because fuck them. But damn it, it all started in the University of Chicago. Like for real.
And that's why
Chicago
energy, I always understand I work off energy.
Yeah, right now under attack by our own.
That nigga Maserati going in. Listen to him.
There you go. We're under attack by our own everywhere
I was
you
waiting
go
for
in
you
the
to get
world.
there,
Anywhere
Maserati.
you go,
That's
we're
it,
under
man.
attack.
You got it's like following the money.
That's the whole point that we're trying to get to, bro.
Can I ask Glitch Soul something? Hey, Glitch Soul.
Yo, sir.
Let me ask you something. I'm trying to get a reality of what the gun laws is like in your area. Is it possible for 14 and 15-year-olds to get their hands on assault rifles in your area?
Assault rifles, nah. Semi-automatic.
Okay. Long before with my ancestors have been literally and deliberately having.
Tell them we got them switches. Hey, tell them. Hey, tell them we got them switches over here.
Bro, calm down, bro.
No, Glitch Soul. He just trying to show.
Hey man, I know Chi-Town
hold on.
Hardcore.
Hold on, one thing, Alik. I'm gonna tell you why I asked him that, and I'm gonna give Maserati. Y'all can get it back, right? Hey, be passionate, but look, y'all go one at a time so the people can hear y'all. See, he failed with the way he answered that, because look, where I'm from, man, you got niggas 15, 14, and just think now, Chi-Town worse than where I'm from. So I ain't comparing even my shit to Chi-Town. But what I'm saying is, just like Chi-Town, where I'm from, 15 years old pop in the trunk and they can show you 3-4 choppers with all kind of military clips and shit that'll make you be like, God damn, what military? These little niggas, and they so ready to use it. They can't wait to use it. Like it's like what they like the video games. See, that's what's going on over here, Glitch. So I'm just trying to give you a little
It's the worst out here.
No, I know what's going on out there. I know exactly what's going on out there. We see it all over the TV, documentaries and all that shit. I know exactly what's going on out there. But at the same time, I do feel like we can't start to sit here and compare pain. You can't do that. You can't sit there with a 15-year-old and whose brother got run down by 20 people and stabbed 45 times to a guy who got shot twice in Chicago. You can't compare pains. And all I'm saying is we should not get into trying to compare pain when it comes to hood shit, because hood shit is hood shit. When someone gets killed, however they get killed, if they get stomped out by 20 dudes, if they got shot once by a guy, if they got shot 20 times. Hood shit is hood shit.
You can't do that, man. I gotta say this real quick, because I can tell you what we saying ain't really sinking through to him. I don't like to make these comparisons, but I was in the military. You can't make it like a dude with assault rifles, torpedoes, and all that shit is on the same level of killing and drama as the dudes over there having sword fights.
Look, worldwide.
So
that's what I was saying, bro.
My whole point is,
hold on. Every time I'm in the middle, I'm gonna conclude with this, and I'll fall back again. Let me just say what, and this is it right here, man. These with assault rifles, Glitch Soul, is something where 100 shots of plus can be fired in less than a minute or 30 seconds. That's a lot of firepower, brother. I don't know if you know what that's like and what it sound like when you got like 4-5 of them going off, and you got like 400-500 shots let off in 1 minute, and the damage that's done to the young man or the people who behind that type of shit. I don't know if you, so you know, it's.
No, I feel you, bro. I feel
And
exactly what you're saying, bro. It's different levels. It's different levels and it's different places. You get what I'm trying to say? But at the same time, my only point was we can't compare the pain of the hood and the pain of losing people. However you lose people, whether you lose them shots, whether you lose them stabbing, wherever. We can't compare the pain of losing people.
I'm just comparing the damage right now.
The new point was the fact that think about the entire flat Earth. Think about the entire flat Earth everywhere. I'm talking Europe, all the continents, Europe, Antarctica, South America, whatever. Chicago being one of the worst places out of all of them, and where the most evil start. That's the point. But I still feel like we need to get past through that somehow in this bill.
In 2021, it was 594 killings in the UK. In 2021. I'm gonna check the stats out for Chicago.
Hey, I got a question for you. Yo, if you was walking down two different,
that shit ain't gonna matter.
Hold on a second. If you had two choices, you had to go down this hood street or this hood street. One, you're gonna get shot to death, and the other, you don't know where it's gonna come from, but someone's gonna mob you, like 14 kids gonna stab you to death. Which street you gonna take?
The stabbing one.
I'm a run. Just go right ahead. I'll take the 2 shots. I've been shot. I've been stabbed. I've been burned. I've been hung. I damn near been drowned. I'm telling you, I'll take the 2 shots.
Hey, can I chime in?
I'm taking the shots real quick. I'm taking the shots. Real shit.
No.
Yeah, but see.
Wait. Fuck all the bullshit. Who tried to hang you, my nigga?
You're right. Grow up in Oklahoma.
Hey, guess
what? I'm 43 years old. You might, my grandfather died from being hung. It's kind of like a generational thing, man. I'm lucky I
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
My grandfather died for that.
Wait, hold on. So you got one of them. You got one of them family that like black people and shit. They was on that with y'all ass or something.
No, man.
To me. Hey, you come from the Swelling family? You come from the Swelling family?
Yeah, so like I got pulled over in places where.
And to one of y'all respond, he needs to show his rope burns because that is funny. I am sorry.
Yeah, no, man. Like,
I'm like,
I had police roll up on me twice when I was 17 years old, and they look at my license and they look at me and they would be like, "Hold on, let me get it. Let me get it." And they'd be like, "Boy, man, why aren't you?" Shit, no, I got a fucking.
You got to tell that story, homie.
I got this number like C1, C2, all that shit up in there. Yeah, it's all fucked up.
Yeah. Hello, all. How you doing?
He ain't lying. He always got a point, bro. But,
no, man, that's just some shit that you don't really kind of bring up. That's like all I can say is that I'm 3-letter certified, and I was trained with I guess I can say I was trained with Delta and by Delta, but that's all I can really say. You know what I mean? Other than that, shit. This, we all go through our shit, and
like Rambo, huh?
No.
Well,
the hood right now, all over the world right now is crazy. You see all these this and dead ops and shit. This shit's going on. I'm telling you right now, we need to stop. We need to find a way how we can seriously.
That started with my city, and unfortunately, the way that hip hop has gone,
because both sides of the pond.
It has become
I have a comment that will help both sides of the pond.
They have weaponized the music and used it. The whole world.
I have a comment that
what's happened?
Both sides of the pond, gentlemen.
It's become monitored.
Yes, he's right. It's both sides of the pond, guys.
Hey, look. Hold on a second, real quick. Y'all want to deal with the weaponization of hip hop? Let's do it one at a time real quick and go like a cipher down the line. I think that's a good whatchamacall, the weaponization of hip hop. Yeah.
See, I think that the problem is that the true form of the weaponization that they've used is monetizing it. The fact that they've monetized murder and they've monetized smoking dead ups and they've monetized all of this shit, that's what's kind of feeding the beast right now all over the world. It doesn't matter where you are. If you got dead ups, you're going to speak about them on the track now.
Hey,
you get what I'm saying?
That's what I want the Chi-Town people to talk about on the panel. Cause check it out to the Chi-Town people. Now we see how much y'all saying all the drama going on in Chirac, and we know that. Now what I want to ask the Chirac people is how much of that you think is instigated by the new drill scene and the whole new way that they rap and shit with, like you said, he was saying with the dead ops and shit. Even though yeah, go ahead.
Can I add a question to that, bro?
Let the Chi-Town people, if you ain't in Chi-Town, yeah, bro, let them answer that. I was addressing it to them. I ain't,
Now, because of the fact of the whole drill scene blowing it up, the founder of it is a brother named King Louis, who is also an artist and still active. Chief Keef took it to a whole nother level.
Hold on, OG. I'm with you 100%. I'm with you 100%, but we can't forget about Pac-Man, because King Louis, a big homie, was Pac-Man who started the drill, and then King Louis and then brought it out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right, definitely though.
Is the King Louis, is he some kind of, they said that's how King Von get his name or something? Go ahead.
Nah, not
related.
Okay, my bad.
Barksdale, him being BD. So him, the whole King thing, as far as the title throughout our city, King anything. When you hear that, that's also been influenced in the music and the culture. And as far as calling yourselves that in the music industry, and that's because those are the highest hierarchies, that you can go and be in the top. And you can be have different mini titles that they use as the names. But yeah, that's a title that would be named after the King David, and because he was BD.
So like a lot of these niggas, right? It's on that type of time, because you got a couple of different King this and King that, like, so, but they from different sides of the ball game. But King Louis definitely was one of the first. I actually got some family relation to bro ass on some funny shit that I just found out within the last year or two.
Hey, young Q, young Q, talk to him about how you think these young gangsters in Chirac that they doing more killing than the old ones based on the drill shit and all like that.
The reason I'm gonna say this is what I'm saying. It was a lot of shit that was undocumented and didn't get away with. They killed just as much back then, but you got to understand. Hold on, let me finish. You got to understand, bro. Now, with the different guns that we got now, with the different age groups that we got now, even though it's always been youngsters, you got to remember, at least at an older time, motherfuckers will catch you lacking with your kids and give you a pass. You got to remember, back in the day, you actually used to have to get permission from your chief to do a hit, nigga. You couldn't just shoot anybody just because you wanted to, just because you spotted a nigga. Unless you got a fucking order for that hit. Unless you got an order for that hit. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, now let me finish. Now when motherfuckers got locked up and our OGs got put in jail and the rest got killed and the rest became dope fiends, you had the first generation of niggas who grew up without no OGs with no laws. So here you got niggas claiming BD and GD and they not really living by none of the principles. Which is why it's like, all right, back in the day, a lot of the shit these young niggas doing now be considered violation. Even King Von and them niggas, because King Von is sitting there doing all of these crimes and murders and then talking about the shit on wax, bringing all this type of heat to the organization.
Yeah, you're right. That's the
old do that, bro. That's violation. Niggas would have fucked you up back in the day.
Yeah. For real.
But now niggas ain't got nobody to answer to, so now niggas walking around like chickens with their head cut off and wonder why the murder rate is so high and our life expectancy is fucking 18
now
or younger than that. You got niggas getting blicked at 15, so it's like
quality. You already know. As far as going back to what Yummy Sander from, speaking on that whole circumstance with being the fact of violations and things of that nature. Here it is where the BDs had already had split with the GDs at the city, within the city during the early 90s. And at that time, once they had made that split, there was, you know, you had 11-year-old Yummy who had, for real, it's not bragging, it's to speak of the fact that they created this monster, and he had committed about 20 to 30 murders and had gotten away with it. When the police would pick him up, they knew they could not charge him, because not only of him being a minor, but the fact they were in shock and didn't believe he had been doing those things. It wasn't until he had killed a young lady about 14 years old, and if I recall, another woman who was pregnant. But however it was, I know.
It was a gang chief's daughter, another gang chief's daughter who got killed. So they basically told his niggas, either you turn them over to us or y'all handle the shit within y'all shit, and niggas handle the shit within they shit. And
they were also afraid that the fact that, you know, it being brought up in court, and the fact that he would tell on them and all of these things, and it was like, man, y'all created this monster, and y'all created him to be that way. Because had he got to be my age, our age, I don't know how old you are, Q. I know Bobby say, you know, I know he up there. If he had been our age, bro, man. Right now,
I'm just approaching 30, bro. I'm just approaching 30.
Well, see, yeah, I'll be 36. So, you know, he would have had lived and had been in those high ranks. But that goes back to now. That was the early 90s. You didn't have the music influence of what was going on. Again, to speak on the fact that Chicago being a whole breeding ground for not only revolutionaries, but the unfortunate products of nothing but real life survival. So when you have things that go hand in hand with the projects and the redlining and the segregation and the crabs of the bucket mentality, the corruption of the politics and the police, who are the biggest gang in the city. Oh my God, it's like, man, you have to wonder, okay, what more can we get from here? Well, here goes the music.
Can I make a comment now?
Music, is the universal
segment where I can interject. I think this is a perfect time for me to interject and just make a comment so I can leave out. I love everything that's going on. My name is Don Stevens, and I just wanted to tie in what's going on. Can we look at it this way? Wouldn't you say this is Mediterranean philosophies that were perfected in the Americas?
Go on and expound on that. I like where you're going with that. Expound on that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. What I'm trying to say is this. If you go back in time, you guys say so much about this history, world history and everything, but when it comes to things like this, you guys don't put the puzzle together because of emotions. Now, to my brothers in Chicago, I love you all. I'm out here in the Mid-Atlantic, Philadelphia, New York, Delaware, Maryland, you know the deal. But what I'm trying to say is there's always been a battle in the Americas between the markets. Okay, this goes all the way back before it was even in control of what we call African Americans today. It went through all these other nationalities to be perfected into what it is today, based upon migrations and happenings coming out of the Mediterranean and the North African doing his thing, having Spain. Most of these philosophies is coming out of this area, but got perfected in America, because you had this haphazard European that's here, that even Hitler was scared of, because they couldn't figure out which way this man will go. It is still that way today. You are arguing about two different types of handling, because what the brothers are going through in Great Britain is what they're going through in the Caribbean, which is different than what we're going through in America. Because the way our handlers handle us, totally different than what the British colonial system is. Remember, the Haitians broke away from the British colonial system. That was what gave us some of our skullthuggery up here. So this is where I'm going with this. We got to stop arguing about the laboratory controllers and how they control and who is better. No one is better. Just two types of opposition going at each other. I say to you, as black men of the world, we have to sit back, get together with ourselves. Brothers over there in England, you got to deal with that European shit over there. Brothers here, we got to deal with the European American shit. And before you can even combine and do a triad, you have to do that on your own first. You just have to. So in other words, I'm saying my comment is solidifying everything you're saying. Everything the brother's saying in Chicago, TMD, 100, 300. The things that brother said in Great Britain, he is 300% as well. The factor that's causing the problem is, yes, our controllers did what? It's very genius. They use an aspect of culture to sell things. Because I ask you this, my brother in Great Britain, why do you flag your pants down low over the crack of your ass? We know in America we do it because of the prison system. Okay? We know that for a fact. It goes back to what
that's
we call
a good question. I think the whole world copied what.
So in Great Britain, how did that idea or philosophy invade? That's your problem that you got to deal with. You see, we got to deal with over here is how is it that we let them use that as a vehicle to sell certain things to infiltrate societies? Because some of your handlers over there don't like hip-hop. They don't want it there. But it's being used. And what the brother said earlier is, yes, when he was in that frantic rage, I was smiling and laughing, man, because it was the truth. They use us to sell things. So you got two different handlers handling the world, and they're going at each other. And we're arguing about the effect. I mean, think about it.
So, Stevens, you are so right, man. I applaud you, bro.
I'm an artist. That's what we do in society, and that's all I want to say. I love what I'm in the basement out here in Philly. I do artwork, man. I'm not trying to get a false plug. I'm going to email you the correct way and do the donation thing the way I'm supposed to. I just was so compelled to just drop that, brothers.
Yeah, I appreciate you dropping that.
Salute.
Yeah, I'm an ex-Marine too as well, so you can give me that. I love that too. Thank you,
that's
gentlemen.
what's up, Stephen.
Appreciate it. Now, to speak on that and further on what he said, that's very much true. But the thing is that this being the mecca of where I would say the heart of corruption of the land, I'm talking about the banks.
That's what I mean. It was perfected, not to interject, but it was perfected here because of our mentalities here.
Exactly.
To understand, because of certain mentalities of Catholicism, you got to go back to that Catholicism. That's what I'm saying. All the histories you got to put together like a puzzle. Because
man, I'm glad you say that.
We got it all together. Put it together, everybody.
Yeah, Don.
Hey, let me ask you.
I haven't heard. Listen, I done listened to Sanchez for over 5 years. I saw when he went from the cloth shit in the background to the eraser board I got back here like this, and then to the damn hologram shit and to the damn sound cones that he got on his wall. That man has transitioned. Listen, there's so much goddamn information on here. It's time for us to get together and stop all this bullshitting.
Exactly.
It's enough of it. Everything that every last one of you is saying, I look past the videos, I look on them and I watch them while I'm painting, I listen to them. I'm telling you, we are on it. That's the scare. That's now you got to take it back to where you from. You in America, if you from Chicago, take your ass back to Chicago, handle that shit.
Hold up, Don. Let me say something real quick. Let me say something real quick. Hey, Maserati wasn't done. He wasn't done, right? But this is what I was gonna say. You asked a question about why do the cats overseas copy off what we do or something like that. And see, that's a real deep question right there that I want us to kind of zoom in on, because they copy off us for all the wrong shit. That's just like they got gangs in London, the UK, but it ain't no gangs that they made up. It's Crips and Blood, which is some shit made in America. You know what I'm saying? So it's like everybody learn how to be.
Yes and no, though, Sanchez. Sorry to interject.
Yeah, the Crips and Bloods, they only used
the template because they already had gangs out there based upon the Irish and different things. The brother from England can talk about that.
Yeah, the Crips and Bloods, they was around. They were
already bopping and everything else like that. Sanchez, you can talk about that because you was in the military out there in that area. So these gangs was called something different. They took the American template because somebody said to them, you could possibly control it a little bit better if you use this template.
No, you know what happened? You know what happened? Wait, hold on. Let me
It goes back to what Fibonacci was
happened?
saying about the educated gangster, and then like we're talking about the fraternities
Well, it's
and
worse
whatnot.
than that because they were picked and they're part of this idea
tell
of
you
a
what
time
happened.
Exactly. No, it goes to exactly what you're saying. So I just looked it up. If you look at the frats who started these gangs in America, and then you look at the frats who are supporting the rap industry, I'll leave it there.
No, you're on it. That's what I'm saying. My argument is not the information. My argument is the application and how we're arguing about two different type of handlers.
I see what you're saying.
That is the problem. We need to stop that.
But I think it's the same handler.
And that answers all the questions, and the question that Sanchez brought back out. That answers that.
Yo, Bro Sanchez made mention to the Crips and the Bloods in the UK. That only lasted for about 2 years. That didn't last for very long. Them niggas was on a hype. Them niggas weren't really serious. Like, they were serious, but it was a hype. It was a craze kind of thing that happened in the year 2000. But there was gangs way before that. And I'm saying that, like obviously, we get a lot of American channels. When we started to get BET is when a lot of young people started to take up different kind of ideologies that we never had before. Yeah, you get what I'm trying to say, and it did affect us.
He said that's what
that's what was on by my answers.
Hey, that nigga said that them niggas over there became niggas.
No, but what I'm saying is it was going on
to become niggas.
No, we were niggas before. I am an understanding of what you're saying, and I'm saying to you, yes, you are correct. We're based on European skull thuggery, dealing with the Queen and Catholicism. Skull thuggery began out there as Mediterranean concepts.
What was that word again?
They took the American accomplishments from the late 1800s to the 1900s, analyzed it, said, "Oh shit."
Don, you're right. Hey, hold on, let me go. Hold on, hey, Don, you are totally right. I'm not gonna sit here and disagree. I'm from the London, right? I'm from South London, and what you are saying, my brother, is totally right. So, yeah, I just want to say that you are totally right, my brother. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen. You're right,
bro. The reason why I'm saying that, bro, is because we have to stop this petty bickering about we are laboratory rats right now, whether you like it or not.
And you say
now they done open up the doors and let all the laboratory rats fight each other.
This is what Don's saying. Hold on. Don's saying we're lab rats that's meeting each other saying, hey, did they terraform you how they terraform me? Did they? That's what I think we doing. Now I ain't gonna. Now guess what? I'm glad you put it that way because that's indeed what the fuck we are. Because look, most of the guys we talking to, they grew up in projects, and these projects was stacked high up in the sky, man. And they did an experiment long time ago where they put the lab rats in a project. In the same experiment, they became violent, territorial, and all that shit. So, man, look, that's some deep shit that when we talk about these areas where it's a lot of concentration of black folks and it ain't that many opportunities, look, they'll put all these rats in a maze and put one little piece of cheese right there. And you'll see how the rats start to innovate now based on lack of resources and shit. Like, it's literally a project, man. That, you know what I'm saying?
He's right. And that's happening all over the globe right now.
Yes, sir, Sanchez. Yes, sir, Commando Sanchez. Yes, sir. Because that's what this is. They use all of those sciences that we debate about, that we want to argue about, who did this and what's pseudo and all that. While we're doing that, they're utilizing that information. They're applying it and perfecting it through repetition. And then now they give it to you, and then they sit back and they look and say, okay, let's see what the brothers in UK reacting to. Well, they're not reacting to that. Well, let's see if our old favorite, the American Negro, let's see how he reacts to this. Oh, shit, he's giving us some good shit. Damn, it done moved through all the other shit. Damn, it done transformed itself from one project idea down to a Southern project idea. Now you got a West Coast project idea. oh shit, Chicago had good times, but now good times gonna spread all over the goddamn nation and the world. Wow.
See, one thing about what you lot have to realize, yeah, you lot live in the USA, right? And the USA is like the biggest influencer in the whole world. Remember, before they even had influencers on Instagram, the USA has been an influencer. You know what I'm trying to say? And it's influenced. Wait, hold on. And it's influenced. It influenced Jamaica, all of the Caribbeans. You know what I'm saying? And then that's what I'm saying. And then what happened was a lot of Jamaicans start coming over to England. They start bringing over the Jamaican mentality, which is infused with
the Jamaican mentality is the British mentality of colonialism. That's what I'm saying. The European American colonialism was way different than y'all. It's different because it's more brutal. It's more brutal.
Hold on. I'm not saying it's the same thing. I'm saying it's infused with the USA culture because
yours is mostly fused with the back end of Islam on yours. We can't
hold on, check it out,
You're not listening, bro.
Hold on, check it out.
One at a time, bro.
No.
Hold on, my man.
Hold up, glitched and done. Hold on, both of y'all. Hold on.
Hey, broski, I was gonna ask you over there in Great Britain, do they call y'all niggas? Not to be like,
that's go ahead.
They do.
Yes,
okay, so like y'all commonly call niggas, like do y'all call each other niggas commonly?
No.
It depends on what type of, because there's different, like the older generation, they're not gonna do that, but
it's like how we do it, like my nigga.
I'm being honest, you guys was taught different. It's a different system. They deal with the metric, we deal with inches. Get it together.
Hey, but look, let me show you something about that nigga word.
They're imperialists.
Hey,
we're Republicans.
I gotta talk about that nigga word. I gotta talk about it.
Hey, let Bro Sanchez go.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, we still good. I fucking let's talk about the nigga word in the UK. Because people don't realize,
I apologize. I'm just gonna leave off because I get too emotional. So
you hit all the good points, bro. I ain't even mean to take nothing from you. You what's up? You exactly.
Nigga, you
good, bro. You ain't getting emotional, bro.
We appreciate it, done.
I do, gentlemen, because I do certain things throughout the day in my area. So I understand. I don't want to cut Sanchez's knowledge. I just wanted to say sorry to him because this is his page. I apologize for exposure like that, but I just thought it was needed, and I'm glad we moved ahead. Now I can go back into my little world in the basement out here and listen to you in the peripheral and create.
And so look, you better drop your nuts. Fuck all that.
And listen, but let me tell him this.
I stand on it all the time. I'm not going to change. I'm just saying I know the order on how to do things because I was in the military and I had a mother that was raised from the 50s and 60s that gave me the 70s mentality that's not gone off the planet. I'm 53, gentlemen. I graduated in 87.
I just want to say, bro, I didn't take no disrespect to anything you said, bro.
Oh, yeah, we appreciate you, Don.
Thank you, bro.
Hey,
that means a lot.
We hope
across the pond.
We hope to have
good, bro. I don't want to suck up too much time. I know if you do this, Sanchez sometimes loses his thought. So let's let him go back. I'm going to go back in my world and I'm going to leave. I'll come back. Just know that other brothers like myself are listening. Just know that.
We appreciate that, Don.
Peace to all my brothers. I salute you all.
Most definitely.
Salute. Peace.
Peace and love. Anytime you want to hop on, bro. Now let's pass the mic to the brothers from the UK so they can answer about this nigger word, because look, I know that they call the word nigger, by the way, is the word negra, meaning dark black. So it's just a vulgar word dealing with anyone that has dark skin, which is why when I saying niggers is universal and worldwide and it's a international thing, niggas in America was getting mad at me because they wanted to make it exclusive. I wanted to make it inclusive. Cause I'm like, yo, it's niggas all over the world who been oppressed, like, and you know what I'm saying? But look, but the fact that they call the dark-skinned folks in London niggas, the you know, as a vulgar word, But if you listen to how the black folks in the UK talk, man, I always thought that they was the most white folks on earth. Like, man, it was weird to me to hear this at first. I'm used to it now because the UK go hard. Y'all was bringing up the UK gangs. I ain't sleeping on them at all and shit. But but the thing is, man, how big is that whole racism shit like in the UK? Because really, when folks talk about racism, America be like at the highlight of it. But like, let you UK brothers want to talk about the racism and shit.
See, with the UK racism, with London, because I'm from London, right?
Yeah.
London is very, very, very multicultural. It's very multicultural. There isn't really a lot of places that are all white in London. But then when you step outside of London, it's a completely different thing. You get what I'm trying to say? You have people looking at you, trying to call police on you just for walking in the shops in certain areas because they don't see black people in their areas at all. It's like black people don't live in them areas. Black people don't go to those areas. So when they see you, it's like a weird kind of situation because they're like, wow, what is this guy doing in here in our area? What's he doing in our shops? And has he moved in? And you get that kind of energy. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So it is here, but not really in London. In London, everywhere is multicultural pretty much. You get your little areas that are predominantly Indian. You might get your Indian areas, and then you'll get your Jewish areas that are all Jewish. They got the Jewish schools, Jewish hospitals, Jewish this, that. But then everywhere else is Somalian, Turkish, Black, Caribbean, African, all types of different people, all living in the same place, a melting pot. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So the racism, you get it, but it's not as much as crazy as if you was to leave out of London.
Basically, everywhere the melting pot's at, we see less racism. Hey, that's crazy because like New York, LA, these are like our biggest melting pots in America, right? And it's, I don't know, man, it's weird because it's racism amongst like blacks and I guess Jews and shit like that, like in New York, but like you can still have different skin tone dudes and blood and Crip. Like in LA, they got white Crips and stuff like that, different skin tones. Hey, look, shit just weird now, man. Like I ain't
gonna lie though, the Jews used to get terrorized back in the day. Like people used to go to the Jewish areas, and they used to call it Jew bashing, where they would go and knock their hats off and do type stuff to the Jewish people and all that kind of stuff. There was racism against the Jewish people.
I wonder if you could do that to them New York Jews.
See, I've been to New York. When I went to New York, like, I ain't gonna lie, I went to the Bronx, and I went to the Bronx in maybe, I was 19, so it probably was like, what, 2016, 2015, something like that. But it was cool. It was all Mexicans and black people and Dominicans, pretty much, and it was cool. You get what I'm saying? I liked it a lot. You get what I'm trying to say? It was hood, but at the same time, it was cool. And I was culture shocked by the fact that I saw Mexican people saying the word nigger in public. I was like, oh, that guy just said nigger. He don't look black. But people was telling me, yo, yeah, man, the Mexicans out here, they're black too. So I was like, all right, cool. You know what I'm trying to say?
Hey, I ain't gonna stunt, G. One thing about them New York girls that niggas like, G, them New York girls with them New York accents, I ain't gonna stunt. It be something about them. They got a little edge to them, but I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Hey, for real, hey, man. I got some chicks out there when I was out there. I ain't gonna lie. But you know what I was pissed off about? I linked up with that bitch ass nigga Africa Bambaataa. Imagine that. Imagine I was supposed to go out there and meet up with Africa Bambaataa, thinking, yeah, I'm about to meet the legend of hip hop, and then I find out all of this shit. I don't want to get into it, but I was upset that I actually met him because that nigga. I was thinking, yeah, man, I met the legend of hip hop, and then
I'm rolling. He said, nigga, my feelings was hurt. He said, I met this nigga, and I was like, God damn, you son of a bitch.
That nigga was weird, bro. I got a story about that nigga that's weird. I swear to God, that nigga is weird, cuz. That nigga really is weird. It's a fact.
Hey, bro, I wanted to touch on the subject that you brought up not too long ago while Don was on the panel about the UK copying the Americans.
Yeah, man. Yeah, talk about it.
Yes, sir. I mean,
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Yeah, we do. The US has been a big influence to the UK, right? And I've seen different genres come up, but one of the main things that has kind of infiltrated over here was the music and the gangster movies, right? And when I mean the gangster movies, I mean the black gangster movies, not the US Hollywood movies. I'm talking about the black gangster movies, right? And we kind of copy that, and it kind of shows in our art, in our music as well, and the way we display ourselves and the way we dress. Like, it's not hard to see, right? But me personally, I could never judge my pain to what I've seen the Americans go through. And that guy was very spot on about using a template. Because like I said, we copy you guys. So it must be true about the template, what he's talking about, you know? So yeah, I think that's kind of spot on there.
Yeah, no, you're right, bro. You're right. The USA is really the template of what's going on in a lot of places. Jamaica, because when I went to Jamaica,
that's what I was. I'm glad y'all see that.
Exactly.
All the TV shows, you know what I mean? On all the channels, it was American channels. I was like, oh, okay. And then they got dollars over there and all that. I was like, oh, okay, I'm spelling that.
Guess what,
Yo? America has sold its lifestyle to the whole world. Like that's like it's something like it's. But you can go anywhere and you can see.
You know what's deep
you
about it?
already know it's how speak of music weaponization that's coming from Chicago. I wasn't speaking.
Bro Sanchez,
everybody loves
hold on, wait, we gotta get order. We got Maserati back to get back on the music weaponization and tie that in. Who else? We got Glitz Elite. You was in there too. We gonna get an order going. Look, I wanna share some. We going real deep now where I was trying to go, right? With how you notice how America don't really offer a lot to the world as far as like gold, silver, different resources. And you be like, what do America really offer? You know, America offer mindsets. America offer ideologies, man, that you'll see a lot of governments adopting from America to to oppress their people and shit, gang culture, all that shit. Like we going deep now. Y'all go ahead, man. Salutes. Yeah, look, we're gonna go one at a time.
Why I was going to speak on this being the very mecca of that type of trouble, unfortunately. I love my city, but my city right now has everything in the stronghold. Any and everything evil down, like I was saying earlier. I know it ain't about with all due respect to the last brother who spoke of, what he said. All right, cool. But right now, this corporation we live in is all the Mecca started right here. The whole Bible Belt of Christianity. They call this the gospel Mecca. Again, it all started right here. All of these different ideologies that Bro Sanchez was speaking about, everything Islam, NOI, it's here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was going to say all of that. Like, I feel them. You know what I'm saying? But again, that monster and that whole solution of what we're trying to find and grab the horns of, is we already know who it is. And it's some Zionist people that got the stronghold, and they got the strongest hold on my city. Is the reason what I was trying to get down at, because that's a whole different demon. And the music weaponization of what they've done are doing with the music of gangster rap has shaped the rest of the world into shifting us back into, again, a whole different frequency, a whole different vibration, and that should not be at all. All that speaking and conjuring up the fact that you're smoking on dead ops ain't nothing to be proud of. And that's what I was trying to speak about. And because right now, Steve Coakley would be probably the greatest checkmate that I could give for anybody, because this is his hometown. This is the breeding grounds for revolutionaries right here, is what I was trying to get at. This is the mecca of a whole lot of things that's right up, like you might as well say all four corners of the earth, this flat earth. God damn it, everything, all compasses, it points north. And right here, you can honestly say that, man, when you going north, you got to pass through here, up through the Mississippi River. Ain't no way in the world that I would dare try to compare evil or anything like that. No, because evil is evil. But to know that this is the mecca of that, and the fact that we have to go through the circumstances of where we're literally fighting and battling with these people. We know who the force is against us. As far as we know who our enemy is. Steve Coakley gave that to us a long time ago. We know who our enemy is. We're using their technology right now. I shouldn't even be speaking this loud, but the knowledge that you know will get you killed. Everything that we are worth and everything that we have suffered up here, the great migration that took place, because a lot of my family, all of my family, 1848 of the Ellison family starts in Birmingham, Alabama, Creek Indian, an origination, indigenous man of this of here, the bloodline of this land. What I'm trying to speak of, and all the way to be and born and raised here in Chicago, and to find out again that all the evils of the world is like, wow, they started out of the University of Chicago, at least the majority. Like this nigga snapping. Name. It's so many real life things I can name. Y'all can research and go back on your own. I ain't trying to hog the mic. I'm just trying to tell you, like, man, dog, if people really know the evils, right? Again, going back to the music weaponization. That's man, that whole scene is nothing but, again, evil. We speak and talking about death. They are speaking it with the power of their tongue on wax with no problem. See, it went from where everything was going on, where in the city, you know, our gangs, there's a gang on gang violence and this, that, and the third is going on, okay? And that we would be in a circumstance of where.
Okay, he fucking just got abducted. I'm gonna put the link.
Got himself abducted.
But he was going in. But let me say something. A lot of time, black folks get into like city competition. I know. Look, we all territorial, but we got to see what was great in everybody area. And then go back and connect, like, cause when he was saying how the Mississippi run all the way up to Chicago, we can go real deep with that, because the Mississippi run all the way up there, and then that whole Great Lakes area up there would have been a booming port area of world trade back in the day. See, the Mississippi River all the way to the Hudson Bay over there. Look, the trade wasn't just situated on the East Coast where DC at. We had a trade route splitting directly through the center of America, through that Mississippi, running from the south all the way up there to them Great Lakes, man. Look, that's a whole fucking history they don't talk about. What Mark Twain even said, how you can get on a boat in Mississippi and go all the way to Chicago on the Mississippi.
Hey, and the piggyback that, G, if people look up and know, which we did on this channel too before, when you go back to how Chicago looked before the shit burned down in the Chicago Fair and shit like that, with all of the Greek-esque statues and like buildings and shit like that, like we had a port with all of that type of shit that he talking about with the trade and this and that, and the history of that got lost during, they burnt all of that shit and tore it down purposely. You see what I'm saying? But that shit was there, and you can still see pictures of it if you go back and look. Look up the Chicago 1908 fair, I think, or something like that.
Let me explain something to Bone Slave. The whole thing is this, Bone Slave. You don't need a outlet with the Mississippi River. It's a whole highway system just right there with the See, people want to know how we was getting so much trade done before cars and shit like that. Man, I'm telling you, steamboats and all that. The Mississippi River used to be deeper, yo. And guess what? I think the Colorado River was deeper. And I think all of these rivers connected, man. What I'm saying is you can basically have a national trade system in America with the river systems alone and boats.
That's exactly what we had, and by damming and flooding and, doing what you can follow Dane and follow up, on the towns that flooded out and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, G, that shit crazy. That shit is crazy.
It's
all connected,
research
man.
criteria.
But it's all connected also to the money that's behind rap, and there's the money that's behind gangs, and it's also the money that, you know, we call those white Jews. But
yeah, you know the reason why they stopped letting boats just sail to Mississippi like that and shit? Because they got shallow. You know, they gotta be a certain deepness for the rudder to fucking. I'm telling you, all of these shits, the damming systems, it stopped a lot of the, man, yo, it's a lot of shit I was reading about the history of this shit, man. America was way different than what they telling us. I'm gonna yield the flow though. But yeah, we just going deep though. But we saying all that to say, look, I'm gonna say this though. What y'all think about this? You got take the Midwest, Memphis, St. Louis, Little Rock. Let's go all the way up to Chi-Town like we was doing, Midwest, all of that. All of this is what I'm saying. The Midwest seem to be based on the flowing of the Mississippi River. Cause it's like, you see what I'm saying? Like Alabama, parts of Alabama, then Tennessee, well, of course, Mississippi, right? And then you go on to like Little Rock, Memphis, all of these little states going up to what's called the Midwest. Because look, Chi-Town should really be north, like New York. But I think the reason it's called Midwest is because the Mississippi is kind of like a middle point between, is like Central America, and now we going West Coast. It's a Midwest. And it's crazy because you see the Middle East overseas, but we'll be like, is it middle or is it east? But I'm trying to make some sense out of the whole Midwest culture, man. But we're gonna get ready to wrap it up, man. I can talk about this shit forever though, man.
Hey, I feel like when it comes to the Midwest, like it's like you get we consider like certain other places like cousins of Chicago, like Detroit, Milwaukee, you know what I mean, Indiana and shit like that. Like even the way New York, like clothing style wise, they rock some of the same, like they didn't in the past rock some of the same shit we rocked, like the Pelly jackets and shit and whatever else. Because outside of New York and Chicago and them other areas I named, you don't really see nobody with no Pellies.
You know what I noticed too? If you look at the areas where pimp culture was, I was thinking about that shit too. Like, why do all pimps sound like they from the South, no matter if it be a Oakland pimp, a Chi-Town pimp, or a real like Southern pimp? Is it just me, or do all pimps sound like country motherfuckers? The whole pimp culture shit.
Oh no, yeah, definitely here. That they definitely got pimp culture here on the sense that, well, it ain't as booming as it used to be, but it's definitely still going. But you got niggas like Don Juan and shit like that who was really like, you know what I'm saying, one of the capos of that. I'm like, yeah, shit, the bishop as they like to call him.
Hey, I got to to the people who was talking about, bro Sanchez, what happened to your setup? Yo, y'all, we got the computer in the shop, man. It's getting upgraded. Bear with you, boy. I'm working with this new laptop and shit, but hey, you know, it seemed to be doing okay. But I appreciate y'all for asking. Yeah, we got about a week maybe on that computer, man. I miss it already. But look, I'm gonna get up out of here, man. My arm's sore and shit. And I'm about to eat me some and do all this good stuff. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, man. Y'all know what it is for Monday. But I want to say salutes to everybody that joined the panel, though. It was a powerful bill.
Salute, Bro Sanchez. Shout out to the Cash App. It's Bro Sanchez TV. Started off with $. Y'all go ahead and show them some love to the Cash App.
Appreciate that.
Much love to all the family, G.
Hey,
like I said, from all the other places in the UK to all of the sisters on the panel too. Like I said, I appreciate everybody, G.
Most definitely.
Donkey, you already know.
I see y'all brothers tomorrow. Much love.
All right, shout out.
Hey, peace to love, Keith. Hey, peace to all of y'all. Hey, yeah, and salutes to the brothers up north, man. Like I said, Philly, LA, NY, Chi-Town. Yeah. All the brothers that's coming on from these areas with the input on it, what's going on in our cities and communities and shit, man. We don't really we went about 5 hours, man. And I want to say thank you for the donations. Thank you to Paul Baldwin. Appreciate the donation, bro. And shout out to Yeffy. Thank you for the donations. I appreciate y'all. Wish I can drop a bomb, but my setup, right, is in the shop. We gonna get it in. If you watching this on the replay, hit the cash app. It's normally at the bottom of the video, but I guess you got to check the description. But yeah, I appreciate y'all, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace and love.